9, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. Just the usual announcements. Mobile phones, if you could make sure, please, you turn those to silent. That would be helpful. You probably heard the fire alarm, which has gone off. So if we do hear it, it means it's a real thing. And we go out one of the 2 fire doors at the side, down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park, and we don't come back until we're told it's safe to do so. Everyone all right with stairs? Yeah. Okay, good, thank you. So we've got, and you submitted a new High Court case, didn't you?
I did. I'll whiz you. It's Court of Appeal case. It's very only a couple of quick references to do with alternative sites.
I couldn't really see what relevance it was, but anyway, there we are. You obviously think you do, so.
I'll hopefully explain. We'll put
sure
it. We're going to refer to it. It's because of there's obviously quite a lot of law about the circumstances in which alternative sites can and can't be material planning considerations that attract weight. And given what Mr. Dygan said yesterday about the fact that his employment weightings are informed by an approach to alternative sites.
I see.
We want to make sure that you've got chapter and verse on that, on alternative sites. It goes to the reason it's relevant is because of Mr. Dygan's approach to weighing the benefits of economic and employment benefits.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing that.
I'm sure. We've got a one-page errata sheet before Mr. Bashforth starts that I'm going to hand around whenever.
Errata sheet, yes. Yeah, do you want to do that?
I do now. Well, we've got it hard copy, but I've received it in PDF as well. So
all right, thank you very much. Just before. Now there was something yesterday. I'm struggling to remember what it was, but it was something that Mr. Barnes, you were going to chat with Miss Bonnie about whether she accepted it, and I can't remember what it was now.
Yeah, it was the parameter plans.
The what, sorry?
The proposed amendments to the parameter plans and putting the other consented developments into a context plan. Yeah. The action group don't object, but the 5 parishes do object.
Do they?
And
right.
the basis for the objection is a concern that the parameter plans may be used for the purposes of environmental assessments, and so it's important that you and particularly the Secretary of State has a full picture of all the cumulative developments.
That's not. Sorry.
Hang on,
sorry.
just
I thought you finished.
I haven't. And there's a particular concern about the cumulative effects on the Ramsar site. So the 5 parishes group is very keen that the Secretary of State has a full picture of all the developments on the parameter plan. So that's their position.
All right, Mr. Simons, off you go.
It's not what the parameter plans are for. They're not there to. They're there for a particular and very important purpose, but their purpose has nothing to do with illustrating cumulative schemes for the purposes of environmental assessment. That's all a job for the ES and other plans, obviously, but not the parameter plans. So was sort of the whole point we were making, was it yesterday or the day before? That's not what they're there for. And if I understand that the Rule 6 party might be concerned that they'd be used for that purpose, but their concerns are misplaced. Other plans will be used for that purpose.
The idea was that I'm quite happy to wait until Miss Bonnie. She's presumably going to come, but she's a bit late.
I think we are. I think she's stuck in traffic. Mark.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. That's fine. But I think the whole point was that it might change again. If other sites come up, and it would be rather onerous to keep changing the. Because it doesn't just appear on the parameter plans, it appears on quite a few others as well. So it's just the parameter plans that they want, the 5 parishes want them on, is it? Just the parameters,
I think that's
not the other
concern,
ones.
because obviously that forms part of the consent.
Yes, but I think I don't know whether it's on the green space structuring plan. I can't remember. I'll have a look. Yeah, I realise that, but the whole thing is that the plan that was being proposed to put it on isn't one of the ones that's going to be approved if planning permission was granted. That's the whole point, I think, that you're making,
Yes.
isn't it? I'll have to have a think about that.
Of course, and of course, I mean that there is a logic in that, because of course you or the Secretary of State at your recommendation wouldn't be approving any of the other stuff outside our red lines.
Well, exactly.
So I mean it doesn't really make sense for other things to be shown on there as if you or the Secretary of State were approving the wind farm or whatever, solar farm.
No, but I mean the Secretary of State would only be approving, or at least considering, let's put it more neutrally, would only be determining, if you like, the proposal within the red line.
Correct. Of course.
So,
of course, that's
you know,
right, yeah.
it doesn't really matter what goes on outside it.
That's sort of my point.
Well, I know it's your point, but
Yeah.
I mean, I can see both sides of the
Okay.
story, really, in this case. I don't think there's any reason to actually make a on-the-spot judgment. I'll have a think about it and decide. Okay. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to just talk about is timetable. Because, as we know, Mr. Young might or might not want to cross-examine Mr. Bashforth. Now, I know he wasn't on the original list, but nevertheless, he's made that intention quite clear and was actually here for 2 days. So, you know, the fact is that I think he needs to be accommodated, put it like that, one way or the other. Right. Now, we understand he's in the High Court, which can't be helped today, maybe tomorrow. But the communication with programme officers is from Mr. Young is that. Sorry, I know you're here already, but you correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm saying it for people elsewhere. That he'll listen to Mr. Bashforth's evidence in chief.
Brilliant.
And then obviously have to listen back, I guess, on the live stream, or however he does it anyway. And then he will make a decision. Now, as I understood what you said yesterday, you thought the evidence in chief will be finished today.
It'll be finished before lunchtime.
It will be finished before lunchtime, right? Well, I mean, you know, the fact is that we actually the programme officers put out a revised programme with all the timings and asked for comments, and no comments came back to say that the time estimates were not as they had been, you know, given. So that's why it was programmed for 3 days. So it's not unreasonable to consider that Mr. Young might have thought that Friday would be quite a safe day to.
Of course,
you know.
we're not resisting.
So if it comes to, we might have to come back on Friday and finish. I'm not, you know, unless Mr. Young wants to do it remotely. I mean, I suppose it depends on how much, if any, he might not want to at all, but how much he actually wants to ask. If it's only a couple of questions, he might be happy to do it on remotely. If it's more than that, then it might be better if he comes. So I think we will have to.
We're happy to take the lead from him once he's.
But I'm just warning you that you might be thinking you're going to be having Friday off, but that might not be the case.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Pereira, obviously you're the first one to cross-examine.
Yeah.
So are you going to amend your time estimate?
I certainly am, yeah. So I went through all our notes yesterday, and
Helen's very unhappy with all this amending. She's shaking her head.
I'll be honest.
I don't know, one minute we're overrunning and everyone's wishing we were taking less time. And now everyone's complaining that we're making good progress, but there we are. Such is life. I've gone through the notes. Mr. Simons and Mr. Dygan, I think, have done a great job in crystallising what the actual issues are between us and what's in dispute and what isn't in dispute.
Okay.
And I'm not intending to kind of try and prise open Mr. Bashforth's waiting or anything like that, because ultimately that's for you, and he'll just repeat what his case is. So I've got between 1 and 2 hours of cross-examination. I can't say whether it's going to be closer to the 2 or to the 1, but on the current time estimates, I'll certainly be done today. And it may be that Mr. Bashforth's cross-examination by the parties that are here today is done, but that depends on my learned friend as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Barnes, what about you?
Probably between 45 minutes and an hour, Ma'am. I do have some things to ask about, but I'm not currently intending to duplicate anything which Mr. Pereira covers.
No, of course.
That's it.
And you're going to be doing that on behalf of both the 5 parishes and the action
That's
group?
correct, yeah, it's joint.
Yes, okay. Well, I mean, at the moment I've got a few questions.
I'm sure.
Again, you know, obviously won't ask things that have been asked already. So, I mean, it does look as if we are actually going to finish Mr. Bashforth today, really.
Seems almost too much to sort of hope for, but
really.
anyway.
Now, I have to say that, I mean, because of the fact that the programme officers did ask whether, you know, about the programme, I haven't finished preparing for conditions, and so I don't really. It's a shame, really, because we could have used these 2 days for conditions, and but you know, there's a lot of them to go through. I mean, I've only just started on the north site, to be honest, so it's going to take a day, or at least a day, to go through them all for me. And I wanted actually to do that, and then give them, you know, send them to you in advance so that people could have a look. Track change.
That would be fantastic. If
well, it would, wouldn't it? You know, this is obviously without prejudice, as you understand. So that, you know, that would sort of perhaps close down the length of time that we spend on conditions.
Definitely.
Just in terms of programming, it sounds as though a sensible approach might be that we finish the cross-examination of Mr. Bashforth during today, and if possible, then Mr. Young indicates this evening whether he wants to cross-examine or not, and then we can finish Mr. Bashforth any re-examination and your questions tomorrow, rather than being held here until Thursday night when Mr. Young tells us, say.
No, so over to you. Do you think that would be, he'd be able to tell us tonight? Well,
I've asked him to, I mean, I'm really loud.
what do you
Here at home. Thank you. Chris doesn't know, but his case might only be for today anyway. So,
right, okay.
So if he's got any cross-examination, he'll come to Kent tomorrow. But I've told him that if he could listen in today and confirm by tomorrow morning if he has got any questions, whether or not he can do those remotely or if he wants to do it in person.
That would be great. I mean, obviously, that's super helpful. If there was any way of confirming, I know he's obviously he's juggling about 8 things at once, but if he could confirm tonight or today, that might also be really helpful, because then we'd know more about, we could take a view tonight as to what's actually going to happen tomorrow. But
well, I think in light of that, the sensible thing to do would be to do the in-chief, do all the cross-examination, apart from maybe Mr. Young, and then stop, okay? And then reconvene tomorrow morning when we hopefully will know what's happening with Mr. Young, and then he'll either be here or on screen or whatever, and he can, or maybe not, ask his questions, and then I'll ask mine, and then you'll do your examination, and then that will be it. So that might be a good way of doing it, and if his High Court case carries on, of course, till tomorrow, we'll have to rethink.
It may be, yes, we'll have to rethink, which is why all the more helpful if he could let us know tonight
So I think
what the story
we
is.
need to know, yes.
You should have a sense of it, you would have thought, by this afternoon as to whether his case will be going on.
Yes, okay. All right, I think we'll just have to, that's all we can do at the moment.
Yeah, noted.
Is that all right, everybody? Good, all right then.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, okay, so we will now start, if you'd like to, anything else anybody wants to raise before we start?
No.
No.
Not from us. Thank you very much.
All right, jolly good. So would you like to introduce your witness, please?
I certainly will. Right then. Good morning, Mr. Bashforth.
Good morning.
Now, Madam, Mr. Bashforth has produced a proof of evidence, obviously, which for those following along at home is 37.11.2. He has also produced a set of appendices, which is document 37.11.3. And you tell us, Mr. Bashforth, on the third page of your proof who you are. You're Sean Bashforth. You set out your different academic and professional qualifications and affiliations. You're a senior director at Quad, who you tell us are one of the largest consultancies in the country, with offices in London and Leeds. You've been advising clients for over 27 years on housing, regeneration and infrastructure projects. You've been an expert witness in planning inquiries, compulsory purchase inquiries, and also in the Lands Chamber.
That's correct.
Now, you set out, just again for ease of reference, so I don't think, just a slight departure, I was trying to look for the call-in letter itself in the IDs and in the CDs. I'm not actually sure it's the call-in letters, plural, I suppose, one for each application. I'm not sure they're there, but maybe it doesn't matter, but they should be, I was thinking. So anyway, just a note to maybe come back to that. But for now, you set out the questions upon which the Secretary of State has asked the inspector to advise him at 1.7 of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
We touched on some of them yesterday with Mr. Digan. But just to let our inspector know now, what we're going to do is broadly follow the structure of those questions as we move through the evidence in chief and make sure that the inspector's got a clear note of what you think about each of those questions, more or less in order, I think, as we go through. And indeed, you've structured your proof broadly in that way as well.
Yes.
Is all of that right?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Okay, right then. So, we'll come on to your actual evidence in a few seconds, but just before we do, we've handed around an errata sheet and a clarification sheet just now, and I've emailed a PDF to the programme officers. Is there anything to say about it?
Not really. Hopefully you'll read it through and it's obvious there's some typos in there. So first one at 2.10 of my proof, the science park clearly isn't 5,200 square metres, it's 52,000 square metres, so I missed a zero off there, so that's pretty obvious. The second one, 5.9, that's just an update to the reference from the Wimbledon judgment, which came out a couple of months after my proof of evidence, so just to clarify that. And the rest, 5.18, just the wrong reference. 7.16, again, just I've got the wrong word, economy, it should be rather than weight. And then 13.2, this was just double checking because, as we know, there are an awful lot of heritage assets in this, and it's I thought I'd double checked everything, but I double checked them again against Mr. Digan's evidence, and what I identified was that what I've done in my evidence is effectively identify all of the assets which have a low and above impact, if you like. So if it's below low, I hadn't identified them, but just cross-checking, I did identify that the non-designated assets, they have a low one on SBCs, on swells, so effectively just for completeness and just so there isn't an inconsistency. That's why I've added them in, but it doesn't change my assessment. And the other two, 13.26 and 17.16, just typos effectively.
Thank you. Just on one of them, just before we leave it, on your revision to your 5.9, you've referred to that Wimbledon judgment, and you've said at the end of the paragraph that deliverability, this is the bit that you've added, deliverability doesn't affect the merits of the grant of planning permission. Can I just check, in your proof as it was, or as it was pre-Wimbledon, as it were, when you submitted it, your evidence as it was originally, was deliverability and consideration of it part of your planning balance analysis?
No, it doesn't come up at all.
Perhaps for reasons that we'll come back to, but thank you. Right then, that's the errata. Now, turning then to, but we'll come in a moment just to what the key features of the scheme are, in your view, that need to be weighed and understood before we get on to how it accords with or doesn't accord with local national policies and all the rest of it. But what do you consider are the key points of broad context, locationally, strategically, that the Inspector and the Secretary of State needs to take note of in their planning analyses?
Yes, so 4 main points, just to kind of set context really, and it kind of flows through to the rest of my analysis. The first one is the national policy imperative for growth, particularly in relation to housing crisis. So I don't know, Madam, if you want to turn things up, or I can just give you the references. We've kind of heard a lot of this evidence before. So, for instance, 430 of my proof of evidence, I quote the Housing Minister, and again, you'll have heard this a number of times at the inquiry. So
4.30.
4.30 and
4.30, that's on page 22.
Yes, and amongst other things, and I've highlighted it, the government's inherited an acute and entrenched housing crisis. And again, 4.35
Of your proof.
of my proof, sorry. And again, if you just look at the highlighted and underlined areas, the sheer scale of housing crisis demands a radical response. Again, that's from the government's milestones mission-led government. And finally, paragraph 4.36 of my proof, again, just highlighting the first sentence of that, increase the supply and deliver the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation, ensuring that benefits of house buildings are felt by those on lower incomes.
Does.
Sorry, am I not?
I think it's...
Is that audible, or shall I move over?
I can hear you, but not because of the microphone. I can't hear anything coming.
Oh.
Can people hear it?
Well, I don't. Nobody's contacted me yet.
Maybe just keep, yeah. It's a bit tricky with the act. Do you want to, yeah, do you want to sort of get more round to talk to the microphone? I don't know whether it's a bit fiddly. Yeah, I don't want you to fall off. Yeah, I turn it back on, sure. It's gone off.
There we go. Thank
All
you.
right.
So,
Yes.
So sorry, I was at 4.36 of my proof of
That's
evidence,
all right.
and
Yeah.
just reading the first sentence of that quote from the government's plan for change, and that's increase the supply and deliver the biggest boost to social and affordable housing in a generation.
So what do you take out of all of that? I mean, why do you refer the inspector to those statements from government?
I mean, these are a real step change in the government's approach to housing and planning generally, growth and house building, particularly affordable housing as well. They are the things that they put front and centre of their policy position. And that came out very quickly after they came into power, and particularly at the same time as the MPPF came out in December last year. So again, very clear messaging in terms of what they're trying to achieve with the planning system.
Okay.
And by decision makers as well.
To what write that down. Sorry, I thought you were writing. To what extent has local policy in Swale caught up with this government and its objectives?
Clearly, it hasn't, because obviously there's been no change to the local plans since those government statements and the MPPF. Right.
You said there were 4 points of context. What's the second one?
Yes, the second one is, and again, this will be very familiar to those that have read the applicant's statement of case. The second one is the site's location in the Kent Thames Gateway. So again, it really is an important context for these proposals. And again, I'll put the references. Don't necessarily need to turn my proof up, but under that sort of imperative, if you like, there's a long-standing regeneration imperative. So it's been going on for decades, and you'll have seen that in evidence, Madam. And it still continues. It's unfinished business, if you like. There's still poor performance and unfilled potential. And that's dealt with in Tom Dobson's evidence at paragraph 4.4.
Just for our inspector's note, Mr. Bashforth's proof from page 8 in particular has a section on the Thames Gateway that I won't have to read through.
Paragraph 2.22, just for...
And onwards,
yes.
just really for the note. Okay. What next?
And sorry, just the last piece on Kent Thames Gateway. Of course, it's integral to the local plan, as we've heard over the last few days as well.
Yes.
So again, that's addressed in my proof of evidence in paragraph 4.6 onwards.
Maybe I will just ask you one thing about that, actually. There was discussion about that with Mr. Digan yesterday, and Mr. Digan's approach, and I think I'm summarising it accurately, was that he had made an error up until and including his proof of evidence, and the nature of the error is that he thought the application sites were outside the Thames Gateway as per the local plan, rather than inside the Thames Gateway, and he now accepts they are. However, his position is that is of no matter when it comes to applying the local plan, essentially. I'm just trying to summarise what he said. I may not have done it justice.
Yeah.
So, do you think that he's right about that?
I don't. There's two parts to it, I think. One is the overall strategy of the local plan, what it's trying to achieve. It's trying to place growth and regeneration in that area. So you can't ignore that when you have a proposal which is in that area at a strategic level. A lot of discussion over the last few days has been about, well, I've applied the policies on a kind of development management perspective, but
Been through the words in the box.
Exactly, but that doesn't really address that. The strategy is this, and are we consistent with that strategy is the key question.
Okay. Thank you. Right, that was the second of your 4 preliminary points.
Yes, so the third one, and again, you'll have seen this in evidence, Madam, a number of times. So it's the comprehensive nature of the schemes themselves, particularly together, so the north and south together. So it's the combination of homes, employment and infrastructure. And again, we've seen in the evidence, it's the mutually reinforcement of those benefits, how they work together. So, for instance, Mr. Dobson in paragraph 6.3 of his evidence makes reference to that. Sorry, Mr. Dobson, Tom Dobson's evidence, paragraph 6.3. And I actually consider it as a specific benefit of my own in the planning balance as well. So
why? I mean, what? I mean, this is not the only mixed-use scheme that you know that in the world. Why do you think it's beneficial, in particular, that you're doing this sort of homes, employment, and infrastructure through the same scheme?
Yes, so it's delivering all of the things the schemes themselves need. So it's the infrastructure that goes with it. It's the roads, it's the schools, it's the health centres, it's the green infrastructure. All of those things come together. And critically, that helps to take the pressure off as well by providing those things off the existing town's problems, if you like, or the concerns we've heard from local residents over the last week or so. And just to contrast that, perhaps with the small and medium-sized schemes.
When you say small and medium, just to give us that people have different gauges, what kind of things are you thinking?
I'm thinking the sort of size schemes that have been consented at appeal. So perhaps 100 homes, 250 homes.
The Swanstree Avenue appeal,
Yes.
the Ufton Court appeal, those sorts of couple of hundred homes.
Exactly. So those schemes, they're delivering homes, which is very important, but they're not of a scale to have the critical mass to deliver the wider infrastructure. They're not providing on-site GPs. They're not providing schools on-site. They're providing contributions to those things, but they're not effectively solving the problem, if you like. So it doesn't sort of provide that comprehensive providing the needs for the actual new population.
Yeah.
They're not doing that necessarily. They're almost they'll try and pay for that, but there's not necessarily the solutions to deliver that.
What about when it comes to green infrastructure?
Yes, same thing. So again, they'll have local green space, but they're not directly addressing the wider issues in terms of the deficiencies in the wider area.
Thank you. And the road side of the equation
Yes.
that this scheme's bringing forward. Obviously, we'll come on to how you weigh all of that and how you deal with it in your evidence. But how does that link into this comprehensive nature of the scheme that you identify?
So again, it's not the whole point is to try and meet the needs of the proposed developments, both north and south, or north on its own if it's delivered that way, and also address pre-existing problems as well. So again, none of those schemes can address those things on their own. The other thing, just perhaps to highlight as well, is the affordable housing provision as well. So Claire Dickinson's evidence explains how the smaller schemes don't have the critical mass for the registered providers to actually want to take the affordable housing forward. So just some references perhaps to that. So paragraph 6.25 and 7.15 of her evidence. Sorry, of course, sorry. 6.25 and 7.15.
Of Miss Dickinson.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Right then, and fourth then in your preliminary points.
Yes, so of course I can't ignore this. I recognise there are significant harms and there is conflict with the development plan. When read as a whole or individual policies, that's just to an extent an inevitable consequence of the plan being out of date.
Thank you. And I'll ask you in due course to get on to how you say it should all be dealt with in the balance.
Yes.
All right. So, next then, before we get on through, turn to the questions in the Secretary of State's list, the first preliminary thing I just want you to be clear on is the scheme, what its key elements are in your opinion that inform your exercise. Obviously, the inspector's seen the development specification and all the rest of it, and also, I suppose, as part of that, how it is coming forward, by which I mean the outline nature of it, the tiered approach, how we get to reserved matters, that kind of thing.
Yes. So I'm not going to just go through the whole of the scheme. You've heard it from the architect, you've heard it from Mr. Wilde, did a very clear explanation of how the roads and things worked. So just to stress from a planning point of view and kind of my summary, if you like, they are very significant in terms of a scheme and comprehensive, as I said earlier. In terms of the northern scheme, even that on its own is what I call comparatively large. It's 1,250 homes, which is over a year of the local housing need of 1,048 homes. And it does itself include a primary school, local centre, and the social infrastructure as well. That scheme also, as we've heard, includes the Northern Relief Road, which has been identified in the local plan, which, looking at it sort of objectively, it is quite a large piece of infrastructure for that size scheme. It's identified in the local plan, as we've heard in AS1, and it provides the missing link between the industrial areas and the A2 corridor. So again, going back to the point about, is it delivering what it can? Yes, it's probably, in terms of the size of the site, it's probably doing more because it's addressing pre-existing issues in terms of what the traffic in Sittingbourne and air quality issues.
Thank you.
I don't know, there's been a lot of discussions at Stones Farm. I could just come up to perhaps one point that was discussed yesterday, if that's
Sure.
all right, just as a bit of interjection, just going through the schemes. There was, Madam, I think you asked Mr. Dygan yesterday about, as a reasonable public authority, would they, what would they do, if you like, in terms if they in terms of the land ownership of that site, because they, as we know, they're going to have a land transfer whenever it happens.
Oh yeah, yes.
What would a reasonable planning authority have done? So again, the council would have to ask that, but again, I would expect a reasonable planning authority to respect the decision of the Secretary of State. But I think it's more important than that from a planning perspective. We know the council in their local development scheme are waiting for the Secretary of State's decision. So the logic of that must be that the actual new local plan will have effectively build on top, if that's the right term, or actually use Highsted as its key part of its strategy, if you like.
I think that's what Mr. Duggan essentially said as much. Yeah.
So it would be perverse for the local authority, as a reasonable public authority, to almost stifle the delivery of its own local plan strategy, if you like, by not transferring that land.
Thank you. So that's your summary of headlines on the north. Obviously, we'll get into some bits of it in more. Oh, sorry.
Can I ask you,
Yes.
could you just explain a bit more about that? It'd be perverse for the local authority not to transfer that land, what, free of charge? Or do you
Well, I'm not a surveyor. I'm not a compensation surveyor either. So again, there must be a commercial thing, and then there's all sorts of local authority best the ways they have to procure things as well. But again, beyond my, but from a planning point of view, that was my point, if you like. So yes, I'm sure there will be some money exchanged, but in principle, it must make sense that the council wouldn't want to stifle the delivery of its own local plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right then. That's headlines on the north. Obviously, there's more to say about the north, but we'll come back to the detail. On the south.
Yes, so again, in my experience, and again, I don't know if anyone's going to do top trumps, if you like. It is one of the largest planning applications in recent times. I'm sure people may come up with an alternative in terms of what it is, but particularly when you add the north to it, it's a very large scheme.
For what it's worth, I'm not sure. I don't know whether the inspector's got any. I did do a search on pins. I don't think there's ever been one even really close to this in terms of scale. At least so far as pins is concerned. I don't know. Obviously, at the local level, things get approved.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly new towns may change that, but at the moment it is a very large scheme, and that's why I say the benefits are potentially massive in paragraph 16.1 of my proof. And again, just to reiterate the point for the Southern, which is a combination of both schemes, it is that housing, employment and infrastructure which are needed, and it's at the scale that allows it to meet the needs and deliver that self-reinforcing kind of deliver its own needs, but also provide for the wider ones of the area as well.
Could I just ask something? I'll get onto the outline nature of the scheme in a minute. But you said one of the reasons you think the benefits might be massive is because, among other things, it's one of the largest, certainly combined anyway, but one of the largest planning applications the planning inspectorate's ever considered, maybe the largest. How does I asked Mr. Dargan about this as a planner? How does scale feature or feed into your judgments about weight of benefits?
Yeah, so clearly scale's not everything. It's not scale at all costs. It has to be the nature of the proposals as well. What are they delivering, and how does that respond to the challenges and bringing it in over the surrounding area, if you like, and the needs at all levels.
More of that anon, yes, when we get to how you balance things.
Yeah.
Okay, and then yes, as part of this, you've summarised the north, summarised the south. There's been some discussion over the course of the inquiry about the structure of these two applications.
Yes.
Could you give us the headlines on that?
Yes. So as you're going through the conditions at the moment, Madam, you're probably seeing that very in sharp focus in terms of the tier 1, 2 and 3. Okay. Yes. So in essence, that's what it is. We're at stage tier 1, if you like, where the parameter plans and development specification, they are the principles. Mm-hmm. They've been informed by engagement with Design Southeast. You'll have seen that in the design and access statements. And again, I can give references if that's of assistance in terms of that engagement and how the scheme responded to those. So the most up-to-date design and access statements are, I think, addendum 2.
I was going to ask, do the addenda DASs actually are they complete documents in themselves?
No, I mean, it's, as is always the case with design access statements, I think all of the key principles and the things that have informed things tend to be in the original. What happens in the addendums is how changes were taken into account and how the scheme evolved. So you do end up in the addendums of what the final scheme was, but it explains the narrative of how that was, how the scheme changed and why that was. So
you need to
you do particularly, but you do. So unfortunately, there's not just one addendum, there's one before that as well. But
is there?
Yes.
Is that in the
it's in the core documents, yes. But I think
there's only one in there.
There's
Can
two.
we check? I don't.
Yeah, of course. No, I think there's an original design access statement, and the ones
Yes.
I've got are. It's kind of telling because they do say addendum 2 on them as well. So.
Could you just give me the reference?
So CD 1.8 and 7.8 are the addendum 2.
Yes, that's quite right. And then there's a 1.7.
Yeah.
Just give me all the DAS.
So DAS 1.6 the north 1.6 original.
South.
Sorry. Oh, you just want the originals. Sorry.
Wait, I don't want them all.
Can I just give you the north first, and then
All
I'll
right.
flip that.
Go on
So north
Yeah.
1.6 is the original.
Yeah.
1.7 is the first addendum, and 1.8 is the second addendum.
I see, right.
But if it does assist in terms of not having to read all of it, I think it really is the main 1.6 and 1.8 and 7.6 and 7.8. So the original one with the second addendum tells you where the
Tells you
scheme
the
ended up
story.
effectively.
And just to give you the references on the south, you've already had them. 7.6 is the original, 7.7 is the first addendum, 7.8 is the second.
Righty-ho. Thank you very much.
Yes. So you were saying, sorry.
Yes. So, you know, they've been informed, they've been revised, they've been updated. One thing that's clear as we've been going through this inquiry is there's been an awful lot of focus on the detail, understandably. What there is with the scheme as well, though, not just those parameter plans, there are a number of illustrative drawings, both at framework plan level, but also illustrative schemes. And critically, that shows how they can work. Again, that's a very common approach. And the detail will come in due course. I think another issue, just to sort of highlight, again, this came up again yesterday, actually, the principle of an outline application, which Mr. Dygan accepted was acceptable in principle.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rule 6 parties raised a slightly different question. I think theirs was mainly in relation to heritage matters.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something we often consider when we're proposing large schemes, or because flexibility is important to clients. And you know, in principle, I don't think there's anything stopping or kind of precluding having an outline for something close to heritage assets, for instance. The illustrative scheme demonstrates a reasonable worst case, particularly for things like the highways. And then in terms of the heritage aspects of things, I think there's a reference to the SERDA report in terms of raising concerns about that in
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
the SERDA report. I think that
was
from the
the-
Rule
The
6
SERDA
parties,
report.
yes. So I think the reference just from the other day was CD 4.70, paragraph 6.23. So there was concern about it outline near heritage assets. Interesting to note that Council didn't raise it a concern in Ms Zone's evidence in terms of enabling her to do her assessment of harms. Nor did Historic England. They didn't raise the nature of the outline application as a concern either. And again, from experience, Historic England can be quite vocal on those things when we've been doing tall buildings in London or been doing large schemes in London. They do tend to sort of raise concerns if they've about the nature of an application. Not here.
Okay. What's this phase? Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3.
And just before,
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
before you go off the outline question,
Yes.
you remember I asked, this was a long time ago now, we were talking about the highway, especially the southern area and the highways and so forth, and the new junction.
Yes.
And I think it was established that the actual plans for the junction were fairly detailed, really,
They are.
by the time they sort of finished. And I think I asked the question, well, wouldn't it have been, maybe if Mr. Wire, wouldn't it have just been easier to have had the that element and maybe the routes of the north and south strategic roads in detail? I think that was the question I asked him. I got an answer to that. But have you got any comment on that?
Yeah.
There's an awful, you know, it would have probably avoided a lot of the discussion about, you know, viability and all sorts of things.
No, you're right, madam. And in effect, what has actually been provided with the application is equivalent to what I'd expect almost a detailed application to be for those roads. In terms of the, you know, we've got chainage diagrams. I do a lot of infrastructure, so I'm very familiar with seeing in train, and all of the things that Mr. Wild's team have prepared. The key point, though, is flexibility and actually allowing the, you know, there's a whole series of further consensus we've heard during this inquiry. It would be how do you deal with that sort of evolution of the design, and it is evolution. How do you deal with that in the planning process? Because what would you do? Would you have detailed drawings and then have to come and do a section 73 to change them? Or would you have a condition notwithstanding what's shown on the drawings, you know, you've got to change them? So in essence, because it's got almost and certainly will have to be refined and evolved as stage 2 safety audits happen as further.
Because the whole point is, isn't it, that the infrastructure's got to really go in before, right at the first stage,
Yeah.
and it's got to be completed before any of the development is occupied. So in a way, years 1 to 3, which is I think what you're proposing,
Yeah.
the infrastructure goes in. I mean, that would be the duration of a normal planning application, wouldn't it?
Possibly,
Planning permission,
Yes.
rather.
Again, it's all of that flexibility in terms of the further approvals. It's not just planning approvals. We've heard from National.
Well, yeah, but that's the case with any
True.
infrastructure development.
Yes, but I think it's that. How do you refine it within the restrictions of a detailed planning application? That's the trick. That's the real difficulty.
Okay.
Okay. And when it comes to, you've talked about some of the further consents or the further detail that comes down the line. These references to tiers. We're at tier 1, as you've explained at the moment.
Yes.
What's tier 2 and what's tier 3?
Yeah, so again, when, Madam, you get the chance to go through the conditions, hopefully it becomes clear about what the different tiers are. And tier 2, as you'll see in those conditions, sets out a lot of strategies to be agreed, delivery particularly in terms of things like affordable housing and design codes as well. And one of the reasons why we've put that urban and civic note in, and you'll see that's at ID 174, is just to show how consistent the approach being taken here is to that approach.
I could just give the inspector a reference to hunt down later. There's 3 tier structures talked about in that note at pages, in particular 10 and 11. Oh yeah.
174.
100 point.
Sorry, 0.74.
100.70. 10 and 11. I think. Are there any other pages you'd like to refer to? I'm just looking at it now. There's a discussion of the 3-tier structure in other strategic new settlements. I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
No, that's the one. Yeah.
Thank you. Right then. So.
And sorry, obviously, last one is reserve matters.
Yes.
Tier 3.
It is, yes.
Tier 3.
And tier 2 would be, under this model, would be obtained by the master developer.
Absolutely, that's critical to the whole master developer model, if you like, and that's again another reason to put in the urban and civic thing, just to confirm that's the way things work. It's that coordination of the infrastructure, effectively providing plots for housing builders to sort of be able to deliver their homes and focus on what they. Sorry.
Oven-ready plots, are they called?
I think I've heard it use that term.
Service
Yes,
plots.
service plots.
Service
Yes.
plots. I'm having flashbacks now to the viability sessions.
Yeah, service plots.
Yes.
And then tier 3 would be obtained by the house builder.
Yes, but again, they have to be pursuant to the strategies and design codes that are established by the master developer. Which
As I understand it, the master developer would in fact seek certain bits of tier 3 consents in respect of some of the infrastructure.
yes, correct. But the
yeah.
yes, I mean the house builder I would imagine they'd be the ones more the design of the housing plots.
Well, obviously, the county councils would also get involved when
Yes.
it comes to reserve matters for things like schools.
Okay.
Right. Those are the tiers. Okay.
Yes.
Let's move on from what the applications are for. We'll come, as I keep promising, to the questions from the Secretary of State, but just before we do, key points on the local plan. I mean, we've spent many hours now doing a page turn of the local plan with Mr. Dygan and with other witnesses as well. But just your headline thoughts, without necessarily trawling through, on both the current local plan and the emerging local plan. So, current local plan first.
Yes, first point, it's out of date. And I explain that in paragraph 4.3 of my evidence. And it's based on 774 homes per year compared to the local housing need of 1,048, as we know. And again, paragraph 4.3 of my proof of evidence, I then go through why it's out of date.
Okay.
So again, we can turn this up, or I can just summarise. There's a 5-year housing land supply, as we know. There's policy ST2. They never got round to updating the local plan by April 2002, as recommended by the local plan inspector and as set out in that
I
policy.
think, to be fair, she went a bit further than recommending. I think she required it.
Well, made the modifications to the plan, correct? Yeah. And again, the current local plan's quite old, particularly by the time the end of this inquiry, if it's next year.
This inquiry.
Yeah, it'll be 8 years old. So
Yeah.
we've heard this in evidence, several MPPFs since the current local plan, which was based on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, more on that later. On the emerging local plan.
Yes, so just again, let's not trawl over all the evidence, but just a few points on the emerging local plan. We know from the evidence base, which has some weight, as we've heard, there aren't enough brownfield sites to deliver all of the housing needs. So we do need to look at greenfield sites.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, I think Mr. Dygan agrees with you.
Yes. The other point on that is there's only limited places where growth can go.
What do you mean by that? Limited places for growth to go?
So again, we've seen this in evidence all the way through the inquiry in terms of constraints, those high-level constraints of the special protection areas, the ecology constraints, flood risk, and national landscape.
Right. It's better that you've got in mind that Peter Brett study. And,
correct. And even in the current local plan, there's several diagrams in there, isn't there, showing those constraints. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And the final point is, because we're going to have to look at greenfield sites, it's going to be necessary to conflict, if you like, with some of the things the council's currently trying to do in its current local plan. So some of the gaps and the agricultural land as well. So I think the Rule 6 parties acknowledge this as well. But again, I say in my evidence that it's in the local plan review, one of the sites the council were looking at was a Duchy site.
You mean the Faversham site?
The Faversham site,
yeah.
Yes. And what's quite telling about that is there's an awful lot of Grade 1 agricultural land in that site, or proportionally. Not Grade 2 and 3 A and B, Grade 1. But they're the choices the council have made, or may be making in future, because obviously it doesn't have any weight.
We saw, didn't we, in the local plan yesterday, that the plan itself, the extant plan, talks about tough choices needing to be made, and
Yes.
agricultural land's one of the things it discusses.
Correct, yes.
All right. So, emerging local plan, what status, in your view, what weight, in your view, does it have in the determination of these applications?
The plan itself has no weight, and I believe that's agreed position. The evidence base may have some weight. My view is, in some cases, it's very limited weight in terms of that evidence base.
Okay.
Again, we've heard this from Mr. Dygan, but we know the housing position hasn't been resolved, and there's no position in terms of the strategy or even the evidence base for that yet. So I don't give any weight, like Mr. Dygan, to the housing strategy, if you like, or what's coming forward as part of that.
Because there isn't one yet.
There isn't one.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the housing strategy.
Yes.
But Mr. Dygan was keen to give, I think, somewhat more weight. I mean, he said limited weight, so
Yes.
but somewhat more than weight to the employment side of things.
Yes. I don't quite understand the reasoning that Mr. Dygan's doing that, because it hasn't gone through any formal planning process yet.
Well, hang on. He said there were committees.
Yeah, well, quite. So there's been some internal resolutions within the council, but that there's been no consultation. There's absolutely no scrutiny of that in terms of the evidence base or in due course the plan itself. So, it shouldn't have any weight.
So your position, he's saying limited weight to the employment sites that the council have resolved to do
Yes.
something with. Well, how much weight do you say?
It's probably less than limited. So, it is, there might be a little bit of weight, but again, it's got no status really in policy terms.
Now, the reason for just dwelling on this for just a moment, this point about the employment sites, because they seem to have attained a bit of importance in the council's analysis. I asked Mr. Pestle whether or not, who was obviously the witness on employment, who's done all the work that's identified these sites, whether or not, in his view, the list of sites formed a basis to reduce the weight attributable to our scheme's economic and employment benefits.
Yep.
And he said no. He said no because, as he explained and agreed in cross-examination...
It was a pigeon, I think.
Oh, no! Oh, dear.
It was a pigeon.
Was a pigeon, oh, dear. Mr. Pestle agreed that this inspector and the Secretary of State have absolutely no way of reaching any evaluation of any of these quote-unquote alternatives, and there was no basis for sort of preferring one or the other against our site, or the other way round, just because they're not at that stage. That was Mr. Pestle. Mr. Dygan's view is different. He disagreed, apparently, with Mr. Pestle on that topic, and he uses the employment sites so as to reduce the weight that he otherwise would have given to this site's employment benefits for reasons that he took us through yesterday. So what's your take on this debate between the two council witnesses?
It's rather odd in terms of we've got Mr. Pestle saying that he can't really give them any weight. He's identified them, but it's something that needs to be considered further. So just because they've been through some committees, I don't see why that suddenly starts to have more weight. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Again, going back to the point of there's no consultation, there's no scrutiny.
Just as a placeholder for the inspector, this is the point upon which we'll be making legal submissions on alternative sites and closings, relying on the case that we put in. We'll leave that for now and just put it into closings. You have a section in your evidence on the process. You don't need to maybe get too drawn into how we've got here, or how the things that have or haven't happened. But just in summary, then we went through the detailed chronology with Mr. Dygan yesterday about what was consulted on when and all of that. But what are your reflections on what this council's been up to since the adoption of its local plan in 2017?
Yes, just a few points. In terms of the process, it didn't do what it committed to doing in ST2. So it hasn't had a plan by April 2022. The second point is it did things in the wrong order. Again, looking at this, again, I wasn't involved in the process at the time, but it does seem very odd that the council went straight to a Regulation 19 plan it was March 2021, or maybe in February, and I think there's something missing on the core documents list. Sorry, I should have raised this before, but I don't think the core documents have actually got the Reg 819 local plan on them. I think it's CD 14.9 seems to be the SHMA rather than the Reg 19 plan. So we just need to correct that. But
we better, note that.
14.9, I think it comes up as the 2020 SHMA rather than the local plan. But
you're looking right. You mean the old Reg 19?
The Reg 19 local plan, but.
Right.
If that was there, I'd show you a reference to, and I'm sure we can correct that, but I'd show you a reference to that plan, which is very odd in terms of it says, I'm just going to read it. Well, no, I won't. Should I read it out, or I've got the reference? I've got a hard copy because I'm a bit of a dinosaur printing everything. But
okay. You want to read it? So this is from the Reg 19.
Reg 19 plan.
So it's not. It should. It will go in then to the core docs.
Has anyone, any of the other parties got a copy of this? Okay, well,
it's on the council's website, so that's where I got it from.
What year was the Reg 19?
Content for.
well, let's listen to what he's got to say, and we'll make sure it goes on.
We need to try and.
Well, I think fairly quickly before anybody wants.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, there's a section in, it was 2021, I think it was March or February, it's certainly early.
Is this the one that you challenged?
Not me.
Is that, no, well...
Sitting behind me, yes, that's
You, I'm talking about the applicants.
Yes.
correct.
Well, they weren't the applicants.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a curious paragraph, 4.211 on, this is the hard copy, page 43. Sorry. There's a curious paragraph on page 43 of the hard copy. I'm sure the PDF is probably different when we get a link to it. This is all to do with effectively the whole strategy of the plan. And it says, section to be updated after final modelling in late spring 2021. And this is referring to highway modelling. So effectively, the council went out with a development strategy without any highway modelling. And the plan itself acknowledges that. It just seems very odd.
But just to unpack that a little bit more, I've just found the link and I'm going to circulate it to Helen and Yvonne in a minute. You say it was very odd for the council to go to as it actually goes to one of the questions that the inspector was asking yesterday about what they intend to do now, but you say that they went to Reg 19 without the detailed highways.
Without effectively a evidence base which confirms that it won't cause transport problems, or it works in transport terms, I should say.
Why do you say that was what did you say it was?
Odd, if you like.
And why do you say it was odd?
Well, when you're bringing forward effectively a draft plan, Regulation 19, which has allocations in it, some of them quite large, you would expect it to be demonstrated that it can work.
Right.
So in addition to demonstrating needs for housing and particularly employment and things like that, you would expect a confirmation through the evidence base to show how the highways would work, and it wouldn't cause, it's actually deliverable, if you like, in terms of the whole plan. But no, that hadn't been done in that initial stage. And again, this is a theme that goes on in terms of subsequent stages of the plan as well. Again, set out in my evidence. So.
Okay, thank you. What about the strategy moving forwards? I suppose for this or any iteration of a local plan that comes forward in Swale, what can we tell?
Well, at the moment, we haven't got a strategy for the local plan review because the council, as we heard from Mr. Dygan, don't know what they're doing with the housing yet. And just from the work I've read from PBA, my own view of things, I don't at the moment see any strong reason for moving away in growth in Sittingbourne. From Sittingbourne as a primary area. So again, partly due to actually the need for road infrastructure. Again, that's effectively one of the fundamental difficulties that Swale's faced over many years. Again, how would you address that issue without the infrastructure? Yeah. And again, Sittingbourne, from my own view, not having read all of the background documents and everything else, it's got the most potential. It is at that top of the settlement hierarchy. It's got the employment hubs like Kent Science Park, and it's got the regeneration imperatives as well. The legacy of the Kent Thames Gateway. And the final point is, obviously, there's a strategic need, which is all agreed by the parties, in relation to the southern and northern relief roads.
Let's just be clear on the parties. I think what you're meaning is Swale, Kent, National Highways.
Correct.
When you say there's a strategic need, just to unpack this just a little, and it might sound like self-explanatory as to what you're meaning, but there was some discussion with Mr. Dygan as to what these roads are actually for. Because he was, at some points in his evidence, suggests that the southern relief roads needed, e.g., to access the employment area or to access the houses coming forward through this scheme. When you're talking about a strategic need for the southern and northern relief roads, what have you got in mind?
So these are pre-existing needs. I mean, in some ways, the term relief is kind of a bit of a kind of an indication of what they're for in a way as well, isn't it? They are relieving congestion and improving air quality in Sittingbourne. So they are addressing pre-existing congestion challenges.
All right. On this strategic question,
Yes.
the strategic need for these relief roads, etc. As you say, a point of agreement with Swale and Kent National Highways. What's the alternative? Or as put another way, is evidence before our inquiry? Is there evidence before our inquiry of alternative strategies by which Swale could, on the one hand, grow, and on the other hand, avoid destroying its both its highways network and its air quality around Sittingbourne?
Short answer is no. I don't think there is an alternative strategy. And actually, I think what's important about that is that, you know, if planning permission wasn't granted for Highsted Park, there'd be delay in an unresolved strategy, which, again, I don't see any easy way the council are going to solve the problem, if you like. And I think that's an important material consideration to say, actually, what happens if Highsted Park is not approved? Will the council be able to get a strategy that works? We don't know at the moment. We don't know. There's certain doubts about the timescales of them bringing forward a very ambitious local plan to do that as well.
Thank you. Right then. So, changing tack and kicking off with the questions of the Secretary from the Secretary of State. The first of them, and I'm just going to get up the way it's actually worded so that we get it right. The first of them is the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes in the MPPF brackets chapter 5. So this is housing.
Yes.
Housing chapter of the MPPF. To what extent would approving the applications be consistent with the housing policies in the framework? Now, we have had some quite detailed evidence on housing specific matters from Claire Dickinson, on whom you rely.
I do, yes.
So if you could pick out then, I suppose, what you think are the critical points, leaving the inspector to her notes and what Ms Dickinson actually said, the critical points that have fed into your balance that you undertake later.
Of course. So key points in terms of the housing is it's a national priority, which I've explained. Sorry. So just in terms of the main points drawing on Claire Dickinson's evidence. So first one is it's a national priority. Yep. Short and sweet. Second one is it'll meet Swale's needs and also allow space for growth elsewhere in the borough as well. Again, that goes to the point, both in terms of highway infrastructure, but again, you'll have seen a statement of common ground between ourselves and the Duchy in terms of reviewing the amount of homes coming forward, and we agree that there is enough capacity, there is enough local housing need for both this scheme and the Duchy scheme. And I also set that out in paragraph 5.5 of my proof of evidence. So again, my very high level view of this is it's about 40%. If we look at the delivery rates, and I know there's questions about those, but if you look at, say, delivering about 400 homes per year when the scheme's up and running a combined scheme, that's about 40-ish% of the 1,048 homes local housing needs. So it's about 40%. So there's still a lot of other unmet need that a new plan needs to address, and other schemes address as well. Other points are, I believe the housing mix is agreed. Again, that's going through to section 106 at the moment in terms of the ranges on that. And again, I believe this is agreed, but there's at least a significant benefit of the housing itself, which I think Mr. Dygan agreed. I think
He's significant for the market element.
That's
yes.
right. So I say, I think very substantial. So I'm at the top of the rung, if you like.
Could I just a noddy question, but just to give the inspector what does substantial mean to you versus significant or the other words?
Kind of the next rung up, if you like. So yes.
Have you put is there somewhere in your proof which says what your scale is?
No, but
So what is your scale?
so my scale is let's start at neutral, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going upwards. So neutral, limited,
Yeah.
moderate, major, significant, substantial.
Got a lot.
I know.
A lot.
And let's add a very on top of very substantial as well. So
Yeah.
again, let's have a adjective there to kind of really amp it up as well. So
Okay.
yeah.
So-
Do you think it's useful to have quite so many? It's a bit
Yeah,
complicated, doesn't it?
yeah.
It's
Well,
not-
possibly.
It must be said it's not unheard of. A lot of Secretary of State decisions do significant and then very substantial.
Oh yes, no, I know that, but limited, moderate, major, significant.
Oh.
No, hang on. Is there major below significant then?
Yes.
What if it's significant? Is it?
Yes.
So you can have a major benefit that's not significant. That's a bit odd, isn't it?
Well, again, it's all about gradings, isn't it? So again, it's
Here's
yeah.
would be a useful recommendation to make to the Secretary of State in this letter, Madam, would be to
Well,
to
I'll
impose
make my
on
own.
us.
Thank you very much.
No, I was going to say that wasn't. That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say to impose a standard scale through PPG.
Yes, it would really. I think so.
Yeah.
Let's do-
Okay. So
again, just to explain, one of the reasons, again, because I do tend to use the sort of standard, sort of neutral, moderate, and significant. But here, it's kind of, well, how on earth do I really sort of thought about how do you really explain the scale and the benefits, because it is such a big scheme. So that's
It's
why.
just that I thought. I mean, if something's a major benefit, that sounds quite high, but yet it's not significant.
I probably interchangeable is probably fair, but I
I
do use
got
it just I do use it to my final section, the word
Anyway.
major. So anyway.
So just on the balancing of market housing, I asked Mr. Dargan about this yesterday. He's at significant for market
Yes.
house for the cumulative scheme anyway, but not very significant. And the reason that he's not at very significant, he explained, or I suppose would be equivalent to your very substantial.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both top of your scales.
Yes.
Because of the 5-year housing land supply situation, which he says is at 8 or 9, and he said if it had been at 2,
Yeah.
he would have gone up to very significant, but it's not. It's at 3.9 or thereabouts. So just your what do you say about that? And also, why are you where you are? Why are you at very substantial for the market housing? And what about Mr. Dygan?
Yeah, so I'm at the highest, again, very substantial. If you read my proof evidence, it's very substantial benefit because it is that, the scale of things is massive. And it's due to the scale and nature of what is proposed. That's why I say that. Again, not just all about scale. And in terms of Mr. Dygan, 2 points really. One is I don't really understand his logic. On one hand, if he was saying that it's not meeting a 5-year housing land supply, I kind of understand that in terms of, okay, so you've de-weighted it because it's not providing housing immediately. But
That's not what he said, though.
it's not what he said. What he actually said was, I de-weight it because there's not 2 years. It's not, the housing situation isn't worse than it is. So I don't quite
Over a 5-year period.
Over a 5-year period. So I don't quite understand that. But
Why not? Why don't you understand it?
well, it just doesn't really make sense to me. There's a housing that, it's not, there isn't enough housing, if you like, and it's not meeting need. But I think fundamentally, I don't think the 5-year housing land supply is an important consideration anyway for a strategic scheme like this. It's not something, we may have a little bit of housing delivery in the first 5-year period, but it really is when things are starting to kick off, not really starting to deliver. So I acknowledge that. So.
Okay. On affordable housing, I won't ask you too much, just because we've heard Ms. Dickinson in detail on it, obviously, and I think on the weighting side of it, you're agreed, I think, in as much as you and Mr. Dygan, certainly for the cumulative scheme, give your own top weightings
Absolutely.
to the provision of
Yes.
affordable homes.
Yeah.
So we can sort of move on, other than to say that obviously there is some detailed debate on the matter of DM8, which Ms Dickinson gave evidence on,
She did.
which Mr Dygan gave evidence on, and really then it's just to ask you to, without necessarily going through tranches of the plan, but we certainly can do if you'd like, but just to give the inspector your overall feel for the correct way to report on DM8.
Yes. So, what a terrible policy, poorly written policy, is my first observation. Really, it's incredibly confusing in terms of, trying to find out what it means.
Before we start slagging it off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look at the poor thing. Right. 13.1, and it's on PDF page 241. That Mr Bashforth's got a bound hard copy. I've not seen many of them around. The bound local plan. 241.
It's just poorly written, isn't it? Trying to find what it means, and it's interesting that the discussion we've had over the last couple of days is possibly even different from what certain inspectors have said as well, in terms of how it's interpreted as well. So it's,
absolutely,
yeah.
Everyone's entitled to their view.
Yes.
The Secretary of State will tell us what the answer is.
Yes. I think, notwithstanding that, I think what I would say is, though, I think the important thing is, again, stand back from this a little bit, is there is an agreed position on the maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing that can be delivered.
Right. You'd be forgiven for forgetting that, I suppose.
Yeah, yes. So we are agonising over the detail of the wording, but that is the critical point. It has been agreed and tested with the local planning authority.
Yeah.
For both the north and the south. There's obviously discussions about acute care, but perhaps come back to those.
Mm-hmm.
The only real debates we're having, as we know, is the 27.7% and 40% as the upward review in the review mechanism.
So just to sort of slow down on that, the 27.7% cap on an upward review, reflecting what we all agree is, quote, the assessed level of need within the language of this policy.
Correct. That's from the SHMA.
From
yes.
the SHMA, but
yes.
Mr Dargan agreed it's the most recent assessment of the assessed level of need.
Yes.
And the 40% number emerges from the box in part 1, which is for all other rural areas.
Yes.
It says.
So
that's the debate.
Yeah, I mean, just on the 40%, I know, Madam, you raised the point about is it necessary because of actually there's no evidential basis for it. I agree with that. I also...
just slow down a bit. What do you mean? Is it necessary because there's no evidential... What do you mean by that?
So, obviously, there's the SIL tests in terms of necessary directly related development and other things as well.
Right.
But if the SHMA is saying what is the local housing need...
Which is to say 27%.
27%. Why do you need to go any higher is the first question. Again, I don't know why. Doesn't make sense.
Okay.
The second point is, and you may say that, well, it doesn't matter because the developer may be able to pay for this anyway if the kind of review works. But actually, again, I've got a lot of experience of dealing with these review mechanisms. And for developers, what they like is certainty. So they know what the liabilities are, if you like. If it's a 40%, that means investment and getting finance and everything else is so much more difficult because there is a challenge about it could go higher.
Okay.
So obviously, is it necessary and is there an evidence base for it? The answer is no. That's the most important bit. But actually, practically, it is a problem as well.
All right. So, without then trespassing too far back into the sort of detail, as I'm asking this question, I can see it might be unavoidable to, or try and avoid doing too much on all the detail. What is the correct, in your view, way that this policy should be thought to work? In particular, I suppose I'm focusing on part 1. I mean, the other parts are important as well, particularly 5 and 6, but in particular part 1.
Yeah, so I defer to Claire Dickinson, and it is a lower value area in those local housing markets.
Okay. So the inspector's got the detail from Ms Dickinson on all of that. Okay.
Are you carrying on with that?
I wasn't going... No, but you certainly can. No, we can do.
My point. So it's your view that this is in a 10%. The whole thing is in with a north and south 10% area, isn't it?
On the basis of the plan, yes. Although the plan's out of date, but yes.
Yeah.
Well, is it or isn't it?
So in terms of what the plan, yes.
Mrs Dickinson explained all
Yeah,
that. She
yeah.
says it's the Sittingbourne local housing market.
Yes,
area.
yeah. In terms of the
Yes.
in terms
Yeah, in terms of the local plan.
So my question really is certainly on your argument, and I do understand that if you take the acute need contribution and it would go down below the 10%, but on your argument of not paying that, you on both sites, I think, are above the 10%, aren't you?
I don't think so on the north, madam. I think that's why Mr Dyke was explaining why they'd
I thought
just...
okay,
it
I think
all
it's
of it.
right that it's above on both, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so my question really is, why is it necessary for there to be any sort of review?
True, yes.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
when we come to the Section 106 session, I have to consider whether it meets a SIL test. Now, if the Secretary of State feels that the acute care if the Secretary of State goes along with your argument, let's just put it like that,
Yeah.
and that there isn't a need for the acute care contribution, then it would be the 10% would be delivered. So I can't see, why there is any need for a review. I mean, obviously everybody wants to have more affordable housing, but one has to think of the policy and the necessity.
I think
That's just on your argument.
Just-
I'm not saying
just to sort of
it would be agreed.
try and
but that's
assist on that. I think historically the reason that we've ended up where we are, if you like, relates to DM8 Part 6 and the Council's position in relation to that, which is to say that reference to the final 2 lines in particular. I think these 2 lines you asked about yesterday, madam, the bit about have you
the
got
higher.
well, closer to the assessed level of need, that's square brackets, that's 27%, or higher. So it was in relation to that. I think that, I mean, that doesn't answer your question, but just for some history, that's why we are here.
But you wouldn't have needed to put just in terms of affordable housing, if you were providing if it had been agreed the policy level, you wouldn't have needed to do any viability work at all, would you?
Yes, well, we've been in this position because obviously the council don't agree with our interpretation. So
That's my understanding, that the review comes about because of the 10%, 40%, and the willingness of the applicant to volunteer it.
Well, yeah, but that's not. Yeah, I mean, that's very commendable. But
if I might say, just
yeah.
sorry to interrupt.
No.
It's commendable, and there might be a question about materiality there. But from the council's point of view, given the housing situation that we're in,
Yeah,
it's very
Well, I
welcome.
understand, yeah.
Of course.
But as far as the kind of technicalities of the review mechanism are concerned, my understanding is it's come about. If you want to look at it from a policy perspective, it's justified on the basis of because of the debate between the 40 and the 10. But if it was a 10%, then if 10% was being provided, then there would be policy compliance.
I think that's
what
right.
I'm saying is that if this supposing, and I'm not saying anything's, because I don't know, but the Secretary of State agreed with the applicant that it was 10%, then there would have to be a provision, wouldn't there, in the Section 106 agreement not to apply the review mechanism.
There wouldn't need to be a provision in that because the applicant's always able to volunteer a review
Well,
mechanism.
I
But
don't
it would
think that
go-
would pass
but-
the SIL test, though, would it?
Yeah, but which would mean that you couldn't take it into account as a material
Yeah.
consideration. But
But
the
it might
applicant,
fall away. We need to get our solicitors on the case.
but the
I
applicant would
don't
be,
know, but-
the applicant would be able to volunteer it, and
We could volunteer it. Yeah.
but
I think Mr. Pereira is right. I think the reason we're here, as you can tell from Mr. Roost's instruction as well, is because of this historical debate.
No, I understand that.
About but yeah, you're right. I mean,
I'm
you're
thinking about what the Secretary of
No.
State might,
right. Of course,
you know,
if we knew,
have to
put
grapple
it
with.
this way, if we knew now, which obviously we don't know, but if we knew already what the Secretary of State's view was on the interpretation of DM8,
Yeah.
we'd know whether or not a review mechanism was or wasn't.
So it's sort of crossing all.
It's joining it all together.
yeah, and there's
I
can I add that there's a slightly more nuanced thought which I haven't really thought through, which is just what would happen to the weight given to the benefits of affordable housing provision if the 106 simply capped at 10% without any.
Well, I mean, if it met the
Different
policy requirement, then I would. This is the question I was asking Mr. Dygan,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
If it met the policy level, then would it be right to reduce the weight?
No,
of
I
it?
mean, there's a
So, you know,
case I was involved in when
a can of
Mr. Justice
worms,
Holgate specifically looked at this question and said that you don't reduce weight to affordable housing just because it's meeting policy, quote unquote, and it's just because it's not exceeding policy. And if need be, we can obviously.
Well, I'd be interested in that case.
Oh, really? Okay,
I
I'll
would
put that in if you'd like.
Yep, yep.
I'll,
I mean, I would
was-
like you to address this whole thing in your closings.
Yes, fine.
Sure.
In that, I'll circulate that. I mean, I think the programme officer is going to get sick of me circulating legal cases, but it
No,
doesn't
it would
matter.
be quite interesting,
No.
given that the points come up.
I'll do that, and then we can touch on it. We can touch on that in closings.
More
On
interesting than the one you've just put in, I must say. But
deeply offended.
I got completely lost with these finest heels. I mean, you haven't seen it, Miss Bonnie, but when you look at it,
Oh dear! I hope it'll all become.
you lose the will to live. Anyway,
Right then.
sorry.
That's DM8. So I think that might be it on DM8.
Yeah,
now. He says- he
it's
says
poorly written and it's out of date. I'll just go back to my
poorly
first
written
point.
and it's out of date. Okay. So, and also just to be, you say it's out of date. In the officer's report, the case officer's report from Mr. Dygan, DM8 was found to be given limited weight on account of its degree of inconsistency with the MPPF at that stage. He's changed tack on that now. And is saying that it should be given, I think, I can't remember, significant weight or maybe more even. What's your take, given its out of datedness and its interesting drafting? What's
Yeah,
your
I mean,
take?
I limited weight. I do think it is, it is based on a schma that's old and kind of we've had more up to date evidence on those things. The market areas, as confusing as they are, again, they may have changed as well. So the basis of the whole policy needs to be reviewed. And again, what you would hope in a new plan is they'd actually have a area with a map that goes with it, which would make life so much easier as well, because it goes back to poorly drafted.
Here's hoping that would make for very easy planning inquiries. We wouldn't have anything to talk about. Okay, thank you. So overall then, on this first question for the Secretary of State, to what extent then, in your view, would approving both applications be consistent with government policies for delivering a sufficient supply of homes in the framework?
Consistent, if I can use an adjective, very consistent as well. So, yeah.
So on that, you and Mr. Dygan are actually on the same page.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I was going to move on to another. I don't know what time. I know. I was thinking. Do we do another 15 minutes, or we could stop now?
What can you do? I mean, 15 minutes more is fine.
Fine. Okay, is that all right with you, Ms. Special?
Yep.
Okay, then we'll have a stop after that. Changing tack. Next mini topic: the economy and economic and employment-related benefits. And again, this is sort of with an eye on. Let me just get it up correctly. This is with an eye on the second question for the Secretary of State, which is the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for building a strong and competitive economy in the MPPF.
Yes.
Okay. I want you both to give us your take on what weight the economic benefits should get, and also your reflections, having heard what Mr. Dygan's got to say about all of this from yesterday. So, What's the scheme delivering, and how much weight do you give it?
Yes, and I do make it clear in my proof of evidence that I do think the council have underplayed the benefits, if you like, and I believe Mr. Dygan, at paragraph 18.8, only gives it moderate weight. I'll just explain why I think I just don't understand that. So just sort of using the sort of the combined scheme, if you like, and just going through the kind of reason for that. So first point is there's a strategically significant number of jobs. Sorry.
I didn't catch what you just... A strategic...
Strategically significant, there's that word again.
Yep.
Number of jobs.
Right. How many? How many are we talking?
So this is all set out in table 5.2 of Tom Dobson's evidence, and just for reference, that's page 34. And I also set it out in section 16 of mine. So 5,291 jobs. Again, they're all of the set out, and there's kind of wider benefits as well. Again, so strategic significant number of jobs. Second point is a massive economic boost. Again, you've seen the figures in there. Again, Mr. Dobson's evidence. £220 million GVA per annum just for Southern Development alone. Next point is new employment floor space and road access next to Kent Science Park, which improves its potential and attractiveness for future investment. Next point is improved access for wider Sittingbourne. So again, particularly the likes of the Eurolink, just to the north of here. And then it provides jobs in the key sectors identified in the NPPF. So there's labs, there's freight and logistics, there's knowledge and data-driven industry. So again, just for a reference, Mr. Dobson's evidence at 5.28 and 5.29. Yes, there will be a loss of agricultural potential. Again, I think you heard yesterday, Madam, that 25 jobs, again, Mr. Dobson calls that negligible in paragraph 5.25 of his evidence. Uh, 5.25. And then final point is it goes back to my point about mutually reinforcing positive cycle of homes, jobs and infrastructure.
Right.
And importantly, it's not just landing this in the middle of nowhere, it's where it's needed, both employment and regeneration. So again, to some references, 2.24 of my proof and the whole of section 2 of Mr. Dobson's evidence. And again, you've heard the challenges of the local area. It's section 4 of Mr. Dobson's evidence, paragraph 4.27 particularly.
One question of detail, really zooming in. There was concern just on this. You've talked about how the jobs will be in areas of the economy that the government are interested in supporting, etc.
Yes.
Mr. Dygan's concern about Class E.
Yes.
You know, it could all. Well, it wasn't really in this context, but he was talking about retail town centre first policies and all of that, and concern about the potential for retail uses, etc. Your understanding of the situation? I think it was mentioned yesterday, this is controlled in the development specification, but when you get around to the conditions, that's also going to be embedded in planning conditions as well. So it will provide a cap on the constituent land uses, and that will cap or control the amount of retail. So
the whole of the 167,000 square metres of employment, which is just for reference bigger than blue water, isn't going to become blue water because the planning conditions won't allow that. It'll be for employment uses only. So the retail will be contained in the levels which were applied for, which are effectively local centres like supermarkets and local amenities.
Sorry, you're counting the local centres as well?
No. So they're split down separately. So the employment uses are, it's the E-classes, which is all very confusing. Again, I'm still catching up on the E-classes, but it's it's what I call B2 and B8 will be separated from kind of the E-classes, and the retail ones will be separated. So to make sure there will be caps and controls that don't allow the employment areas to suddenly start becoming shops or.
Right, I see. So shops wouldn't be allowed in them, or maybe just small.
Or be controlled. There could be, there could be some form of local amenity in the industrial areas or the employment areas, but not certainly. Well, could be a very small Tesco supermarket, but as long as that's within the overall cap.
Right. Okay.
We better have a look at that at condition time.
Yeah, but that's certainly the intention. There's a cap of those things, and that effectively the budget of those things is for the residents. It's not going to become a destination in its own right. That's the important thing. So.
But I mean, in the employment areas, people are working. I mean, you can understand they want to get a sandwich at lunchtime. Or
yes, and that's the balance, isn't it? I don't know if you've been to the Kent Science Park with their cafe thing in the middle of it, and that's yes, so that's it's great as an amenity.
Site visit, we had a nice lunch there, didn't we?
But that's a great amenity for the people living. It creates a bit of activity. So it's that sort of thing, not suddenly landing a supermarket where people are going to drive to who don't have anything to do with it. So.
Okay, thank you. Now, weight then.
Yes.
You've summarised the offer, the features of the scheme so far as employment and jobs go. How much weight should the economic and employment related benefits of the schemes be given, and why?
So just double check what I said. It should be the highest level of very substantial weight on my weightings, and again, it goes back to scale, goes back to the character of it as well, in terms of it's next to Kent Science Park and it's helping that as well, but also it's providing the those sectors which the NPPF specifically identifies. So it provides that opportunity, and also there's the economic benefits from the road infrastructure as well. So that benefits not just Kent Science Park, but also the wider town as well.
So you're giving that top
weight, yes.
tier, as it were.
Yes. So just to contrast, so for instance, on the Northern scheme, I give economic and employment moderate benefits because there isn't that sort of big, huge boost from the employment area. But if I look at the combined elements, I give that very substantial benefit. So again, top of my weighting. So that's paragraph 17.16.3 of my proof.
I don't know whether you're going to deal with this, Mr. Simons. Perhaps
Please do. No, go on.
But certainly a point raised by the Five Parishes group about the change on the Northern scheme and the loss of that actual commercial 2,200 square metres. And I wondered if you'd like to say something about that.
Yes, so let me just bring up the development specifications so I can explain it with reference to that, if that helps.
Okay. I think that's an idea, isn't it? New one.
Don't have the reference, unfortunately.
Probably one of the last ones. Well, it might not be actually. No, it might be a CD. Sorry.
There's certainly an earlier version of the CDs, I think. So.
No, but we put it as a specific CD after the new plans, I think. So that will be, here we are. Yeah, 54, CD 54. And we've got the track change version, perhaps 54.1, do you think? We can see what the change was.
Ah, yes, got it. Thank you. Yes, that's the version. So if you go down to PDF page 8,
Right, just a minute. Yeah.
so what effectively has been done there is the business has, and again I think what's you can see it's been kind of put in the bottom, those two categories have been merged. So where it says EG business, that now becomes at the bottom, and possibly just need for clarity to put well, I suppose E's within that, isn't it? So it's effectively the budget for those two areas is merged.
There's nowhere that says 2,200 anymore, is there?
No, so effectively, I can't. My eyesight's not great, but I think what should have happened is the 2,200 should have been added on to what was in the. Is it 1,160 last time? So, sorry, 1,960. So that does make sense, doesn't it? So
Well, there's nothing been added on there.
it should have been added on. So the 2,200 should have been added on to the category below as the bigger budget. It's the same amount of floor space as was.
I think that needs to be.
Is it not correct? Because
I can't see any 2,200 added on. Or am I reading it wrong?
No. So again, let's just.
It just adds everything into commercial business and service.
I think it's because the 4 looks like it's possibly been crossed out. Does that make sense?
Mm.
So it should be 4,000 instead of being 1,960 as it was before.
Yeah.
It's now 4,160.
Oh, right, I see.
You see, it's confusing, isn't it? Because it looks like the 4 may have been crossed out. So.
Yes, isn't it? Okay. So basically, there's a melting pot there.
Yes.
It could be any of those things, but not necessarily.
Correct, and yes, that will be defined at tier 2. And the reason we've done that is to respond to NHS requests for possibly a larger health centre in that area. So the actual floor space, the budget of floor space is the same, it just provides greater flexibility, which will allow the NHS to have a larger health centre potentially.
And would that come under local community then? Because there's nothing about
No, yes, it would be. It would come under local community, correct?
I see.
Yes. But hopefully, on the core documents, there is the non-trapped version. I hope that's clear in that. Yeah. It is very unclear on here, isn't it?
Okay. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Right. Okay. You've talked already about Mr. Dygan's approach to alternative sites, and we won't.
Yes.
I might just so that the inspector doesn't think that we've completely lost our marbles, or maybe this won't help. Just show you a couple of paragraphs in the inquiry document. In the case. Oh, it hasn't got an inquiry document number yet. Then I won't do it. I think the legal case. Just
While we're on that, can we? I don't know where the legal cases are going, but there is a CD chapter which is for authorities, and it'd be quite nice if
maybe we'll talk
the
to
cases
Helen
all ended
on
up in
about
there,
it.
because otherwise
At the moment, I think at my instigation, but my mistake, they're getting sort of tacked onto the inquiry the new ones are getting tacked
Suppose
on.
they are inquiry documents in a way, because they're sort of
Yeah.
coming in an inquiry.
Well, they are, but they're kind of agreed, and
Yeah.
we do have a core document chapter
Yeah.
headed case authorities in it. It depends if people don't mind searching for them all over the place. But
Which one are you wanting to look at?
well, I'm not.
No, I know, but you suggested, didn't you?
You mean just in general?
Just
if you
in
might
general,
say?
when they come in, we incidentally have just put one in. You'll be pleased to know.
I saw.
Yes.
Have you?
Saw. Very
About
exciting.
housing need and weight.
Yep. I've put another one in, so it's all go. It's all go. We'll talk. We can discuss whether they all go in an index somewhere. But I
Right.
wonder whether it's not on the IDs yet. But
It is on the website.
Oh, is it?
Here's the one I had bookmarked to take them off.
oh, hang on.
What
Sorry.
you have to do is you have to refresh.
I've been
Yes.
trying to.
So
No,
if you go to,
Liesel Mannering one is the one I'm after, which is the one that I sent over yesterday.
no, that's not on there
That's
yet.
not on. So in
No.
fact, I won't do
No.
that yet. But just to give the inspector some flavour, and indeed my learned friends also some flavour as to why it is that we put in this Liesel, it won't come as a massive shock. It's not so much the facts of the case, which have absolutely nothing to do with this with these applications, but it's what's said in between paragraphs 14, 15, 16 and 17. And what is said there, just to sort of summarise, we'll expand in our closings obviously, that generally speaking, the possibility of meeting need for something on alternative sites is not relevant, not material, absent exceptional circumstances, and some examples are given of what that might be. And even if you have got exceptional circumstances, the only time I've ever used this word is in relation to this case, inchoate or vague schemes. Inchoate or vague schemes aren't relevant. And
Sorry, inchoate what schemes?
Inchoate alternative schemes. So even if you've got exceptional circumstances that might take you to looking at alternative schemes, if those alternative schemes, quote unquote, are themselves vague or inchoate,
What does that mean, please?
it means the same as vague, really. It means not without lacking detail. What was that? Not fully formed. Thank you. Not fully formed. You don't give them any or no or little weight, basically. And there's quite a bit about. I won't. It's 2 pages of cases that go into all of that. So that's why we put it in, because Mr. Digan is relying on these alternative sites, and we say that we do say that actually it's flat wrong. It's directly contrary to the principles in the law. And to be fair to him, he'd said that he didn't know about those principles. So it's not really a criticism of him, but if he had done, I suspect would have approached it differently. Leave it there. So that'll be for our submissions at the end. So in the end, though, Mr. Bashforth, back to you. On the question for the Secretary of State, again, just to remind it's the second one, is the extent to which the proposed development's consistent with government policies for building a strong and competitive economy in the NPPF. What is your assessment?
Yes, consistent or very consistent.
And again, to be fair, on that one, you agree with
Yes.
Mr. Digan hadn't gone through those policies expressly. I think he said it was perhaps implied, but in any event, he accepted no inconsistency with any of those policies.
Yes, that's my recollection.
Right then. Exactly. You took the words out of my. That would be a good tea time.
Everybody, so we will break let's have till 25 to 12. You know the rules, don't you? coming?
She's on her way, Mark, but I think
You're happy with it?
we're happy to make a
Right,
start.
happy
Thank
to
you so
start?
much.
Yeah, all right then, thank you very much.
Okay.
Right, so the inquiry is resumed, and if you'd like to carry on then, please,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Simon.
thank you, Madam. Mr. Bashforth, morning again. So we've done the first two questions for the Secretary of State are answered, and indeed they're answered as sort of with common ground with Mr. Dygan. As will the third be, I hope. The third relates to transport matters, and just to read the question, it's the third question from the Secretary of State. It is the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for promoting sustainable transport in the MPPF, and that's brackets Chapter 9, obviously. Right then. So, what is your analysis of this question?
Yes, so I deal with this in section 7 of my proof of evidence and drawing heavily on the evidence of Mr. John Wilde. In essence, in the first question about sustainable transport solutions, paragraph that's set out in paragraph 7.5 of my evidence. I can turn it up, or but in summary, what I say there is that sustainable transport is an integral element of the scheme. And it's not just a scheme, it's the strategies. Again, they'll be secured by this Section 106 and the conditions. But from a physical perspective, the relief roads includes a provision for buses, cycles and pedestrians in a landscape setting. We know we're close to Tenham Station for the north, and there is good links to Sittingbourne Station and Tenham by bus services and everything else. There's also, we know from the evidence, that commitments to high-frequency bus services and commitments to fund those as well. So, again, I think we've heard the amount of £11 million, but that will become clearer when we get through the 106 agreement and how that works. And, again, you'll recall from seeing in Mr. Wilde's evidence, in his rebuttal, he has these sort of isochrones, or if you like, catchment plans in terms of where people can walk and cycle to. So it shows where all the villages are and where people can get to different places. So that's quite helpful to show actually there is a good choice of sustainable modes from the different centres and the housing areas and employment areas. So
Okay.
in essence, my conclusion on sustainable transport is it's consistent with the MPPF and with local plan policies. And also, I understand it's supported by all the main parties, so Swale, County Council and National Highways as well. So,
Okay.
Not all the main
oh,
parts.
sorry, not National Highways, because I wouldn't have thought they'd...
No, you mean the Rule 6 part? I think
Well,
the-
they're all Rule 6 parties, aren't they? But
Oh, they are. Sorry.
Sorry,
Parish
you're right, sorry.
Council.
Yes.
Parish Council.
Parish
Yes,
Council,
exactly.
yes,
so
you're
so
right,
you
sorry.
mean the statutory consultees, as it were?
The Highway
which is to say
Authorities,
the
and
Highways
the
Authorities,
Local Planning Authority, yes.
and the LPA.
Yes.
That's sustainable transport, and on the other sort of side of the coin, I don't know if that's the right phrase, but when it comes to network capacity issues, impacts on the highways network, the other part of Chapter 9 of the framework, what's your assessment so far as those policies are concerned? In particular, obviously, we have in our minds the policies to do with severity and
Yes.
unacceptable impacts on the highways network that we went over.
Yes, exactly. So again, consistent with those set out in my evidence at 7.15 and 7.17.4 in terms of impacts. And again, I agree. I believe that's agreed with the highway and the local planning authority, or the local planning authority is deferring to the highway authorities on that.
Yes.
And then, in terms of the principle of both the northern and southern relief roads,
Yes.
again, another agreed matter with the highway authority and now the local planning authority.
Yes. Yes. Okay. When it comes to reaching a judgment on the amount of benefit, to put it crudely, the weight to be attributed to the benefits associated just with the road side of things, the highways and locational sustainability side of things.
Yeah.
What's your approach?
So there's consistency with the development plan and the MPPF as a material consideration, but then also what are the practical benefits of what it's delivering as well in terms of those highway benefits as well.
Okay.
So and that's why I say in my conclusions, again, maybe just worth reminding ourselves what I did say, but I'd give it the highest weighting because it is delivering those relief roads particularly. So when I look at the southern scheme and I look at paragraph 17.16.4 of my proof of evidence.
Sorry, what paragraph then?
17.16.4.
Right.
Okay.
And again, I give that the highest on my weighting of benefit in terms of it's delivering.
You're calling it a very substantial benefit.
Yes. And as it says there, that's because of the new relief road and associated motorway junction, reducing congestion, air quality in Sittingbourne, and it facilitates growth in the wider region as well in terms of actually providing for not just this scheme, but actually provides capacity and potential more widely.
Thank you. And I suppose just your reflections really on the council's position, Swales' position. Obviously, Kent haven't called planning evidence per se, so they haven't done a sort of equivalent. They haven't tried to weigh it in a planning balance like you have, and like Mr. Dygan has, obviously. Yes. Mr. Dygan's position originally was to give highways infrastructure, as he calls it, moderate weight as a benefit for the cumulative picture, and he's updated that in his errata sheet to significant now, which is one step up, but one step below his top. Your reflections on the council's and what you can glean on the council's approach to the weighing of the benefits associated with the strategic highways infrastructure.
So, I mean, we're more aligned, if you like, in terms of now they've gone up, if you like. But again, it's going. I do give it the highest rating for the reasons I explained. It is, again, a scheme. This scheme is delivering those wider public benefits, if you like, of those roads. And it's also, there are no issues with either the sustainable transport elements of it and the road, in terms of congestion and everything else. So it's not just, it's ticking the box. It's not just, it's a great scheme in terms of sustainability and what it's delivering, but it's also the wider benefits of, which are transport benefits, but also economic benefits as well. And as, again, I mentioned in my evidence, air quality benefits as well. So there are associated benefits with it, and that's why it's the top of the scale.
So, overall then, on the extent to which hang on, just waiting to No, there's no rush. Overall, on the extent to which approving both applications would be consistent with government policies in Chapter 9 of the Framework for Promoting Sustainable Transport, your answer is?
Consistent again, so I'm very consistent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Moving on. And again, let me just get the questions back. We're moving into the territory of the next question of the Secretary of State. And the next question is to do with the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with government policies for conserving and enhancing the natural environment in the framework. And after we've done this, we're going to come on to the historic environment, because that's the following question. Yeah. But we'll leave historic environment for a minute and start at natural environment. And there's a reference to the MPPF chapter 15. And so I suppose under this heading, we're interested, in a number of things, but in particular, we're interested in landscape and visual impacts. We're interested in the national landscape and policies that pertain to that. And also at the local policy level, we're interested in the AHLV, the area of high landscape value, and delineated in the local plan. And just to clear the table, as it were, before you start talking, there's no need to go over the detail. Certainly for my purposes of all the lands, we've heard evidence from several witnesses on landscape issues. And are we to assume that when it comes to the merits of it all, the detail of it all, you're relying on what's been said by Mrs. Brockhurst?
Yes, that's right. So I'm not going to repeat the extensive evidence we heard at the start of the inquiry.
Fine. So let's try and put it into a planning framework then for the inspector.
Yes.
How should these questions be addressed?
So I think the first point is I recognise that there is a significant harms to the national landscape and the AHLV, the areas of high landscape value. But these have been minimised and will diminish over time as the new landscape matures.
Now, if we could start in terms of a policy analysis, just
Yes.
with just a couple of bits of particular policy I'd like your view on.
Yes.
190 of the framework,
Yeah.
obviously an important, well, they're all important, aren't they? But anyway, an important policy. Just let everybody find it. So it's on page 55.
Yeah.
Right then. Now we're familiar with this now. We've been through it. We've been through it bit by bit with Mr. Digan, but can we just go through it with you as well?
Yeah. Just to say that I have accepted that it's major, so this is when it's
Yes.
triggered, isn't it? So
Yes. Right. So there's a starting point.
yeah.
Is that as I think I said the other day is something on which the parties agree.
Yeah.
So we're in the territory of major development happening within a national landscape,
Yes.
as per the first 2 or 3 clauses of the 190,
Yeah.
which means that permission is refused other than in exceptional circumstances and where it can be demonstrated that development is in the public interest.
Yeah.
And then it says consideration of such applications should include, and then we went over these yesterday, didn't we? There's A, I'll just for short, A is to do with need, B is to do with alternative approaches outside the designated area, and C is to do with detrimental effects on the environment.
Yeah.
So if you could just walk us through your understanding and approach to this policy. We heard a lot what Mr. Digan had to say to do with what counts as exceptional in his view, etc.
Yes, so I set this out in paragraph 9.6 onwards of my proof of evidence, and that's where I acknowledge, 9.6 is where I acknowledge it's major. Then I go through the 3 tests, again recognising that it's not just exceptional circumstances I need to demonstrate, but also the public interest ones. So this
Yes.
effectively does both of those things, if you like, in terms of
Yes.
those things. So in terms of the need, so the first test, that's paragraph 9.7 and 9.8.
Can I just ask before you go through them,
Yes.
do you think that if you meet A, B and C, do you meet the exceptional circumstances and public interest test? Or do you have to add something on to that?
I think it does say it should include an assessment of, so it's informed by those things, so you would expect so, but it does, when you're looking at those things, I do think you need to show it's both exceptional circumstances and there's a public interest as well when you're answering those things.
Could I just, as hopefully helpful, we'll see, trying to help with an answer to the inspector's question on which does in part involve a sort of question of, well, what's exceptional mean then? And, what's the public interest mean? Could I just take you to just a couple of references in the cases that we've been putting in? And again, just for the inspector's note and just for your note, and then I'm going to ask you about them. I'll just show you them. So there's 2 inquiry documents for the inquiry to turn to. And the 2 inquiry documents are 73 and 75. If you could just turn up those, 100.73 and 100.75. No
Yeah,
problem.
mine's very slow.
Right. Now, if we...
Right, sorry, I'm not
Oh,
there.
no, sorry.
I'm on the refresh
No.
problem. It doesn't, unless you refresh, it doesn't come up. So
Sorry.
That's it. Thank you.
I've
I've got both now.
You do? Good.
Yeah.
All right, then. If we could... unfortunately, it is slightly unwieldy because there's 2 documents, and we've got to do one at a time. So the first one to go to is 100.73, which is a case that is called Joanne Girling and Suffolk Council. Was it Joan? Sorry, I misread. Joan Girling, yeah, absolutely. And once you're there, if you could turn into the judgment at paragraph 29, page 8.
Yes, I'm there.
Just let the inspector get
Sorry, 29.
Para 29. So it's just 29 and 30 are the two paragraphs to note, and I'll just summarise what they say. Paragraph 29, Mr Justice Holgate, as he used to be, is talking about some cases, Culverton and Compton, and he says both of those were concerned with exceptional circumstances in the framework for the alteration of a greenbelt boundary, which is obviously something different, but uses that language of exceptional circumstances. He says the relevant principles were analysed and summarised in the Keep, Bourne End, Green and Wickham Council case, which is the other thing that we've got. He says the concept of exceptional circumstances is deliberately broad, not susceptible to dictionary definition. Talks about some other things. He also says that over the page, it refers to the Luton decision that exceptional circumstances in Greenbelt terms is less onerous than very special circumstances for inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. That's all about Greenbelt, obviously. At 30, the judge says, here, we're dealing with exceptional circumstances in the framework for major development in an AOMB, as they used to be called. Nonetheless, he accepts, in broad terms, that what's said in Keep, Bourne and Green may be read across to the present context. So what he's doing is accepting that what's said by him in Keep, Bourne and Green about the Greenbelt tests may be read across to the AOMB tests. Have you with me so far? You've seen 29 and 30.
I am following,
right,
yes.
So what we need to do then is to see what he's talking about, which is to see what is in Keep, Bourne and Green at 146 that can be read across to the AOMB context.
Yeah.
So if to do that, could you turn up Keep, Bourne and Green, which is document 100.75.
This is the case he's referring to.
Precisely. So, as he tells us in the bit that we've left, the relevant bit to turn to when we get there is all the way through to paragraph 146 on page 40, where he sets out some principles. For 146, yeah, sorry. Para 146 on page 40. Right. Hopefully we've all got a sentence that begins, I begin by summarising principles.
See that, yes.
So this is Mr Justice Holgate as he was summarising principles. Just to be clear, as he's explained in the other case, these are Greenbelt principles, but he's told us in the other case that they can be read across to AOMB cases as well. So the first principle is there's no definition of what exceptional circumstances are. The expression is deliberately broad. It's not susceptible to a dictionary definition. The matter's left to the judgment of the decision maker in all the circumstances of the case. Do you see?
I do, yes.
He says whether a fact is capable of being exceptional may be a matter of law, but whether it amounts to an exceptional circumstance in any given case, that's a matter of planning judgment.
Yeah.
He says at 4 that the exceptional circumstances test is less demanding than very special circumstances in Greenbelt world. He says at 7 that exceptional circumstances may comprise one factor, we talked about this with Mr Dygan, you may remember, one factor or a combination of factors of varying natures.
Yes.
And then finally at 8, he says that general planning needs, for example, general housing, are not excluded from amounting to exceptional circumstances. The need does not have to relate to a special form of housing or to a particular level of intensity. Do you see?
I do.
Right. So with all of that in mind, we can put those away. And they'll be in our closings as well, but it's just really to frame the discussion on exceptional circumstances, really. What's your approach And you can do it if you'd like to go through the three tests in
Yes.
190 first. That's fine.
Yep.
I'd like you to come back at some stage anyway to your approach as to whether or not the things that are before the inspector in this case actually meet the whether or not they add up to exceptional circumstances, or as Mr. Dygan thought, whether there might be some public benefits here, but he didn't think there was anything exceptional about them. To cut a long story short.
Yes.
In your own way.
So again, as you say, so it is a planning judgment, and it's a combination of those in this case. So when I go through, let's go through the tests in starting at 9.7 of my proof of evidence. So the test is the need for the development, including the terms of any national considerations and the impact of permitting or refusing on the local economy.
So that's 190A.
It's 190A.
Okay.
So I say in this, the southern scheme is dependent on the delivery of the motorway junction, and it's essential to provide it for the scheme itself. So that's firstly the 7,150 homes, but in practice that's the 8,400 because it delivers both.
Yes, you're talking about the cumulative.
It's cumulative scheme, exactly. So then we've got the 34 hectares of commercial development, and we've also then got the public benefits of alleviating traffic congestion, and it's been delivered consistent with the local transport plan, the strategic need for it, if you like. So it's not just something for the scheme itself. So that's the first thing I say in terms of the need for the development. And then I come on in the next paragraph to go through the national considerations.
Yep.
And I say here it's an exemplar of the type and scale of development which the government's seeking to deliver its pledge of increasing the number of homes to 1.5 million, although we know that's there's debate about that target, but fundamentally the government is seeking to make a step change in housing delivery. But crucially, it also sits in the London Tapes Gateway, which there is a long-standing regeneration objective of national significance. So again, it's the context of it, not just the scheme, and the benefits arise from that because it's solving the problem, if you like, that's been set.
Okay. So far as, well, I think actually when it comes to 190A of the MPPF, I think you and Mr. Dygan, you both, well, you agree that the scheme, that both applications meet needs.
Yes.
And he accepted, when I put it to him like this in cross-examination, that there would be net benefits for the local economy by granting planning permission. He didn't accept the converse, that there'd be net harms by refusing, but he did accept there'd be benefits by granting.
Yes.
So 190A, that's
I believe that's met. Yes.
So what about 190B?
So again, just the test here is the cost of and scope for developing outside the designated areas and meeting the need for it in some other way.
So here, the national policy is saying, can you avoid, I mean, it's summarised, can you actually do it outside the AOM, outside the national landscape? How much would it cost to do it? Can it be done?
Yes, exactly. So again, we've heard this and I've mentioned it a few times now. It's one of the few sustainably located sites where growth can happen in the Thames Gateway at a strategic scale. So those strategic level flood, SPAs and other constraints of the national landscape. It's then fundamentally, it has to be provided here because of the, you have to have, if you're going to have a motorway junction, you have to have access of it into the national landscape. It's just, there's no other alternative. So I believe that's met because there's no other way of meeting that need.
Which again, to be fair, I think on that one, on 190B,
yes,
Mr. Dygan accepts that there's no, if you're to have a road, if you're to meet the strategic need for a southern relief road, it'll have to pass into the national landscape inevitably.
Correct.
So that there's that extent of agreement anyway between the two of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Not agreement maybe on the third? Not fully anyway. So what 190C, detrimental effect on the environment, landscape, recreational opportunities, and the extent to which it could be moderated.
Yes. So I think, again, we've heard this from the landscape evidence. It is a localised impact in terms of the physical impact
On the national landscape.
On the national landscape because of the self-contained nature of the site itself.
Yeah.
And I can turn them up, but I do recall Ms Brockhurst producing zones of theoretical visibility
Yes.
for the area, and it does show actually it is very contained in terms of its visual impact, if you like,
Yes.
in terms of where you can see it from.
She did.
And her evidence also makes it clear that it avoids the more remote and tranquil parts of the national landscape as well, which, you know, I think she referred to deeply rural qualities in parts of it, but that isn't here.
Yes.
We are next to a motorway junction, and it's making...
Well, at the moment we're next to a motorway.
Sorry, we're next to a motorway, but we will be adding a junction to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And then, again, Ms Brockhurst went through the qualities of it, and we heard the evidence in terms of those qualities. I think there's some disagreement on the three that were sort of agreed to be relevant.
Mm-hmm.
But again, she's produced evidence, and I cite that in paragraph 9.13 about how much or the extent to which they are affected.
Mm-hmm.
But fundamentally, I think that there are harms. That's recognised. They are localised. And the second part of the test is they have been moderated as well. So that's the kind of key element. So,
Well, I asked Mr Dygan on this theme yesterday about if there was to be a Southern Relief Road, and as the council, at least in principle, supports through in terms of highways, and if it was to pass into the national landscape, which the council agrees is an inevitability, just given where the boundary is of the national landscape,
yes.
obviously, whether the council's case was that we could have done something, we could have done it better, we could have made it, we could have moderated, I suppose to use the language of policy, let's stick with that, we could have moderated its impact any further than we have done in any way. And his view that he explained yesterday is that we couldn't have done. That's not their case. It's not their case that we failed to moderate it as much as we should have done or could have done.
yeah.
What's your assessment of that question?
I agree. It has been, you know, it's been situated in a location where the harm has been limited, but also there's not much more you can do in terms of mitigating that or moderating it with things like planting and everything else. There is a planting strategy to reduce the visibility of it as well.
So that's A, B, and C, but as the inspector, well, not as the inspector said, to follow on from the inspector's question,
yes.
We've got A, B, and C, but those feed into, if you like, the overriding criteria of exceptional circumstances and public interest.
Yes.
I'm going to give you a sort of couple of theses that come out of Mr. Dygan's evidence, just to sort of test where you are on exceptional circumstances. His take was, for instance, that, well, there's no highways safety concern here that the scheme would be redressing, and therefore, among other things, no exceptional circumstances arise. What's your reaction to that?
Again, each time, again, go back to your kind of summary of the case law, it's a planning judgment. The policy doesn't say it has to be based on safety, and it can be a combination of elements as well. So those elements here are very significant in terms of the scale of the development and the benefits it brings. So I say that is, that meets the exceptional test.
What about his thesis that the employment offer, as it were, there's nothing exceptional about that, in part because, as he explained, there are quote-unquote alternative sites on which he relies where he thinks could be met, presumably in full, without the need for any physical incursions into the national landscape, and so therefore nothing exceptional about that.
I just don't think you can give those alternatives any weight for the reasons we've already explained earlier this morning. So there's no strategy, there's no scrutiny, there's no public consultation on any of those. So have they got any weight? I don't think so. Well, the very minor weight, but there's nothing there to actually say these are better, and it just hasn't been tested.
And on the housing side of things, there appeared to be a concern from Mr. Dygan in writing and orally that by allowing housing in the AONB or in the national landscape, you'd rather be suggesting that housing would always be acceptable anywhere in the AONB or in the national landscape. But when I asked him if that was his concern, he did accept that housing can, as a matter of principle, contribute to a case on exceptional circumstances. The benefits of housing can be part of those exceptional circumstances.
Yeah.
I suppose what's your position on housing, on the housing offer here, and the extent to which, in your opinion, it makes a contribution towards the existence or not of exceptional circumstances?
Yeah, so I think just need to be very clear, isn't it? We're not proposing housing in the national landscapes, the first point, and that's, again, I think Mr. Dygan in his, I think it's his appendices, draws attention to an appeal decision. I think it was in Horsham, which was effectively, I think it was one of Mr. Young's decisions, actually.
There are so many of Mr. Young's decisions.
Yes.
It's difficult to
but in essence, that was sort of explained as a reason why there's nothing special, and that inspector said that. Here, A, we're not in the national landscape, and B, this is all, what is in the national landscape is related to the highway infrastructure, if you like.
Yes.
Which isn't just about housing, it's about that combination of elements, if you like, in terms of it's those things I've just been through in answering the tests earlier, if you like. So it's all about, yes, there's housing, there's employment, but there's also those wider benefits for highway infrastructure and what they deliver as well. So the relief roads that actually relieve congestion, etc.
And so, looking at it in the round, the cases are telling us, a planning judgment's required, which is good news because you're a planner and so is our inspector as well. So we've got a lot of planners to make these judgments for us.
Yes.
What's your planning judgment then specifically on the question of exceptional circumstances then, and why?
So, again, going back to what we've been discussing earlier, it is about the scale. Mm-hmm. It is about the nature of what's proposed as well. That's why I say exceptional circumstances.
All right.
And the second part, again, going back to the public interest part, there's a big public interest from the need nationally and also the benefits this scheme particularly brings as well.
Okay. Now, there is under this heading, I mean under the heading of this question from the Secretary of State, there's not just national policy I wanted to ask you about, there's also a local policy I wanted to ask you about as well.
Yes.
And that is to say, it's policy DM24 of the local plan.
Yes.
So if we could all find our way. So it's core document 13.1. And DM24 is on page 274. 74. Have you got that, madam? Has everyone got that? Have you got that, Mr. Bashforth? Great. Okay. Okay, now, DM24, landscapes, but conserving and enhancing valued landscapes, is what it's called, although, as the inspector has sort of noted, or picked up on, it actually doesn't just cover those things, as we'll see in a minute. So, it's got multiple parts and multiple subparts within parts and subparts within subparts within subparts. So, Part A is for designated landscape areas, okay?
Yes.
So, Part A, and then Part A has a 1 and then a 2.
Yeah.
So, Part A1 is about the AONB, as was, and Part 2 is over the page, and that relates to AHLVs, okay?
Correct, yeah.
Right, so let's just take those two parts first, and then we'll turn to the rest of the policy. So, Part A1, the AONB bit,
yes.
Okay? So this is what it says, that AONB is nationally designated, and as such, permission for major developments should be refused unless exceptional circumstances prevail as defined in national policy. Well, that's so far, I suppose, a bit familiar.
Yes.
It then says, planning permission for any proposal within the AONB will only be granted subject to it. And then a number of things. The first one is conserving and enhancing the special qualities. The third one is minimising impact of proposals, etc. And the fourth is being appropriate to the economic, social, environmental well-being of the area and being desirable for the understanding and enjoyment of the area. That's what proposals have to do.
Yeah.
Do you see?
I do.
Now, that bit, the bit that begins planning permission for any proposal within the OMB will only be granted if it does these 4 things that it then sets out. Is that consistent with national policy?
No.
And why not?
First of all, it doesn't include the public interest test we talked about earlier. Mm-hmm. And then it doesn't include the specific tests, those A, B, and C, so the need, the cost, the detrimental effect.
What about the idea that you get refused if, or you get, sorry, let me put it another way, you get refused unless you conserve and enhance all of the special qualities?
Yes, exactly. So again, if you don't do, obviously if you did a motorway junction, you can't necessarily conserve and enhance. So, so it doesn't say that in national policy though, so.
Okay. That's that part of the policy.
Yes.
The next part of the policy is A2.
Yes.
A2. A2 is the bit that begins areas of high landscape value.
Yes.
You got that?
I have, yes.
Areas of high landscape value, Kent and Swale level, are designated as being of significance to Kent or Swale respectively. Now, in these areas, we're told planning permission will be granted subject to 2 things, okay? Here are the 2 things. The first is you've got to conserve and enhance the landscape.
Yes.
You've got to do that. The second thing you've got to do is to avoid, minimise and mitigate adverse landscape impacts as appropriate, and where significant adverse impacts remain, if they do, you've got to show that the social and or economic benefits of the proposal significantly and demonstrably outweigh harm to the Kent or Swale level landscape value of the designation concerned. So just to sort of characterise that bit, that second bit that I've just read out at 2-2, as it were,
Yes.
there's almost what you might call a reverse tilted balance going on here. There's a
Planning balance, correct.
There's a planning balance, but it's tilted. It's tilted, so you've got to show that you've got benefits.
Yes.
But you've got to show that you've got benefits to the extent that the benefits not only outweigh any harms,
Yeah.
but significantly and demonstrably outweigh. It's actually akin to the very special circumstances test in National Policy for Greenbelt, because you've got to show that's when we have to show benefits clearly outweigh harms.
True, yeah.
So that's the approach that the policy takes to AHLV.
Yeah.
Firstly, to what degree is the approach to AHLVs in this plan consistent with national policy?
It's not, I don't think. So if we take up the framework.
Mm-hmm.
So so it's 187A, I think, isn't it?
187, yes, talks about, that's in chapter 15, which is obviously the chapter we're talking about at the moment. Page 54, we're told that planning policies and decisions should contribute to and enhance the natural and local environment by, and A says protecting and enhancing valued landscapes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't that tilted balance in there, but it does. There is a sort of a mission statement, if you like, to protect and enhance. So.
And when it comes to the striking of the balance in the local plan policy,
Yes.
in respect of AHLVs, what is your opinion on accordance or not, or extent of accordance or not, with the policy, with Part A2 of this policy?
So I believe we do outweigh it, even though it's a very high test, if you like, and to demonstrably outweigh for all the reasons of those, very large benefits that the combined schemes deliver.
Okay, so that's Part A.
Yep.
Part B. Part B applies to non-designated landscapes.
Yep.
So it's everything else, basically.
Yes.
And non-designated landscapes, we're told at B, will be protected and enhanced,
Yep.
and planning permission will be granted subject to, it's very, well, it's similar.
Same wording, isn't it?
Subject to, firstly, the minimisation and mitigation of adverse landscape impacts. And then secondly, where significant adverse impacts remain, that social and economic benefits of the proposal significantly and demonstrably outweigh the harm to the local landscape character value of the area.
Yep.
Again, this balancing exercise. So, here's my first question. Is Part B of this policy, to what degree is it consistent with national policy on the conservation of landscape?
So I don't think it's strictly compliant with national policy. So if we go to the framework, what 187B tells us,
187B.
yes, it says you should recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. So that's areas of Tarnton protected landscapes or
Valued landscapes.
valued landscapes. So the test is contribute to enhance natural and local environment by recognising the intrinsic value. So it says recognising being the key word.
Mm-hmm.
So this policy probably goes, it's almost the same test as the AHLV test above, which goes beyond that.
What about the imposition of this balance exercise at B1, 2 in respect of non-valued landscapes? How does that stack up against national policy?
Doesn't say it's a national policy, but again, I do believe it meets it, because if you meet the AHLV test, you also must meet the same test below, if you like. So
your view then, I think you've just said it really, on the extent of accordance with Part B of the of the policy.
I believe it complies.
So there are other things in paragraph 15 of the framework, but I'm not going to ask you about. I mean, it includes policies on habitats, for instance.
Yeah.
And it does include, in fact, maybe we should do it now, because I was going to ask you later. Let's do it now. Let's go on to, before I ask you to round up on chapter 15, let me ask you also about the ecological components of 15, because obviously it's landscape, but it's not just landscape in chapter 15 of the framework. If we move on to questions of ecology.
Just the next consideration.
It is. It's the same. It's different consideration, which is say ecology, but it's the same question from the Secretary of State, because it's all chapter 15. But yes, so moving from landscape for now onto ecology, and again, trying in a similar way as you've done elsewhere to sort of not take as read, but to rely on and not repeat all of the detailed considerations that we've had in the ecological evidence, because on that you do rely, do you, on Dr. Baxter, who gave evidence?
I do, yes.
Right then, so trying to put the key things then into a policy matrix for the inspector, how do you go about that? In particular, we want to get to, don't we, the key footnote 7 policy on which the council are relying, which is to say the ancient woodland policy. But let's get there.
Yeah.
So ecology.
Yeah. So again, I won't repeat the extensive evidence we've seen on this. I do recognise there are significant harms, but these are unavoidable and have been minimised and compensated as much as possible. And we've heard in evidence the loss of the 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland, and that's been set in the context of how much that is in relation to the whole ancient woodland, but also the compensation for that, which I recall Mr. Dygan said was, if you are going to compensate for it, was an appropriate metric, if you like, in terms of the amount of that. I think
There's common ground. If we just turn up, have you got 193?
Yes.
Of the framework.
Yes.
So, just let everybody find that. So far as 193C of the framework goes, which is to say is the remaining footnote 7 issue between us and the council on this topic.
Yeah.
Mr. Dygan agreed and agrees that the compensation strategy that is proposed, this is the last bit of the policy,
yes,
the compensation strategy is indeed suitable.
Yeah.
So that's that. But he does not agree that there are reasons which are wholly exceptional to justify the loss of the ancient woodland which would be lost.
Yes.
So really, that's the issue between you. How do you go about your exercise of trying to address this policy about reasons that are wholly exceptional within the language of this policy?
Yes, so I mean the word wholly sort of changes it slightly from the test we've just been going through on the national landscape. So, but say it's helpful, but at least there is some sort of reference point at footnote 70 on this.
Footnote 70, yes, which gives an example of infrastructure projects where it says that the public benefit associated with the project would clearly outweigh the loss or deterioration of habitat.
Yep.
That's given as an example so what do you do with that then?
So again, in some ways, it's the same sort of again, to get the terms right, wholly exceptional reasons, not circumstances, from reasons, and then it's there's a similar sort of formulation in terms of where the public benefit comes in again. So similar sort of test really to the national landscape one, albeit expressed slightly differently. So
it is expressed differently, isn't it? In as much as it's made clear by that footnote 70 that there's the balance in this case, a bit like the heritage balance that we're going to come to in a few minutes, is between public benefits of the scheme on the one hand and loss of the habitat on the other.
yes, correct.
And so when you strike that balance, public benefits of the scheme on the one hand, loss of 0.21 hectares of ancient woodland on the other, how does that balance look for you? We know Mr. Dygan thought that the ancient woodland outweighs all of the full suite of public benefits associated with the scheme.
Yeah.
What's your analysis of this?
So I set this out in paragraph 12.23 of my proof of evidence. And then if you look in the first part of 12.23, again, it's about the scale and extent of the proposed development's transformational benefits. And then I go through why there are wholly exceptional reasons in the sub-paragraphs. So just in summary, I won't read them all out, but the first one is urgent national need for new homes. The second one is to facilitate job creation and employment. I also go on there to the kind of unlocking of air quality and housing delivery and the wider strategic benefits. Again, it's in the Thames Gateway, so that's where it's needed. And then point 3, it addresses pre-existing highway constraints, and that, I believe, is agreed now by the parties. And again, I just put a reference there to the most up-to-date local transport plan. Point 4, again, just the same sort of point in terms of it'll relieve the nationally significant it's helping to relieve congestion and other issues on the national network. And then finally, I go through and explain that Mr. Baxter, in his evidence, explains that the scheme itself has been optimised as much as possible, and it's not really possible to, well, it's not possible, not really, it isn't possible to minimise it any further. So it's been, alternatives have been considered, and there's no other choices.
Okay. So, drawing together then your analysis, I suppose. I mean, you've done. All right, let's draw together your analysis of section 15 of the framework as a whole.
Yes.
And try and answer then the Secretary of State's questions to the inspector, looking at the AOMB, the national landscape tests, looking at the ancient woodland tests. Those comprise 2 of the footnote 7 policies levelled against you by Mr. Dygan. To what extent would approving the applications be consistent with the government's policies in Chapter 15 of the framework for conserving and enhancing the natural environment?
They're consistent.
Next one. The next question from the Secretary of State, as I said, turns on the historic environment. So, and it is the next chapter of the NPPF also. It's chapter 16 of the NPPF. The question is the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the government policies for conserving and enhancing the historic environment.
Yep.
And same as above, Dr. Mealy gave a lengthy presentation walking us through all of the assets and what the impacts are, and in his opinion, and obviously we've heard evidence from multiple expert witnesses on this.
Yes.
You presumably rely on Dr. Mealy for the substance of your analysis.
I do, yes.
So no need to go over it. In terms of putting those conclusions into a planning matrix, striking the relevant planning balances, and also, of course, addressing the relevant footnote 7 policy, which is to say 215 of the NPPF. Yep. We'll come to in a minute. What is your analysis then of the heritage policies in the NPPF?
Yeah, so in very summary terms, just because I'm conscious of time. So first point is harms have been minimised. So that where the scheme has been laid out and heights and everything else. So relevant references in my proof of evidence are 13.9 and 13.16. In terms of the relevant NPPF test 215, I explain in my evidence at 1312 and 1319 that the harms are outweighed by the public benefits. And just the final point really, again, it's just so we don't forget this, is that you recall that Mr. Mealy did have in his appendices a mitigation strategy for those things as well. So I just referenced that at 13.24.
Could I ask you one question of detail? And it's actually, again, on the comparison between local policy and national policy.
Yes.
That's all right. And it's one that the inspector, I think, put herself to Mr. Dygan. It may have come up earlier in the inquiry as well. Could you just compare, could you get out the local plan again?
Yeah. This is DM25.
No, we moved, no, close. DM32
Oh,
is listed buildings.
32 and 33 is.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So, 291. I'll just let it get there, then I'll ask you a question. Yeah, 291.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So there's 32, just to orient, 32 on listed buildings.
Yes.
And then over the page, 33 on conservation areas. So there are two policies that sit next to each other. So as the inspector noted, so 32 listed buildings, it's permissive in its framing, but it's permissive provided that. Do you see?
I do, yes.
So it permits, provided that historical interest, special historical interest, is preserved.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to work out whether you've got to preserve historical interest and everything else, paying special attention to the things at A, B, and C.
Yep.
You see?
I do.
And then the other things are to do with demolition. So it's really 32.1 that is the key when you're doing setting impacts. So permit so long as you preserve architectural and historical interest. To what extent is that approach consistent with national policy?
It's not at all. I think, again, this is quite common in kind of older local plans now because the NPPF did change quite a bit in, I can't remember what version of it, certainly past the 2012 version where all the case law came out. So where we see in 215, it's very clear formulation now which kind of reflects that case law in terms of it's all about harm. And then again, so sorry, just to be clear, for where less than substantial harm has been identified, you then need to balance the harm against public benefits. So that's the very clear formulation in NPPF, but you don't see that in either DM32 or DM33.
You're thereby answering my next question, really. But if we just square it off with the M33 as well.
Yeah. So it's a different approach.
1 sec, let's just take it slightly slower. DM33, conservation areas.
Yeah.
Yes. You've got development, we're told, within it, affecting the setting of or views into or out of conservation areas will preserve or enhance all features that contribute positively to the special character or appearance, and then the specific things that you have to do within that. So again, a sort of blanket requirement, if you like, to preserve and enhance.
Yeah.
How does that sit with national policy?
It's inconsistent with it.
Okay. So, taking a step back, you've explained your approach to national policy.
Yep.
215, you have in your proof how that balance is struck. On your approach to 215 and the other bits of the heritage chapter of the framework, what about the Secretary of State's question? To what extent would approving both applications be consistent with government policies for conserving and enhancing the historic environment at Chapter 16 of the MPPF?
Yes, consistent with it.
Next question, or next topic, development plan. Now, most of the Secretary of State's questions relate to national policy, but of course, not all. And Section 38.6 obviously requires us to conduct an analysis of the development plan too. Question 5 from the Secretary of State is, to what extent would the proposed development be consistent with the development plan for the area? Now, you've touched on aspects of the development plan in some of your earlier answers and your introductory remarks before we started.
Yeah.
But what's your, to sort of wrap it all up, if you like, what is your analysis of the extent of compliance with the development plan read as a whole?
So unlike the preceding kind of topics, if you like, the proposals aren't consistent with the development plan, either read individually or as a whole.
Walk us through that.
Yes. So it might be helpful to turn my proof up where I explain the kind of why, if you like. Paragraph 15.2 on section 15.
Page 77.
Yeah. So again, as you'll note from my appendices, I've been through all of the policies, and there's a lot of them. But just taking a step back, if you like, say we don't comply with the development plan individually or as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And the reasons for that are, firstly, because much of the scheme's located outside the settlement boundaries.
Right.
So fundamentally, whilst it's in that wider strategy area we were talking about earlier,
the Sittingbourne area,
Sittingbourne or the growth area, or the Kent Thames Gateway, as the local plan calls it.
Yeah.
By necessity, we are outside of those boundaries. So there is clearly going to be conflicts with settlement boundary type policies, agricultural land type policies, and the GAP type policy as well.
Mm-hmm.
And those things follow because of that.
I mean, is there any difference then from the other schemes that we've heard about that are coming forward in the area? The one at Bobbing, the one at Faversham?
No, so they've got the same issues. I mentioned the Faversham scheme earlier about its overlap with Grade 1 agricultural land. And again, there's other issues with them. They're outside the settlement boundaries, same issue.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the purpose of trying to do a new local plan, because you redraw those things. So.
Okay.
So the second point, and I've just said this really, that on 15.2.2, there's a good general compliance with the strategy in the local plan and the locational principles. It is in the Kent Thames Gateway, and it's the focus around Sittingbourne. We saw that in those initial policies in the local plan. So again, I've just cited them: ST1, ST3, and ST5.
But it's outside
Exactly.
the boundaries.
Yes. So again, it won't comply with those things. So that's why you get a degree of non-compliance with those policies. But generally, it's in the right location, and it's next to Sittingbourne. So it's not just it sort of meets with the broad objectives of the strategy.
It is, as you'll remember, Mr. Dygan agreed. It sits within not just the Thames Gateway. It sits within what the plan refers to as the Sittingbourne area,
Yes, exactly.
to which ST I think 5 addresses itself.
Yeah, and then just going down to the last policy point, if you like, on page number 5. I'll come back to the other two after this. That there is good, strong compliance with a number of the policies, if you like, in terms of the more development management ones, which should be engaged at this stage. So provision of community facilities, notwithstanding the acute care, which we've had a debate about, but other things like the health, the schools, the meeting local needs, the open space that was touched on yesterday, those compared to the standards in there is very good compliance. Sustainability is the same, and again, renewables as well. So that's good. The other 2 points, 3 and 4, again, there's going to be a further compliance checklist when we get to the sort of reserve matters, or even the tier 2 stage, if you like, to make sure it's doing the things it needs to. So again, that's can't consider those at the moment. But fundamentally, point 4, the plan is out of date. So you're always going to get, if you're going to sort of change the strategy, or have a strategy that's kind of doesn't quite fit with something that's 8 years old and was already out of date when it was adopted, it is out of date. So you've got to de-weight the plan, if you like. So
it was complied with the strategy more or less.
it does. Sorry, what I mean is the detail, if you like, because again, what we didn't have was the review. So
Right. You've got underneath on this page 77 in your proof, which you've just been sort of speaking to, your
Yes.
15.2. The next heading is loss of agricultural land.
yeah.
Could you just summarise the whole list of policies that you addressed in this section, but just summarise the position so far as loss of agricultural land goes and the weight that one should attribute to this?
Yes. Again, I won't dwell on this, but it's all set out there, and you'll note there's a paper in the my appendices as well, but just really picking up the point I've just said. I mean, the loss is inevitable if you're going to have housing growth outside the settlement boundaries. And the second point is that, again, the policies do talk about, what's the impact on farm businesses and employment. So I've explained in my evidence that they are limited, in large part actually, because if you read the paper, particularly at the back in my appendices, the landowners have very large land holdings. So it's not suddenly going to be it's not as if it's a situation where it's half a farm and the farm's no longer viable. Those farmers have large land ownings, and it won't fundamentally undermine their business.
And on page 81 of your proof, after you've dealt with agricultural land,
Yes.
you turn to the gap policy, to DM25. There's a gap designation that wraps its way all the way round the eastern. I mean, it's on the proposal. It's on the policies map, obviously, all the way round the eastern edge of Sittingbourne, round the southern edge of Sittingbourne. It's all the way round. It's sort of like a polo mint.
Goes through the northern scheme where the Staines Farm development is. Yeah.
So, tell us about that. The gap policy, DM25, extent of accordance and weight that one gives it.
Again, it's same sort of position in terms of settlement boundaries. There is a conflict with it because it's not in the settlement boundary. What I would say though is the proposals do seek to retain gaps. Again, just in terms of trying to make sure that there is that sort of separation of settlements, which it's trying to seek to achieve. So yes, it's not the same as it is at the moment, but the principles are there. And fundamentally, the policy is out of date. And
put it another way, if Sittingbourne is to grow, if.
Yes.
But obviously that's the current strategy. But
Yeah.
if it's to grow, and if it's accepted by the council, as Mr. Dygan said, that greenfield land is the use of greenfield land to facilitate its growth is an inevitability. Given the other constraints on things like flood and ecology that exist in the north of Sittingbourne, where there's no gap, but they've got other things. How is it possible to grow Sittingbourne in a way that accords with this gap policy that respects it and doesn't infringe upon it?
No, it isn't. So effectively, as you say, surrounds the whole kind of effectively eastern and southeastern side of the whole of Sittingbourne. So again, as a policy is at the moment, it has to be applied flexibly, but fundamentally it needs to be reviewed in terms of the next local plan.
Well, that'd be a job for others, thankfully. Okay, so as a whole then, I mean, you have answered this, but just to wrap it all together, I mean, there's a whole number of policies. You've got an appendix that does them all, but
Yes.
just to encapsulate your position, the extent to which the proposed development is consistent with the development plan for the area.
No, it's not either individually in terms of policies or as a whole, but it is out of date, and it does, as I say, is consistent with the higher level strategy in the local plan.
We've reached the seventh and final question that the Secretary of State has asked, which is any other matters that that the inspector considers relevant. We've heard lots of matters in the last 6 months or so. First, I suppose on 106 and conditions matters. Obviously, we'll have sessions on them, so no need to go into loads of detail. But just on the particular matters of debate in respect of national landscape contributions, healthcare, acute healthcare contributions, is there anything that you'd like to say at this stage?
No, I think we're clearly going to discuss those on those sessions, and I think other parties, like I'm sure the National Landscape representative may appear again. It's the same with NHS, so kind of don't necessarily want to go into those things now. You have our position on the National Landscape and on health, which primary care, fine, we're agreeing the triggers with the NHS at the moment and the council and other parties, so I think we're nearly there, I hope. On the acute care, I fundamentally do disagree with that as a kind of a matter of principle. We touched on it yesterday in terms of there's no local plan justification for it in CP6. And in some ways, one of the things I find very opportunistic, I think, about the way the NHS have gone about things is it's almost they've suddenly realised that there's lots of big housing developments coming across, and they've sort of prepared a guidance document, almost giving it some sort of supplementary planning guidance note. Again, these things weren't flagged in the last local plan. They weren't flagged even when the council started to review its local plan back in 2018, 2021. They went through a Reg 19 process, then a Reg 18 process, and there was an infrastructure delivery plan. It wasn't flagged at that time, so it just feels very last minute. Didn't even ask. I don't think, I'm very happy to be corrected, I don't think even the NHS asked for a contribution for this scheme, despite the application being in from about 2021 all the way. I think they asked for it at the end of 2024, so it just feels very late and very opportunistic. And fundamentally, I don't think there's any policy justification for it. So I'm sure we're going to get into the very detailed toing and froing we've had with them. But it's that principle thing. I genuinely feel quite strongly about it.
On the question of deliverability,
Yes.
which is a matter.
Sorry, we're still on section 106 and conditions.
Well, I've moved. Let me ask you this: is there anything else on conditions and 106 you'd like to raise at this stage?
Just one, I think, thing that came up with the residents groups was, I think there was a mention of or concern about SEND, if you like, in terms of special education needs.
Yes.
Just for avoidance of doubt, and again, I haven't got the reference, but the section 106 heads of terms do include provisions for send. So I think, again, just reading from the I haven't got the reference, unfortunately, but I took a note of £559.83 per house and £139.96 per flat. So it's effectively a roof tax for send. And if you work that out, it's about £4 million for the whole combined development.
Thank you. Last thing I wanted to ask you about before we get on to your a wrapping up of your overall DM balance.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, with the other matters, there's quite a few other matters, aren't there, that I raised, like public rights of way, effect on settlements, all that sort of thing. Is that going to be dealt with or not? I'm going to ignore
I
that.
think that maybe something. Well,
Or have you just not anything to say on it?
Well, it's all in my evidence, but I'm very happy to answer questions on those things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it may be that we've omitted. No, it may be if we've omitted specific things that you've asked about. That was an error.
And we were focused on the Secretary of State's. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
The Secretary of State says any other matters the inspector considers relevant.
Quite right.
Is
Quite
that
right.
included in that?
Quite right. Oh gosh, there's lots of tutting from the other side of the room, as if we're disagreeing with you that they're relevant, which we're not.
No.
So it might be, Madam, that over lunch we we can.
It's up to you. I mean, I'm not
I
forcing
think
you to say anything,
in
but-
chief, we're going to deal with deliverability, then the planning balance. That's all we wanted to do.
Okay.
But if there are things that you want to be informed about that we've not informed you about in chief, you can obviously
Right, yeah,
ask.
Look at my questions.
So deliverability before, and then the planning balance. Deliverability, not. What's the right way of putting this? No objection from the local authority that goes to the topics of deliverability or viability at any stage. Mr. Dygan has raised an issue, although he accepted repeatedly that it's not an issue that has played any material role in his Section 38.6 planning analysis to do with impacts on the deliverability of a future local plan, as he explained. But Kent County Council have obviously spent a month of the inquiry seeking to question the deliverability of the scheme with reference to build costs and viability evidence. So, we've obviously heard from Mrs. Dickinson on this issue.
Yeah.
What's your take as the overall planner for the applicant as to how the Section 38.6 balance should deal with this?
Yeah. So I won't repeat Mrs. Dickinson's points on this, which I agree with. Just very much at a high-level planning perspective, I do agree with Mr. Dygan that it's not an issue that needs to be factored into effectively the Section 38.6 planning balance. That's my first point.
And what could you unpack that a bit?
Yeah, so I think the first point is that, again, it's 38.6, so I can't see any development plan policies requiring deliverability to be taken into account. Again, we've talked about the weight of that, but there just isn't any policies, never mind the weight, to consider them. And again, there's nothing in national policy that requires it to be taken into account either. So, again, looking at the MPPF, Section 4, which is about decision making, doesn't mention anything about deliverability. We've then got the plan making section. So again, NPPF paragraph 36 is about the soundness tests for plan making. So again, that does include those sorts of tests: positively prepared, justified, and effective. But again, that's 36. Yeah. So again, yes, it's heading examining plans, so, but not determining plan applications. So fundamentally, it's not in there. And again, I'm not going to go into the Wimbledon judgment. Again, I from my perspective, I see this as very simplistically, if you like, again, drawing from that, just some of the things it says. But if the scheme's not delivered, there's no benefits, but there's no harms. I think there was discussion earlier in the inquiry about, well, what happens if partial implementation happens? Now, I think that is something that Section 106 and the conditions need to make sure that the scheme is delivered in an orderly manner, and the mitigation and compensation are provided as the scheme comes along. So effectively, each part of the scheme needs to be making sure it's doing its bit, if you like, in terms of those harms are mitigated.
And you'll,
You're saying you need to, once it starts, if it started, you need to make sure that it's finished.
No, making sure that each phase is kind of, you know, you can't have something like, I don't know, for instance, you can't have a part of the housing scheme and it hasn't got a health centre, or it hasn't got the things it needs to have with it. So that's about the triggers. And so it's got to be...
It is, I mean, you're just dividing the site up into the key phases.
Yes.
But what you're saying is each key phase has to be completed. Are you not saying that?
Not necessarily completed, but make sure the triggers are appropriate, so you don't have that sort of odd position where you've got a few houses and nothing else.
you'll recall, or you might not recall, because it was a while ago, that I spent some time in cross-examination with Kent County Council's witnesses on this topic. I'm just trying to remember who the last witness was. It was the final witness whose proof I can't find at the moment. 1 second. Mr. Finch, Mr. Birchall. Thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to find his proof of evidence. I can't find it. There it is. Yeah, Mr. Birchall. Sorry, I spent some time with Mr. Birchall looking at this question of the 106 and the things in it to avoid the risks of you know, running out of money, etc., halfway through,
yes,
or whatever, and the protections, including protections that would require the approval of Kent County Council before any development happens and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And Mr. Birchall hadn't been, well, he hadn't read it anyway. Whether he'd been provided with it, I don't know, but he'd not read it.
Yeah.
What's your take on the level of importance of understanding what's in the 106 and conditions when approaching this issue about the concern that Kent had about partial implementation?
Absolutely fundamental. You need to understand the triggers and also the mitigation that goes along with it. So, and again, that's all about the order of things being delivered. So we know the roads have to be delivered before first occupation of the homes. The
Wimbledon judgment, which you've wisely parked, as it were, and not gone into, says that, among other things, it says that normally deliverability is not a material planning consideration, but there are certain circumstances where it could be. And it gives, just as a couple of examples, just so we're all on the same page, it gives as 2 examples from other cases. It gives a case like the Holocaust Memorial Scheme in Westminster, where it was really important. The benefits of that scheme were time sensitive, in as much as it was really important. That it was thought to be really important by that inspector that they were achieved within the lifetime of Holocaust survivors to live to see the museum be built.
Yes.
So there was that time sensitivity to it. So whether it was deliverable and deliverable quick was thought to be material planning consideration in that case. And the other case that is given in the Wimbledon judgment is a case where you have a single need that could be met by 2 or more different schemes.
Yeah.
So, for instance, a sort of a supermarket situation where it's either going to be a Tesco or a Sainsbury's or whatever, but there can only be one. If one of them has deliverability challenges and the other doesn't, then that's an example of where you might have deliverability as a material planning consideration. I'm just saying that as a very long wind up to a very simple question. And the question is, are there any circumstances in your view in this case that should take us out of the norm? Which is to say, any circumstances in this case that should mean that the Secretary of State should give weight to deliverability as a material planning consideration in the determination of these applications?
No, not as far as I'm aware.
And last question on this. What's your take on what Kent tried to do in their evidence, which is to reach a judgment on deliverability with reference to evidence about a financial viability appraisal? So they sought to adduce or to evidence concerns about deliverability with reference to Mr. Spilsbury's evidence on an FVA style exercise
Yeah.
for a well, in particular, in their case, for the strategic infrastructure, the road. We heard what Ms. Dickinson had to say about the appropriateness of that exercise. What's your opinion?
I find it odd because, again, as Ms. Dickinson explained, the purpose of a viability exercise is to demonstrate whether you can do more affordable housing. That's its purpose.
Mm-hmm.
The oddness is if a case that's its sole purpose. It's not, there's nothing about deliverability. They aren't the tests, as I've just explained. I'll give you an example. If we were doing an employment scheme on its own with a road,
An employment scheme in this sort of location.
yeah, we're not. Clearly, we aren't. But
Yeah.
if you were to be doing a employment scheme with a road, the issue of viability wouldn't even come up because you wouldn't need to do a viability assessment.
And so what do you take out of that counter example?
But it's just not an appropriate test. Trying to use the viability assessment to kind of promote a position that doesn't have any status in planning, it doesn't really help with anything, I don't think. So.
Thank you. And finally, then your overall summary of, because you've obviously set
Yes.
it out in writing, but your overall balance and conclusions.
Yes.
How does your section 38.6 analysis look in the end? And including obviously your para 11 analysis and the framework. How does it all fit together?
Yeah, so again, this is all set out in my concluding section 17. Starting point is the development plan, and it doesn't comply either individually or as a whole. And my view is that material considerations do outweigh that conflict.
So far as those material considerations go, obviously one of them is the MPPF.
Yeah.
And how, in your assessment, does para 11 of the MPPF, how does it play out in the context of these applications?
So, again, this is all about the tilted balance and whether it's still engaged, if you like, isn't it, in terms of the... So, again, because obviously the tilted balance is on the table because there isn't a 5-year housing land supply, but I do think it's engaged, and I do say that at paragraph 17.5 of my proof. And then, in terms of 11D1,
Yeah.
I think there are strong reasons, that we shouldn't disengage the tilted balance. So again, if you think about strong.
Let's work it through just to make sure we've got the language of the policy right.
Yeah.
So 11D1, we grant permission unless the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance, footnote 7,
Yeah.
provide a strong reason to refuse the development
Yes.
proposal. That's the strong reason that 11D1 has in mind. And then footnote 7 includes, obviously,
Yeah.
national landscapes. It includes built heritage,
Yeah.
designated heritage assets. It includes irreplaceable habitats as well, and other things.
Yeah.
So you've obviously worked through some of those footnote 7 policies.
Yeah.
What's your assessment of 11D1 then?
So I don't believe there are any strong reasons. Again, just, what does strong mean? Firm or forceful? So, and again, I'm not going to go through what I've just been through earlier, but, MPPF paragraph 190, national landscape, as I said earlier, there are exceptional circumstances. Framework paragraph 193, ancient woodland, there are wholly exceptional reasons. And framework 215, in my view, the less substantial harm is clearly outweighed by the public benefits.
And so you go then to 11D2 of the framework, which I
Yeah.
won't read out, But how then do you what's your overall conclusion then in respect of 11D2?
So my view is that the adverse effects don't significantly demonstrate the benefits, get it the right way around, the benefits do significantly demonstrably outweigh the adverse effects.
I think you were right the first time.
Oh, right, okay. I'm sorry, I'm reading from my
No,
notes.
don't worry. The question at 11D2 is whether you grant permission and you do it unless adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. So that's the question for the. Obviously, then it goes on. I won't read it all out, but that's the core of it.
I say they don't. Actually, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Is there anything else? Well, there'll be more things I think from the inspector to pick up on that we've forgotten about. But at this stage, is there anything else that you'd like to say?
No, thank you.
Thank you. That's it in examination in chief.
Bang on 1 o'clock. Well done. Right. Okay. Just so I know, Mr. Pereira, about what I've just got to think about over the lunch break. Are you going to deal with the point about deliverability?
I'm going to ask some questions about it. Yeah, whether they'll answer your questions, I don't know, but I will.
Or we'll see, shall we?
Yeah, and to make it clear, as Mr. Simons has emphasised, our position is not to question the viability or deliverability, but there is an issue about whether it's relevant in the light of the points that Kent have raised, and we are concerned about that because we want to make sure that the proper planning of Swale gets going. So,
but what about the point that Mr. Dygan made about that it could, if it wasn't delivered, if planning permission were granted and it weren't delivered, whether that would affect local plan making?
yes, exactly.
You're going to deal with that?
Yeah.
Right, fine. That's fine. Good. Thank you. Right.
Thank you.
On that tantalising note, we will.
You'll have to wait till after lunch.
Have to wait. So we will have an hour today, and we will adjourn actually till 2:05. All right. Thank you very much. It's now 2:05, so it's time for the inquiry to resume, and we're going to hear from Mr. Pereira. Your
Thank you.
question.
Well, we're going to hear from Mr. Bashforth being asked questions.
Well, we're going to hear from you first, asking the question, aren't we?
Good. Afternoon, Mr. Bashforth.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Now, not going to go over evidence already given by others. Not going to try and persuade you to strike a different planning balance or change your view on the merits. And not going to disturb the various agreements, obviously, reached in Mr. Simmons's cross-examination of Mr. Dygan. Okay? But what I do want to do is just try and clarify and sort out where we are, and then deal with some specific matters, and I'll probably be between 1 and 2 hours, I think, with you. So can we start, please, with development plan compliance, and we're agreed on out of date and all of that, but I wanted to help the inspector by just seeing what the differences are between us on compliance, and then what lies at the heart of those main differences. Okay? If we turn up, please, your evidence and paragraph, put my glasses on, paragraph 17.2. 17.2, paragraph 17.2.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah, I'm not, so just give me a second. Okay, we have there some conclusions in relation to compliance with the development plan, and there you accept that the proposals are contrary to the development plan as a whole. That's
Correct, yes.
4 lines down. And then in relation to each scheme, you set out the policies which you've found are breached, right?
Yes, do say at least, yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
So there may be others, but I think what you're saying is those are the main ones.
Correct.
Right? And just so that we can help the inspector and the Secretary of State on kind of where we've got to since the putative reasons for refusal, if we keep that bit of your evidence in mind, I don't know if people can kind of keep 2 documents open at once. And I'll go with start with the Southern scheme because it's, as it were, the bigger one. If we go into CD 12 and we look at the...
Sorry, do you mean 12 or do you mean 12.1 or 12?
yeah, no, I'm just, CD 12 and then I mean CD 12.1.
Yeah.
And we go to the back of CD 12.1.
Sorry, I don't have electronics. So is this the committee report?
Yeah, it's the committee report, and there's the recommendation, which was then
Yes.
adopted. It's PDF page 174.
Would you mind giving me a paragraph reference, just because I only have a printed copy? So I'll go and
Sure,
see.
yeah. So it's basically section 8 at the very end,
Got it, thank you.
which is the recommendation. It's internal page 311.
Sorry.
This is section 8.
It's on mine. It's the foot of PDH 173 going over to 174. Conclusions. Okay.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. What I just want us to help the inspector with is kind of where we are, where we've got to on this. Okay. So we've got there Kent Downs National Landscape, and we know, don't we, this is the southern application, We know of those policies that are cited there, ST1, DM14.5, DM21, ST1, DM14, I think you accept a breach, and then DM24 is the landscape policy in the plan, which you touched upon in chief, and it's agreed between us that the national landscape issue resolves down to the planning balance to be struck in accordance with the framework, right?
I agree that. Just sorry, you sort of implied that I agreed that ST1, DM14.5 and the other policies are contrary to those, but I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'd need to check. So.
Sure. Well, I'll give you a chance to come back, or you can be re-examined on it. But the simple point is, here's a reason for refusal that remains, and its resolution lies in the planning balance under para 190, doesn't it?
It does, but again, it's all about the weight you give to those policies as well, isn't it? Because as we discussed on DM24, it is not consistent with the framework. So.
Sure.
But as a topic, it comes down to the balance. I agree with that.
It comes down to balance.
Yes.
And ancient woodland, again, Mr. Dygan and you have focused on the planning balance to be struck through the framework policy on ancient woodland. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and again, the same answer is, as a topic, it's a balance to be struck. So.
Yeah. Heritage, again, you commented on the heritage policies this morning, and again, between you, you've both focused on the heritage policies and the balance to be struck through the framework, correct?
Correct.
And then ecology, there's no longer an objection. Yep.
Agreed.
Archaeology, no longer an objection.
Agreed.
6, development outside the settlement boundary in the countryside. We can see there ST1, ST3, ST5, DM3, DM14, DM31 cited. Most of those, except for I think DM31, are on your list of breached policies for the southern application.
Yes, I can see that.
Yep. And DM31 is the agricultural land policy in the plan.
Yes, which I explain we comply with, but I can see there's a difference of opinion there.
Yeah, the difference of opinion is simply about the relevance of the extent of loss of high quality agricultural land, and there's been questioning on that.
Yes.
Thank you. And then we've got reason for refusal 7, and of the policies cited there that are not in your list, I think it's CP4 and DM24. And DM24, again, is the landscape policy in the plan. And again, you and Mr. Dygan have principally landed on the framework policies.
Same as above, agree with the topic, yeah.
Yeah, and CP4 is a multi-pronged policy about good design and landscape and all sorts of other things. I'm not going to take up inquiry time on that, but we remind ourselves it's an outline application, and
Yes.
to the extent there are landscape and character points, those have been dealt with in other people's evidence, right?
Yes, and as I recall in my appendix, I think I say it's capable of being dealt with at the subsequent stages, so consistent point.
Okay, so that gives us a... And then if we keep going, Transport 1 and Transport 2, no longer a transport objection, and as Mr. Daigan made clear, the council aligns itself with Kent.
Yes, I note that, yeah.
Yep. Air quality and noise, again, no air quality objection and no noise objection anymore.
Agreed.
Planning obligations, apart from, I'm going to apologise, needing to ask you some questions about DM8. This is a matter for another time when we have the Section 106 session, right?
Yes, so can be addressed subject to discussions on DM8, effectively.
Can be addressed. I mean, subject to the parties' positions in the Section 106. But as far as your evidence is concerned, I'm going to ask you about DM8 on that.
I look forward to that.
Good. We can do a similar. Is that a helpful exercise, Ma'am? Because we can do a similar exercise with the Northern application too. I just thought it might be helpful to see where we are. Okay, so if we do the same thing with the Northern application, so we need to leave CD 12 and go into CD 6.
Do you want me to put this away, or should I keep it out?
I think keep your proof open if you've still got it open, but you can put the Southern Officers Report away.
Yeah.
So we now need CD 6.1. Okay. Are you there now? And it's PDF page 129 or internal page 130, bottom 134, going over to 135, and it's the recommendation. But these were carried through into council decisions.
Sorry, yes, I'm there.
Okay. So ecology. Now there's no longer an ecology objection. Heritage. Same point as arose with the Southern. Parties are agreed it comes down to the heritage balance in the framework.
Yes.
Okay. Development in the countryside, we've got reference to DM29 and DM31 again. DM29 being about landscape and planting, and 31 being agricultural as before. Same points apply as for the Southern scheme.
Yes.
We've got CP4, again, that was outstanding on the Southern scheme, which is the one about design and also landscape and visual appearance. And we've got ST5 that Mr. Daigan was taken to in his cross-examinations. I'm not going to spend time on that with you, okay?
Okay, with the caveats on what I said on the south, yes. Okay.
With the what, sorry?
Caveats in terms of not checking all the individual policies.
Sure, yeah. I appreciate the reasons why you say they're breached and the reasons why the council say it might be slightly different in some ways. I'm not... It's just the broad picture of where we are. I want to try and communicate. Reason for refusal 4, similar picture to we saw with the Southern scheme, to landscape and visual impact
Yes.
policy and objection, and we've got the evidence from others on that.
Yeah.
Reason for refusal 5, no longer a noise objection. 6, there's not a planning the planning objections points are for others, and I'll cross-examine you on DM8. So that's where we are. Okay?
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
So I'm just checking something, sorry.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Just, sorry, I mean, you did say it was agreed, but just wanted to check that's what you meant in relation to the Southern Committee report in terms of ecology. Because my understanding of Mr. Dygan's evidence was that the impact on the ancient woodland wasn't agreed.
That's correct. And if I misspoke,
I'm very happy to take that, but
no, I didn't. I wasn't including the ancient woodland,
okay,
obviously.
fine. Yeah. Okay.
But you'll know there were various other ecology issues that were raised.
So just sorry. Just
Yeah.
checking
Yeah.
that.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Good. And just to be clear, you accept that the development is contrary to the development plan as a whole, right?
Correct.
Now, we've had these questions put to Mr. Dygan about the development plan strategy and the growth area and what I might call an area of restraint.
Yeah.
Okay? And that distinction has fed through into the plan policies, hasn't it?
It must have done to a greater or lesser extent, yes.
Yes. And you say that the development complies with the plan strategy to the extent that it's in the area of growth identified. I think that's your position.
In terms of locational principles, should
Yeah.
we say? Yes.
Yeah. But it would be fair to say, wouldn't it? It would be odd to say that here's a development that is contrary to the development plan as a whole, but is compliant with the plan strategy. That sounds like a troublesome proposition, doesn't it?
Again, I think you've got to look at what the strategy is, because the strategy is locational principles in there, but there's also housing numbers, there's employment numbers. It's doing a number of things, isn't it? So we know the housing element of it is a lot less than the local housing need, as set out in the government standard methodology. So it's, as I say, the locational principles are, it's consistent with that, but I think it's a bit hard to suggest then the locational principles means it complies with the plan as a whole, because again, that complying with the plan as a whole is looking at the strategy, but also all the policies, because what we tend to find when we're doing these sort of overall balances as a whole is there may be conflicts between policies, if you like, as well. So what I'm trying to say is a lot of conflicts here, and actually the plan itself is, it's not just the locational principles, but it's actually the quantum and saying how much of stuff there should be as well. So,
all right. Well, we're agreed anyway that to the extent one applies the development plan, the outcome one gets to is agreed that it's contrary to the development plan as a whole.
I think that's the conclusion you have, just because of to be frank, the extent of non-compliance. It's, what we often find is there may be one or two non-compliances, if you like, but then that's when you start to look at actually the overall strategy and everything here. But it's that extent of non-compliance and, not complying with other things, as say quantums and everything else. So.
Okay, let's just stick with Thames Gateway for a little bit. If I need to take you to some documents, I will. But let's see if I do. So we know, don't we, that the plan inspector recognised that there were contrasting characteristics within the Thames Gateway.
We do, yes.
Yeah, and hence there were identified two planning areas, Sittingbourne and Sheppey on the one hand, Faversham and rural hinterland on the other, right?
Correct, yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that even within the Thames Gateway area, it's acknowledged that there's still a need in meeting the demands of growth to ensure that the environment is sufficiently protected.
In principle, yes, of course,
Yeah.
it's a balance. So.
Exactly. And that's the natural environment and the heritage assets as well, isn't it?
Yes, although what I would say is that in identifying that area at the outset, they have identified it's where it's least constrained from those higher level constraints. So again, the flood risk, the special protection areas, and other constraints as well.
Sure, and as a strategic point, that may be right. But when one's dealing with a particular application, obviously you need to apply the policies,
yes,
and look at the harms.
Correct.
And strike the planning balance that applies to that application. Right?
Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. Okay. Now, let me ask you about DM8, I think, now. Just to set some guardrails for what we're doing here. We're not, at this inquiry, asking the question whether the policy was sound when it was adopted, are we?
We're not, but we are trying to use it in a development management context.
Sure.
So, it's, yeah, how easy is it to use, and does it make sense? Is kind of the thing you have to ask yourself.
Sure.
Going through that as well. So.
But the question of the plan makers, the people who drafted the plan have made a drafting decision about how to draft a policy, right?
They have, but
Right.
as we all know, some policies are better than others when you actually come to use them. So.
Sure. Plan makers have made a drafting decision about how to draft a policy, and the inspector at that time found the policy to be sound.
Yes, although I do believe there was a bit of toing and froing with modifications. I'm not sure if the council accepted those. So
There might have been, but
yeah,
the plan was adopted.
it was.
Okay. And so our task is to understand what the policy means.
Yes.
Good. So let's turn up the plan, and I actually want to start in the table that your client's, your side's interpretation ends up taking us to, which is
It's section 5. Isn't it?
table 5.3.1, I think it is. And my PDF pages seem to be different to everyone else's. On mine, it's internal page 95, PDF page 101. On other people's, it may well be about 2 PDF pages out from that.
Mine starts on PDF page 102.
Okay. All right. Now, this is in a section in the plan which starts way back on round about page 83, which is core policies.
Yeah.
And it's got various things going on in it. Various.
So I think just, yeah, so it's, well, hard copy page 90, it says delivering a wide choice of high quality homes. It's in that section.
Yeah. And then if we get to internal page 93, on mine it's PDF 99, we've got type and mix of housing. And then we keep...
On page 91, it does talk about affordability.
And okay, and then keep going, and then we've got the page where the table starts, and there's a heading quality and purpose of housing. See that?
I do, yeah.
All right. And
Sorry, when it goes to affordability 535, it does cross-refer to DM8.
just tell us where you are.
So 535, affordability. If you go on mine, it goes over to page hard copy 92. Sorry, I think we started off at page 102. Sorry, we're going backwards. PDF 102. I'm going back 3 pages, or 2 pages.
What's the paragraph number?
It's 5.3.5.
My paragraph numbers have helpfully disappeared from my copy, so can you just give me the internal page number?
I'm on hard copy, it's page 92. But
5.3.2?
No, 5.3.5.
5.3.5.
I was just saying that we were talking about just the context of this table, really. So what I was trying to say was, effectively, this is about housing as a strategy. It starts talking about affordability in 2 pages beforehand, and then there is a reference to DM8, that affordability. So I'll just read the last sentence of 5.3.5. It says, evidence indicates a level of 190 dwellings per annum. However, I think this is in the context of affordable housing. However, house building includable housing is affected by viability picture in the borough, and DM8 considers the context of such levels of delivery balanced against the viability of affordable housing development. So what I'm trying to say is there is a reference to DM8 in this section.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, we then get to a heading quality and purpose of housing. Do you see that?
I see that, yeah.
That's before the table. It says various things about that property market review. It then has 3 objectives. Okay?
Yep.
Create, reinforce, restore. And it then says to help meet the above objectives, table 5.3.1 sets out an indicative and overall objectives from those listed in 5.3.7 within each of the local housing market areas, insofar as they relate to specific postcode evidence.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, so we're told already, at least here, what the purpose of table 5.3.1 is. It's to tell the reader what the objectives are in certain locations in the housing market areas, right?
Yes.
And then it says this, some local housing market areas have some variance within them at a very fine scale, as well as an overall characteristic. As a result, these areas have an overall objective as well as a more focused objective, etc. And it talks about pockets of housing. So, do you see that?
I can see it says that, yeah.
Yeah. And so that's telling us, isn't it, that the plan maker is recognizing that there are differences within particular housing market areas as a generality, right?
As a big generality, yes.
Yeah, as a generality. And then if we then look, keep reading down, it says there's been high-level research. We'll look to design and access statements, neighbourhood plans, master plans, etc., to indicate what the intended purpose of the proposed housing will be within the area in question. Within 5.3.1 Action Guide will be flexible, especially in response to more detailed analysis submitted as part of a planning application. And so this table has a general purpose of telling developers what the council's going to be looking for in particular locations, doesn't it?
That could be one purpose of it, but it also uses exactly the same wording as DM8 does, so local housing market area.
That's an assertion you're making, but
it is the same words.
Okay, just slow down. Okay, slow down. Now, let's just look at the table. We've got 3 headings in the table. At the top, postal area, relevant locations, main issues, purpose and objectives of housing proposals. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then underneath, we've got the first housing market area, Sittingbourne local housing market area, right?
Correct, yes.
And we can see if we just scroll through the table, we've got 3 housing market areas. We've got Sittingbourne local housing market area. We've got Sheerness Minster local housing market area.
Yeah.
And we've got Faversham and East Swale rural local housing market area, right?
Yeah.
So there are 3 housing market areas, correct?
Within, and postcodes within them, yes.
Yeah, 3 housing market areas.
Yeah.
And then within those housing market areas, this table identifies specific locations.
It's relevant locations.
Yep.
Yeah.
And depending on how they're grouped, it either treats them the same or it treats them differently, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, it's different in different rows. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can. So if, for example, let's imagine. Let's stay off the controversy for a moment. Let's imagine we were interested in Sheppey. we wouldn't find an Isle of Sheppey housing market area. What we'd see is a Sheerness Minster local housing market area, right?
Well, Rushden on the Isle of Sheppey, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
But,
so
but
Sheppey's-
the housing market area is called Sheerness Minster.
but these sub ones are Isle of Sheppey in the first one, and then in the second
Yeah,
one.
and then we have specific locations in that,
Yeah.
right? Correct?
That's what it says.
Yeah, that's what it says. I mean, we can only go with what it says.
Okay.
So there is not something called the Isle of Sheppey housing market area. There is the Sheerness Minster local housing market area.
That's what this table says, yes.
Yeah. And then within that, there are specific locations too. ME11, Queensborough and Rushenden on the Isle of Sheppey, ME12, Isle of Sheppey, including Sheerness, Minster, etc., right?
That's what it says.
And if we were concerned with Faversham, we wouldn't find a Faversham housing market area. We find a Faversham and East Swale rural local housing market area, right?
And then it says Faversham below, yeah.
And then we've got in it specific locations. Faversham,
Yep.
rural parts of East Swale, Boughton, Orr, Selling and Eastling. Yeah?
That's what it says.
Okay. So let's just, I mean, it would help, I don't know if it's possible to kind of keep in on people's kit to keep things open, but it would be helpful to kind of keep that table open and look at DM8 at the same time.
By the magic of paper copy, I can do that.
You can do that. I don't know if I can. I hope so. I'm just trying to do the same thing myself now. Ah, right. It may be that everyone's already there. So we've then got policy DM8, right?
Yes, which says local housing market areas, yeah.
Yeah. And it was agreed with Mr. Dygan that the kind of intention of the policy was to match market areas with thresholds, I think, or targets.
Well, it's separated by area, if you like, or
Yeah.
whatever the area is. But
Okay.
Yeah. Again,
Now-
a plan would have been great, wouldn't it? Just actually showing what these areas meant.
Well, let's just see, because let's just see where we get to, shall we? So let's just read the first sentence. In accordance with the affordable housing target ranges and as appropriate to the local housing market areas.
Yeah. So again,
Actually,
the first.
sorry, let me rewind. Sorry.
Okay, of course, yeah.
For development proposals of 11 or more dwellings and where a need to provide affordable housing has been determined, provision will be made as follows, right?
Yeah.
In accordance with the affordable housing target ranges, and those are the things on the right-hand side, are they?
Well, again, are they housing target ranges? They're not ranges, are they?
Okay, all right, put that to one side. Affordable housing target ranges and as appropriate to the local housing market areas.
So
Then
again,
these words,
so-
as follows. Hang on, these words, as follows. I just want you to, can you just focus on this? What do you think as follows means? What do you think as follows means?
What's below? But again, it says as appropriate as well.
Yeah. As appropriate to the local housing market areas as follows.
Yeah.
And what I'm suggest to you is the policymaker has made a judgment. The policymaker has made a judgment about how affordable target ranges and areas should be matched. And it's simply saying to the reader, it's done as follows. In other words, in the following way.
But why? Yeah.
Just say that again.
Yeah. Yeah, as follows just means in the following way.
No, you said the policy maker.
Yes, has made a judgment
About what?
about how affordable housing targets should be matched to particular areas or locations. That's the role of the policymaker.
That's quite a leap, but
Well, it's a drafted policy. Someone must have made a judgment about how affordable housing in Swale is to be dealt with. And DM8 is that judgment, right?
yeah. Although why does it refer to a local housing market area when they're in? It's very, very unclear. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, only if you interpret area, let's just look now, area, right?
Yeah.
In the table. Now, we can agree, can't we, that none of the words used here on the left-hand column match the names of any of the three housing market areas in the table 5.3.1.
Not precisely, although they do sit within all of them. So you can see the same names in the table in
Yeah.
531.
Right.
Yeah.
So actually, as a matter of fact, none of the terms used in the left-hand column are the names of the specific names of market areas in table 5.3.1.
They sit within them.
Yeah. What they are the descriptions of locations within market areas, correct?
They are cited in 531. Yes.
Yes, they are the names of locations within market areas, aren't they?
I don't know. It's
Yes, you do. The Isle of Sheppey, let's go back to 5.3.1. The Isle of Sheppey is in what market area, Mr. Bashforth?
It is in Sheerness and it's ME12
Exactly.
and
Easy.
ME11.
Easy, that, wasn't it? Sittingbourne Town is within what market area?
Doesn't actually say.
Yeah, it does. Look at 5.3.1.
Doesn't say Sittingbourne Town.
It does. Look at the second column, the town of Sittingbourne.
Okay. Sorry.
Right.
Yes, it does.
Okay? In 5.3.1, the town of Sittingbourne. We know where it is. It's part of the Sittingbourne local housing market area. Look at Iwade. We can tell where Iwade is, can't we?
Yes.
It's part of the ME9 Sittingbourne local housing market area, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can see, if we want to go to table 5.3.1, what we know straight away is that it doesn't make sense if you try and read the left-hand column of DM8 as being a complete market area, because the words are different. But it does make sense if you read the words in the left-hand column of DM8 as referring to a location within a market area, right?
I can see their subsets. Yes.
Yeah. And so this policy only gets complicated if you try and squeeze entire market areas into the left-hand column. If you don't, it doesn't. It's very simple.
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, it's a question.
I just think it's very unclear.
Do you?
Yeah.
What was unclear about what I've just taken you to? When I asked you to find the Isle of Sheppey area and where it was, you could see it was in the Sheerness Minster local housing market area. When I asked you to find Sittingbourne Town, you could see it was in the ME10 part of the Sittingbourne local housing market area, etc. We could do the same with Faversham. It's quite straightforward, isn't it? I mean, I appreciate.
Well, I mean, for instance, I'll give an example. So Faversham.
Yeah.
So there's no mention of Faversham Town in the housing market area there.
Sure, but we can see where Faversham Town is if we need to, because
It doesn't say the
It's
same
in
thing,
the-
does it? So,
well, if we wanted to, we could see where the Faversham urban boundary was and so on. But fortunately, fortunately, we're dealing with Sittingbourne, and we do have Sittingbourne Town. You know.
Town of Sittingbourne. So again, if that means the same thing, I'm not sure it does. But
And the other thing, look at DM8, strategic site at Northwest Sittingbourne. You see that?
I do.
I mean, that's not a market area, obviously.
No, I agree with that.
No. All other rural areas, that's not a defined market area. Is it?
No, well, it's quite unclear, isn't it? Is everything else rural? What about smaller settlements aren't? I can't believe these are all the settlements in. If you look at 5.3.1, I don't think every settlement's there. So what about those?
Well, we can agree it's not referring.
Oh, sorry, it is all other areas. So ignore me. Sorry.
Yeah. And urban extensions. I mean, if we're to read the left-hand column as referring to housing market areas, does that mean urban extensions to housing market areas? That wouldn't make any sense, would it?
Well, it must mean urban extensions to something.
Yeah, but it wouldn't make sense for it to be an urban extension to a housing market area, because that's an area, not an urban area, isn't it?
Well, urban extension to must be to a particular settlement.
Exactly. And what's the particular settlement there in the second row that we're concerned with? It's Sittingbourne, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
I think I see your logic. I think the question is, again, going back to the purpose of the actual policy, is to calibrate delivery of affordable housing with, again, discussed with house prices and everything else with Mr. Dygan. The trouble is, there's no other way of trying to identify those areas. Again, bear in mind this evidence base is out of date as well, because it was based on a very old, the last but one SHMA, if you like, in the old plan. So again, out of date. So got to take that into account. Plus, also, again, we saw with Mr. Dygan yesterday, the actual areas where they are still lower housing price areas, if you like, in terms of where our site sits.
Sure.
Yeah.
I can come on to that in a bit. I mean, insofar as things may have moved on since the plan was adopted,
Right.
that's not sensibly something relevant to interpreting.
No, and I did
policies.
say earlier in my chief, it is a combination of, I still think it's pretty unclear. If we had a plan, it would be so much easier. Instead of trying to sort of have these one version of interpretation versus another. And the reason why that interpretation has happened is the absence of, if you like, of that, how do you work this out in terms of those lower cost areas, if you like? Because otherwise there's no geographical reference. It doesn't say in DM8 you should look in certain postcodes. How do you define an urban area? That extension, that's the difficulty.
Well, just pause there. Your position is one needs to go to the table in 5.3.1, right?
That's one interpretation.
Okay. Well, no, I think that's your position, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's one interpretation of yes. That's what Claire Dickinson.
Right.
advised,
Yes. And if we do that, we learn, looking at things sensibly, that Sittingbourne town is the town of Sittingbourne, postcode ME10.
For the purposes of that table, yes.
Yeah. And it's not, for example, rural parts of Sittingbourne, ME9, which is in the row above on your table.
Well, depends how you would define an urban extension, but
No, but just start with the Sittingbourne town bit. That's the starting point.
yes, it's not in that row. I agree.
Yeah, right. Okay. And however one interprets this policy, we are all agreed, aren't we, that for the purposes of this application, if the applications, unless the applications are judged as an urban extension to Sittingbourne town, the relevant percentage sought by the policy is 40%.
Yes, it has to come in the definition of the second
Yeah.
row there. So
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, and just going back to the interpretation that I've taken you through, I appreciate you have a kind of complaint about it in relation to evidence and affordability and everything else. But in terms of a process of understanding the words, there wasn't really any difficulty in that, was there?
I mean, there's obviously lots of discussion about what an urban extension is. That's one point.
Come on to that in a moment.
Yeah, okay. But I think it's the problem of the absence of a definition makes you search around the plan to fill that gap.
But the only definition we need to really concern ourselves about is Sittingbourne Town and urban extension, right?
I don't know. It's all about the affordability areas, isn't it? So.
Well, no, just to apply the policy, because we're told to do it as follows. Really, the only bit of definition that's critical is, are we Sittingbourne Town or an urban extension to Sittingbourne Town, right? That's right.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that, but...
Well, you say you don't necessarily agree with it. You have agreed that if we're not Sittingbourne Town or an urban extension, we fall into the 40% all other rural areas. So I don't understand why you don't agree with it. That's correct, isn't it? I understand why you don't want to agree with it, but put that to one side. In terms of the methodology and approach for the inspector...
I can see where you get to that, yes.
Do you have an alternative approach that doesn't require the inspector to ask whether this is an urban extension to Sittingbourne Town within DM8?
No. Yes. So I agree. You've got to look at whether it's an urban.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the development is described, isn't it, I think, as a kind of, I might be getting the expression wrong, but as a series of villages.
It is in some documents, but...
Yeah. And I think you'll agree with this proposition. Would you be happy with the proposition that whether it's an urban extension, firstly, obviously a matter of planning judgment, there's no definition of urban extension, right?
It is about judgment, I agree.
Yeah. And it's primarily a question of spatial relationship between what's proposed and Sittingbourne.
And functional as well. So, spatial and functional.
Spatial and functional.
Yeah.
Okay. And if we I just want to take you to, because you'll have heard Mr. Dygan's evidence on this, and he points to parts of the development that are, I think it's Highsted, is it Highsted North?
Highsted North.
Yeah. Which he said, well, look, there's an urban extension bit. And I just want to take you to one of the design documents. Might seem a long time ago, this, but it's CD 37.1.2.
Sorry, Mr. Proud, could you just repeat the CD?
Yeah, 37.1.2.
Sutherland.
I think it probably is Mr. Sutherland, yeah. And just for your note, but I'm not going to take you to it, page 85 refers to the design concept of it as a series of villages. But what I want to take you to actually is the bit in the design evolution.
Sorry, mine's for being very slow to load.
Okay.
So what page, Mr. Pereira?
Yeah, page 54.
Blimey.
Page 54. Will you tell me when you're there, ma'am?
I will, if I'm not.
That's all right.
What PDF page are we going to?
It's PDF page 54. Now, obviously, when DM8 is lurking in the background, we understand why the applicant wouldn't want to refer to this as an urban extension. But let's look at what words were used to describe the design just through the design process. And we can see, if we look at the Highsted North location here, this was a change made during the design process. We can see the white box, simple point. Reduction of urban extension to Sittingbourne to retain green gap and increase land for biodiversity net gain. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Yeah, and that's just completely on all fours with Mr. Dygan's straightforward approach, that the thing that's an urban extension is the thing that's spatially close to the urban area and extends it. And in fact, the designer here is recognizing that by putting in the green gap, they've reduced the urban extension.
That's what the designer said. Can I take you to 10.6 of my proof?
Yeah. Well, just before you do, so that we don't have to come back to this, that would be a strange judgment to make, that they're reducing the urban extension, if the whole of the development were to be seen as an urban extension, wouldn't it?
I really can't understand exactly why. That's their interpretation of what they said, but I don't know how much thought that was given to that. So,
It's just one of those kind of innocent judgments that's quite telling, isn't it?
I can't answer that.
All right, where did you want to go?
10.6 of my proof.
Sure.
Shall I close that down now? 'Cause it's
You can close that
great,
down.
thank you.
Sorry, where are we going now?
Sorry, 10.6 of my proof, madam.
Oh.
So here I explain that, and this isn't in the context of DM8. This is just a case of me explaining the spatial pattern of things. So 10.6, combine the two schemes would essentially result in a series of logical extensions to Sittingbourne urban area linked by roads and green infrastructure. So southern extension, eastern extension, new roads, and a small outward extension. That's Highsted North.
Yeah. So this is your point. It turns on
Yeah, and I think one of
space
the
and function.
I think there's almost a slight contradiction in what the council is saying on these things, because it has its gaps policy effectively. On one hand, it wants you to have gaps to provide separation between things, but when you extend the urban area and kind of have an urban extension, they want you to have a gap with the existing urban area. So it's almost you're not allowed to have a gap if you're not allowed to have an extension to the urban area because you want to have a gap. It's almost what I'm trying to say is these are urban extensions to Sittingbourne. We just have a gap to try and comply with the principles of that gap policy.
Okay. Well, look, there's a dispute between us. Can we leave it then that spatial relationship and function are the two key?
Correct, and that's why I say it's function and its spatial relationship. They are the two
Considerations.
things, exactly. So.
Fine. Thank you. Right. Yeah.
Should we Go back to DM8 or?
I'm not sure. I'm just going to look at my notes. Just give me a moment. Yeah, just one or two other questions on DM8. There's a Mr. Dygan, as was pointed out, changed the weight that he attached to the policy between the officer's report and his proof.
Yes, which I found quite curious, but yes.
I just want to ask you some questions about matters going to weight. Firstly, it's common ground between us, isn't it, that there's an affordable housing emergency in Swale?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And therefore, maximising within the terms of policy the delivery of affordable housing is important, isn't it?
Within terms of national policy, particularly.
Within the terms of policy.
Well, it depends on how much weight you give this policy. So
The only place one finds a target is within the development plan, right?
it is, but it's out of date.
Right.
And that's why it's, it goes back to your point about weight. I disagree with significant weight because it's out of date in several respects. So.
You're not proposing a different headline target for affordable housing, are you?
Not in the policy, because that's the job of the next local plan.
No. And the framework in principle supports affordable housing policies that have targets. It expects them, right?
It does, but it also expects them to have policies to be based on up-to-date evidence base. And this, I think even in policy here, it says it needs to be reviewed as well.
Yeah.
So again, there's an acknowledgement even back in 2017 that this policy needed to be looked at again.
Your case has emphasised the viability differences between different areas of Swale, hasn't it?
It has explained, again, it's where...
Exactly. So you're not suggesting that concept or analysis is out of date, are you, that approach?
No, you do look at where things are. Again, that's where Mrs Dickinson's evidence and that plan that Mr Dygan was taken to, was again, there was disagreements about the red and the yellow and everything else, but that's, we say we're in the lower value areas.
And you're not saying to the inspector that there's any likelihood that the affordable housing targets are going to be lower in an emerging plan than they are already, are you? We really
don't know. We really don't know. There's a whole evidence base to get through yet.
Really? Okay. Just on those market areas, when Mr. Dygan was being cross-examined on Miss Dickinson's updated plan, the heat map showing the...
Yes.
It was put to him, well, have you looked at the values in the viability evidence? And things moved on. But I did take Miss Dickinson to this, and so I thought, as it had been put to Mr. Dygan, I just put it to you. We know, don't we, how the applicant expects the market to be functioning when the planning permission is being built out, because those values are agreed in the viability evidence, aren't they?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. We know how the applicant expects the market to be functioning when the development is built out, because the house values are agreed in the viability evidence.
I haven't looked at the viability evidence. So.
Okay, well, I'm just going to take you to a reference now. I know you were here when Miss Dickinson was cross-examined. And CD 37.13.2.
Is this for evidence?
No, I think it's the viability evidence. It's just to get two figures.
16 point...
It's CD 37, I may have misspoken, 37.13.2. It's Mr. Mitford Slade's. And
Yes, one of 20 pages. I'm there.
Yeah. And it's paragraph 3.11.
What page is that on, Mr. Pereira?
I'm reading from my notes, so I don't know if someone else can tell me.
Sorry, what was the reference number?
3.11, paragraph 3.11,
Got
page
it.
9.
No, that's not working. 311 or 3?
3.11.
Yes, got it.
And we can see there that there's an agreed blended value for the northern scheme of £390 a square foot and for the southern scheme of £395 a square foot. Yeah?
I can see the. Again, this is definitely not my area of expertise at all, but I can see there that that's what it says, but it does also refer to things like elements of placemaking as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's the uplift. The values will be uplifted because there's a placemaking uplift because it'll be such a nice place to live. That's the.
But I don't know how that relates. So this is where I really don't understand viability. So again, what we were talking about in Mrs. Dickinson's evidence was house values.
Yes.
I don't know how that's. Presumably, her diagram was all about existing values.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this relates to this. Is this on the existing values? Then there's an uplift, or
These are the assumed sales values that have been used for the viability assessment.
but they include a placemaking uplift.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, I just sorry.
So
I
it's
didn't
just a
know if
number.
is it relevant.
So if the inspector and the Secretary of State think that for this debate it's relevant to look at values, we have agreed evidence on what the values are expected to be at the point of sale. In other words, how the market.
I can see that's what it says. All I'm being doubtful, because this is really not my area of expertise, is are we comparing apples for apples in terms of what's in that heat diagram from Mrs. Dickinson? That's just a question because I don't know the answer to
Well,
it.
Miss Dickinson's heat diagram, as I understand it, is looking at circumstances now. But the development's not coming forward now, it's coming forward at a point of time in the future.
What I'm trying to say is it creating something that's different from now, if you like? That's why I don't. Is
Yeah,
it?
I think
are we comparing the same thing in
I think
terms
it will
of
be.
circumstances?
It will be creating a market itself because it will be changing the character of the area in the way.
But it also has a lot of costs and everything else, which
Sure,
must
sure,
factor
but
in.
this
So
is-
sorry, this is just me genuinely
this
not
is just-
understanding necessarily the
Okay.
context of
Well,
this figure and everything else.
I'll
So-
leave. I'll respect your answers and leave it there.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Just give me a moment. Okay, a few other matters. The emerging plan.
Sorry, do you want to put the DM?
Yeah, you can
away?
put that away. Sorry, put that away.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Pereira, yes.
The emerging plan. I just want to check something with you.
Yeah.
We know that the council has put on pause the plan process pending the outcome of these applications, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. And just your confirmation. I think you can see the good sense in that, can't you? Because you agree that if permitted, these will be strategic scale developments and they're obviously going to influence the direction of travel in the plan, right?
I can. What I'm slightly unsure about is why haven't sort of work been progressed on terms of evidence base and things like that, and sort of so they could get ahead a bit more perhaps on, again, perhaps Mr. Dygan's got some a response to the inspector's questions on those things,
Yeah.
but It does seem slightly odd that it's waiting for everything, if you like, for these things. And it is regrettable that obviously there wasn't earlier progress on it as well.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, and that's a different point. I accept that. So
I can't.
quite-
I'm not here to answer questions on what might or might
Yes,
not
quite.
still be happening. But as a stance to take,
yes,
the significance of the applications is so great that you can see why the councils wants to know the answer to this before making substantial progress on the plan. It's quite sensible, isn't
we
it?
are where we are. Yes.
Well, it's quite sensible, isn't it?
Yes. Well, yes. But,
Yeah. I mean, one of the things you say, for example, is that the road will be the strategic answer to unlocking strategic growth in the
Yes,
borough.
and that's agreed with Mr. Dygan. So,
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you about that, but
Yeah.
because of that,
yes.
you can understand why wanting to know if it's going to get planning permission is a rather important question to the direction of travel in the plan.
Yes. That's that point.
And this might seem like a small point to you, but it's important to others in the council. You say in your proof, you don't need to go there, it's page 15, 4.3.2, that the council's abandoned the plan-making process. And that sounds rather dramatic.
Well, I think... is that a question or is that...
Well, it feels like a criticism to those sitting near me, and I think it's fair to say, isn't it, that in the circumstances, the stance they've taken is both sensible and fair, isn't it? Just let's wait and see what happens to Highsted, and then we can either build a plan around it or not.
Yes, I think that comment's more about... It's more a case of subtext is why on earth didn't you get on with it earlier, basically.
Yeah, well, there is lots of evidence that Mr. Dygan set out about the work that was done, and I don't think either party wants to go into the detail of all of that.
No, but we've still got no housing sites and we've got employment sites with virtually no status. I think that's so. We are where we are, as I said earlier, Mr.
We are where we are, and so just picking that up, and your why haven't they got on with it earlier? When it comes to the planning merits, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you see at least the following things as relevant, don't you? The pressing need for homes,
Correct, yes.
the pressing need for affordable homes,
Yes.
the need for a deliverable solution to transport in the borough.
Need for something that works, yes.
Yeah, something that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. The need to unlock strategic development through delivery of the road.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, a road solution, that's what's needed. So a highway solution, and this is the only highway solution that we have and we know that works.
And indeed, you say there's no alternative strategic highway solution available, right?
Yeah.
And all of that depends, doesn't it, on the road actually being delivered. Not being hypothetical, but actually being delivered.
Yes, it has to be part of the scheme, yes.
Yeah. And I just want to ask you then about this delivery point. I'm going to summarise what I think the law says very, very succinctly, which is...
Sorry, Mr. Prayer, did you say what the law says?
Yeah, very
Fine,
succinctly,
okay,
just
thank you.
so that you know the perspective that I'm coming from in asking the questions.
That's helpful, thank you.
That delivery is not a mandatory material consideration. That's to say, it doesn't have to be taken into account in every case. Right?
Correct?
But it is capable of being a material consideration.
It is, and then there's the Wimbledon decision,
And that's
which helps to explain it.
and that's a question of planning judgment, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
But again, there's very specific tests in that in terms of, again, Mr. Simons helpfully went through those earlier about timing,
Yeah.
and there was what I call the supermarket thing.
Also, just to be clear, I'm hoping that I've not misunderstood the council's case, because Mr. Dygan made absolutely clear that he'd given absolutely no weight to deliverability one way or the other as a material planning
absolutely.
So even though it could be in theory, he's not made it one in practice.
Absolutely, and that's because Mr. Dygan is being absolutely loyal to the council's position, which is that we don't question the deliverability. We don't question the deliverability of the scheme. That's not been part of our case.
That's my point, though. There's a distinction between concerns he has raised and those matters which he gives evidence on as material planning considerations. And that's why, given your summary of the law, that's what I'm saying. And I think we're agreed that the concerns he's raised, he's given no weight to as material planning considerations.
Because he's resolved them in your favour. He doesn't have he's taken advice. He's taken advice on viability, and the conclusion is that the scheme is viable. Others, on the other hand, are saying something different, and therefore, whether the council likes it or not, Mr. Bashforth, and whether you like it or not, there's an issue before this inspector and the Secretary of State as to the delivery of the road, correct? There's a question.
There's a question, but it's not a material consideration in terms of 38.6. That's my view, and that's Mr. Dygan's view.
Yeah, it's not the council's case.
It was his view. So just to be clear, I did ask him about this because it was really important, and he confirmed that he had not treated it as a material planning consideration. And so if that's it either is or it isn't. And if he didn't treat it as one, then he didn't treat it as one. And so that's it.
And will you let me ask the question?
Yeah, as long as it's put recognising that position, I'll stop interrupting.
I'm going to put the concerns that Mr. Dygan raised, and which the inspector asked if I was going to question on. So, if we go first to your errata sheet.
Yes.
You initially, at least before considering the Wimbledon judgment, did accept that delivery helps inform the weight to be attributed to the benefits. That was your view then.
Yes.
All right.
Again, crucially, I didn't take that anywhere in my evidence and
Sure.
the balancing or everything else. I just
Yeah.
really did not sort of take that anywhere at all.
Yeah, I think the inspector knows what the parties' cases are.
Yes.
And your position now through this is that one should assume that the hurdles can readily be overcome and delivery does not affect the merits of granting permission.
Yes. And again, that is my position in terms of, and I did say this in the original one, is there's always things to be overcome for large development schemes. We do them all the time, and there's, as we know, this scheme doesn't hopefully have to go through that, but compulsory purchase has to go through. There's lots of things about funding and everything else. They're not part of the planning process, and the planning process, if you like, or granting a planning permission is a gateway to sort of getting on with things, if you like. But there's always things to get on with, and there's risks with those things. But actually, the planning process is saying, get on with it. This is consistent with policy, and it's effectively a gateway, as I say. So.
Sure, and the council wants to get on with things too, now we know that the PPG in the plan making context requires strategic sites to be assessed for viability, right?
It does say that, yes, I agree with that.
It does.
But plan making crucial.
In plan making, but it's material in that context.
In that context.
And the reason for that is because strategic sites are critical to delivering strategic priorities, aren't they?
I don't think it specifically says that, but I can see the logic there.
Well, it does.
Okay, does it? Sorry, I'm happy to turn this up.
Yeah, it says, because they're critical to delivering strategic priorities of the plan. And part of the applicant's case here is that this development is critical to delivering strategic priorities, right?
Correct.
And can you see, do you agree, just as a principle, that delay to the plan-making process can cause planning harm? It's part of your case, actually, I think.
It can cause uncertainty. I mean, that's in some ways where we are at the moment. So.
Exactly. It causes uncertainty, and a consequence of uncertainty is harm to the proper planning of the area, isn't it?
Or the process gets corrupted, if you like, in terms of, I use that word very carefully, but effectively you would get planning by appeal rather than plan-led.
Yeah, but why do people care about that? People care about that because it's harmful to the proper planning of the area.
Possibly, depends on the nature of each scheme, but yes, it's not, doesn't follow an orderly plan. That's the whole point of 38.6.
Exactly, and it's part of your case, isn't it? Look, here's a strategic scheme that will deliver lots of things which small sites coming forward on Section 78 appeals won't be able to do. That's
Correct, yes.
yeah, right.
The trouble is we haven't got a plan that's even in the wings, if you like, that can kind of show there's
Yeah.
other choice or sort
Do,
of
do,
alternatives.
yeah. Do you accept, just as a simple proposition, that no finding on the viability of the schemes or uncertainty on the viability of the schemes is likely to cause delay in the plan making process?
I'm not sure was the answer, I think. Just let me explain
Yeah.
that. So I think first point is, in practice, again, if this is granted planning permission, you'd assume it's a commitment and it's coming forward. Would you look at the viability of things again or the deliverability of things again on this site? Probably not, because it's effectively, it's a commitment, if you like. So that's quite your point,
Exactly.
isn't it? So I think the second point is, we've gone through the sort of 38.6 thing. It's not relevant to the determination of this application. And the third point is, I know we've had lots and lots of evidence on deliverability and viability, and just to sort of say, from my take on that, it is deliverable, but again, it's not something I take into account on my balance. So,
Yeah. So my question was, do you accept that no finding on viability or uncertainty on viability is likely to cause delay to the plan making process?
I'm deliberately not answering this, and this isn't me being awkward, if you like. I don't know, because technically I don't think the council has to consider, all it's got to do is consider the balance, if you like. That's what its job is.
Yeah.
So I don't think it'll hold it up.
Okay. I mean, and just to be clear, and Mr. Dygan made this clear, what the council is asking the inspector and the Secretary of State to do is to make a finding on viability so that we know. And of course, our position is, as Mr. Simons has rightly reminded us, that we don't object to the viability. We're not saying it's not viable.
Yeah.
And so, just to be clear, it is an expression of the council wanting to get on with things. Do you understand that?
I understand the point, and just, I think we're broadly in agreement that it's not part of the planning balance for this, but, we've heard a lot of evidence, and it's really a matter for the inspector and the Secretary of State to understand what we do with all of that evidence on deliverability and viability. There are clearly differences of opinion on that. I don't think it's one for me to take into account in the planning balance, but I can understand why you'd be interested in that.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a little bit more. I'm wondering if that's a good time for a break, and I can check through my notes, but I can certainly carry on for another 15 minutes and see where we are.
We'll have a break.
Break now? Sure.
Okay, let's have a quarter of an hour then, shall we? How much more do you think you've got?
15, 20 minutes maybe.
Right, okay, let's have a break till 1:45 then.
Sure.
1:45. What do I do?
So I don't know if, are we adjourned at the moment, or
Well, we can adjourn.
if we just very, very briefly unadjourn, just to very briefly unadjourn, but that's the position, so I'll let you.
Chris's case is going to go on till tomorrow. He wants to cross-examine in person on Friday.
Okay.
But he hasn't obviously heard because he's in court, he hasn't heard the evidence in chief and all the rest of it, but he definitely wants to cross-examine in person. He didn't find it helpful when he did it virtually with Claire.
Fair enough. He didn't find it helpful.
No, he said it wasn't so he wants to do it in person.
Oh, I thought he might. Right, okay. Let's we'll
break now
decide
and
at the
think
end of
about
it.
that, yeah.
What we're going to do. But that's very helpful because that gives us
At least we know where we are, sort of thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's adjourn then to 1:45. Thank you. So the inquiry is resumed, and we're going to continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. I don't have much more at all. I do want to ask you just a little bit about Stones Farm and the Sang thing.
Yes.
On the basis of what we know so far, and if it gets to the point where we say, do you know what, I don't really know, then fine. But I just want to see what your position is. It looks on the facts, and you hear from what Mr. Dygan said yesterday.
I did, and I've read the background document.
Right.
So.
It looks on the facts as though it was expected that the part of the site would be used as Sang, and that's why the contribution was split in two, and that's why the covenant is there, even though there's nothing in the conditions in the 106. Are you on board with
again,
that?
All I've looked at it from a planning perspective, so I
Yeah.
see nothing in the 106, nothing in the, and I did see some correspondence with Natural England as well, so it is quite confused, I agree, but nothing in planning terms.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. Well then, let me put this as the factual basis for my question and then see where we go. If the planning permission has been, if the Stones Farm planning permission has been granted in the expectation that that part of the site will be used for Sang, that's the if.
Big if, yes.
Yeah,
But it factually hasn't, but
that's in the expectation. However, ineffectually recorded or whatever, but in that expectation, can you see, as a reasonable planning authority, that when the planning authority comes to discuss the transfer of the land, that it may need to take that into consideration?
it could be a consideration, but again, big if, it's all about the baseline is what the planning permission says. Again,
Okay.
a very basic piece of law, as I was told as a planner, that it's what the planning permission
Sure.
says, not an expectation. So
All right, and if the planning permission was granted on the basis that that part of the site would be used for Sang, it would follow, wouldn't it, that if it's no longer going to be used for Sang, there could be planning consequences of that.
could be, but again, on the if and the if, two
Yeah.
ifs, and again, it would have to be. I don't think even then it's a discussion about mitigation and compensation, effectively. So
Yes.
again, it's not necessarily unresolvable. So,
Yeah.
But again, subject to your if and if.
Not disagreeing with
Yes.
that as a principle. It's the Sang is there as a compensation or mitigation, and there may be other ways around it if
Correct.
if
Again,
that arises. Yeah.
Just to note, and I know everybody knows this, but just to note, we continue to have this discussion devoid of any evidential. The documentation that on which it's predicated is yet to be, as I understand it, yet to be supplied. I know Mr. Pereira knows that. I'm just reminding everyone that all of this at the moment is on the basis of stuff that no one has seen.
Yeah.
I mean, the Secretary of State will need to, I mean, you've left it sort of hanging there, quite enticingly.
I've left it hanging there.
Well, you haven't.
Well, it is not by choice. It is hanging there because there's uncertainty. So I think the way ahead, firstly, is for, if possible, an agreed note, but it may not be. It may just be the council puts in a note saying what its understanding of the factual position is, first of all. And once we've got the facts, no doubt it would help you in your report to know what the party's position is. The reason I'm raising it, obviously, is that you quite rightly have asked Mr. Dygan, and Mr. Bashforth's given evidence on what would a reasonable planning authority do in the context of the schemes being granted. And all I'm flagging up is that if permission has been granted on the basis, however recorded or understood, that that part of the site would be used for Sang, that will be something that the council has to consider. That's as far as I'm putting it. because it's a public authority with obligations in relation to
Realise that, yeah.
nature conservation. That's why. That's why. And I'm not saying anything else about it. And Mr. Bashforth rightly said that the concept of SANG is about mitigation and compensation. So, and there was a payment that was split, so one can see straight away there might be ways around it. But
I mean, do we know? I mean, what we need to know also is whether it's all of that overlapping land
Yeah.
or part of it,
exactly. And
whether and what the consequences of having a road put through it would be.
yeah, and you know, one thing we don't want, what the reason we would like it to be dealt with as thoroughly as we can is to make whatever decision you make as robust as possible as
Of
well.
course.
Obviously.
Certainly.
Look, I think what our
Well, I've got
position
to
is...
advise the Secretary of State
No, of
some way
course,
or the other, haven't
Of course, we will respond once we've got obviously something to which we can respond.
I mean, if a map is helpful, you know, if there must be a plan somewhere. So, anyway, there we are.
Okay, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Bashforth. I'm going to be asking some questions on behalf of the Rule 6 parties. I'd like to pick up on the two topics that you were discussing there at the end of your cross-examination with my learned friend in terms of firstly viability and delivery, and then we'll move on to talk about Stones Farm, because the position of the Rule 6 parties is slightly different to the position of the council. And just for context, dealing first with viability and deliverability, just for context, our case is as set out by Mr. Bell at the viability session, which is that the affordable housing and the roads have not been shown to be viable and therefore deliverable. So that's the context of my questions. So to start off with a very basic point, this is obviously a case where you recognise that there's a balance, and obviously your case is that the harms that you've identified are outweighed by the benefits of the scheme, in particular the roads and the affordable housing. That's correct?
Correct, yes. Affordable housing amongst other things, but yes.
And in your errata sheet, which my learned friend took you to, you recognise there that the deliverability of the scheme can help to inform what weight should be attributed to the benefits of a proposal, don't you?
Only in theory, and then I go on to explain below. Again, this is going back to the discussions we've been having on the Wimbledon judgment. It doesn't affect the merits of this case.
No.
That's why I said it doesn't affect the merits of granting planning permission at the bottom.
Yeah, no, well, that's your view, but your...
That's, I think, just to be clear, that's case law. I think it's very clear, and it's an agreed position with the council as well. So.
Yeah, but it's capable of being a material
It is, but only
you're
in those
accepting
very
there.
limited circumstances which
I appreciate you say don't apply,
Correct.
but you're accepting that potentially
But
there are
in
situations
a theoretical
where they
situation, it can be a material consideration, but not in this case.
Yeah, well, and so it's capable of being a material consideration, and obviously you're saying that's not the case, and you're saying in this case that this development is meeting needs, aren't you?
Right.
So, and those needs are affordable housing. Yep.
That's one of the needs, yes.
Yeah, and you also say that there's a need for the roads.
Yes, and that's an agreed position with the
So
council.
you're saying that's meeting a need as well.
Yes, and the Highway Authority and others, yes.
Yeah, but that's your position, and it's right, isn't it, that you're saying that there's an urgency to meeting those needs.
It's not, I wouldn't say it has to be done in a certain timescale. That's very different from the position on the example that Mr. Simons explained. There isn't a time-limited imperative to deal with that, because that, I think Mr. Simons drew attention to, I think it's the Holocaust Memorial thing, where effectively there was almost an imperative in timing terms, because the survivors of the Holocaust, that they wanted that to be in place by, while they're still living. So understandably, there was an urgency. That's a very different in terms of the housing crisis. The housing crisis is very significant. The government's called it urgent, if you like, but that doesn't fundamentally time out in terms of time. That housing crisis still needs to be addressed.
Well, urgent is urgent, isn't it?
It is, but it isn't something that's time limited. That's very different from the example in the Holocaust Memorial example, where effectively it was saying this has to be dealt with within a certain predetermined timescale, which you could analyse. What the government's effectively saying in its statements and, in effect, the National Planning Policy Framework, which is bringing that into action and everything else is, we know there's a crisis, we know it's urgent, but actually we've got a long-term plan to address that. That's very different from the situation in that case law.
But you're accepting that there's an affordable housing emergency within Swale, aren't you?
There is, but it doesn't say that has to be addressed within a certain timescale. It's a very different test than the Holocaust Memorial test in that case law.
But that must denote urgency if it's an emergency.
But it's not a time limited. It may be an important thing to get on with. That's very different from something that has to be done within a predetermined time frame. That's what that case law is suggesting in my reading of it anyway.
Okay. Well, I think I've made my position clear, and I think there's obviously a difference between us on that. Yeah. But and it's right, isn't it, that ultimately it's up to the inspector and the Secretary of State to make their own decisions about deliverability. You accept that?
Exactly, but again, there's an agreed position between ourselves and the council on that, no. So that will inform that decision as well, I'm sure.
And if we look at your proof, please, at page 26, 5.10.
Yes.
So you say here that the inspector and the Secretary of State can have confidence in the proposed scheme's deliverability for two reasons. The first is Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence. Yeah?
Yes.
And it's right, isn't it, that the inspector and the Secretary of State are going to have to assess that evidence in light of the cross-examination of Mr. Mitford Slade by counsel on behalf of KCC.
Yeah, so I think there's two things going on here. One is, I think the inspector and the Secretary of State are going to have to consider that evidence. It's what you then do with it. It's do you put that in the planning balance? And effectively, does that go to whether it should be granted planning permission? So 38.6 is deliverability something that you should consider? Agreed position, my position and the council's position is that actually that doesn't go to the planning balance. Again, Mr. Pereira made it very clear, I think, he would like a view on that. There's been evidence on that. So again, it's not for me to say how that goes in planning balance. I'm the planner saying, should this get planning permission? That's my job, effectively. I think it's again, I don't know how this quite sits in legal terms and everything else, but we've heard a month's worth of evidence. It would seem slightly odd that was just pushed to one side and no view on that. So
all I'm saying is they'll need to make a decision, and when they do make a decision, they'll need to consider Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence and make up their own mind. Right?
Well, no, I don't. I think the important thing is in making that decision on whether to grant planning permission or not, that doesn't go to deliverability. What I'm trying to say is that's all about. What we're saying is that 38.6 is we don't take into account deliverability. What I think the council are asking is effectively, it would be useful to know if you think the scheme is deliverable on the basis of the evidence that you've heard. That doesn't go to the decision making. It just goes to actually a view on things, if you like. It's not core to whether it should be granted both schemes should be granted planning permission.
Okay, but what I'm asking you about is what you say in 5.10, and you say that there can be confidence in the proposed development's deliverability due firstly to Mr. Mitford Slade's evidence, and all I'm saying is that the Secretary of State and the Inspector are going to have to make up their minds about that themselves, aren't they? That's your view, but they'll have to come to their own.
Yes, but again, it's not part of the actual overall planning balance. I don't use that 5.10 in my
No,
overall conclusions.
I understand that's your position. And then the other thing that you say in 5.10, the other factor is the applicant's track record of delivering major housing schemes locally and beyond. And you say that's another factor that gives confidence in deliverability, don't you?
Yes, but again, I don't use that in the balance. So
No, but that as a factor is inherently uncertain, isn't it? Because just because someone has a good track record in the past, there might be all sorts of variables and reasons which means that they don't deliver in the future.
I put that in there just to say there's, the applicant knows what they're doing effectively.
Yeah, but it's not something that the inspector can give a great deal of weight
No,
to.
again, going back to the point, it's not part of planning balance. It's just
Yeah.
in there as almost an aside. So
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all I'm going to ask about viability, but it links to Stones Farm. As well-known friend was outlining, we don't have a final factual position on Stones Farm. So I'm going to ask you questions on the basis of what we think we understand the position to be, which is that the SANG isn't secured in planning terms through a 106 or conditions, but it is secured through a covenant on the land, and that the council is in the process of acquiring that land. So that's the context.
I understand that's position, but again, not seen evidence.
No,
Yes.
appreciate that, but
Yes.
if we can take that as our scenario, and so thinking again about delivery, when you gave your evidence in chief, I think you accepted that the council's willingness to sell the land through which the NRR will go, that's relevant to delivery, isn't it?
Again, I'm sorry, I'd be like a broken record on this. In terms of deliverability, different box, if you like, the inspector and the Secretary of State may reach a view on it, but it's not part of my planning balance. So just caveat with everything I said about
absolutely. I'm
deliverability,
not trying to catch you out. I'm just asking
just
about
the
what you said in your
avoidance of doubt
evidence in
sort of thing.
chief.
So, yes, I mean, there's lots of things in terms of deliverability. There's funding, there's all sorts of things that a big scheme, as I say, has to address, if you like. And again, as I say in my evidence, one of the things that is, as really is sort of quite markedly sort of in terms of the position of the highway authorities has changed significantly over the last 12 months as well. So I would, just as an initial point, is we have Kent County Council as notwithstanding their sort of viability, deliverability and everything else sort of points, if you like, they are very kind of willing, and kind of their sort of body language and everything else, and their position at this inquiry has been very sort of, we want to get on and deliver this, it's in our local transport plan. And again, so those bodies, there's a lot of willingness to get on with things, if you like.
Yeah, but you accept that when we're talking about whether the road is actually going to be delivered and built through the Stones Farm SANG land, there is a significant unknown once it passes to the council as to whether the council would be willing to sell the land.
I given my experience of lots of these big schemes, this is quite typical in terms of those things which, they're not insuperable problems. So just standing back from that element, then I'll draw in, every scheme has its challenges, shall we say, in terms of actually deliverability. I don't get involved with land ownership and things typically at the planning stage. It's something that's not considered, if you like, in terms of who's going to deliver and everything else. But those, again, we've discussed this in terms of discussion over the last couple of days. One is, I think there is a question about, as a public authority, you would expect them to act reasonably. So that's the first point. And there's a point I raised earlier about it would be subject to, if planning permission was granted, and then Highsted was a key part of the local plan, because that's what we expect to happen, if you like, because the council are waiting for that decision to understand whether they will deliver it. It would be perverse as a reasonable public authority that the reasonable public authority is ransoming, if you like, if that's the kind of implication of what you're saying, its own delivery of its own local plan, if you like, or delivery of its overall strategy. It just seems odd to me. So
Well, it might seem odd, but it's possible, isn't it?
But it's a scenario, but it just, again, there's lots of imponderables, but it doesn't seem like a reasonable, from just a kind of stepping back perspective. There may be lots of negotiations, I don't know, but again, I'm a planner, not a surveyor and not someone who negotiates land deals. So it's one of, possibly a number of things that need to be gone through, but nothing unusual is what I would say in that.
No,
respect.
but there's considerable local objection.
But that's
to the road,
that's
isn't
nothing
it?
to do with a
And that could
reasonable public
influence the
authority
decision.
that's got to deliver its local plan. Just because there's objection, they're not suddenly going to stop their local plan being delivered. It just would seem odd.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, that's all I'm going to ask about viability and Stones Farm. So next, I'd like to look at how this application has been brought forward, and the context of the questions is that we're not suggesting that the approach taken in this case in terms of an outline permission with pretty much everything reserved apart from the parameter plans and so on, it isn't a lawful approach, or it isn't an option that was open to the developer in this case. But my clients have some concerns about the consequences of that approach. So that's the context.
Okay, thank you.
So I think you'd accept, wouldn't you, because you've said there's already no evidence that this is a development of such magnitude that it's strategically important, and I think you've used the word transformational.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's of a strategic significance.
It is. It is very large. Yes. So, both in scale and in what it delivers. Yes.
Yeah. And you've described the three-tier consenting process where we're at tier 1, so it's strategy documents, tier 2, design codes and delivery plans.
Sorry, just tier 1 is the outline application. So that's that's the outline application. That's the environmental statement. That's all the things that are in front of this inquiry at the moment.
Absolutely, and that's the principle of the development, isn't it? That's the strategic approval for the principle.
It is. It's showing, can it be done effectively? Do you accept the principle of it? Yes.
Yeah. So if that's granted, that fixes the principle of the development.
Correct.
Yeah. And then tier 2 is design codes and delivery plans.
Yeah.
And then tier 3 is reserved matters. Yeah.
Correct.
And that, in this case, includes access, appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's most of the real detail, it's fair to say, is at the reserved matters stage, isn't it?
It is, albeit the parameter plans do give you understand. Again, that's important for what we typically call as planned as the Rochdale envelope, to allow a likely significant effects to be assessed in the environmental statement. So there is, it is a framework, if you like. That's the way of looking at it.
Yeah.
It's not a bare outline as they
No.
20 or 30 years ago. So.
Yeah, no, it's setting a framework, as you say. And the reserved matters, they're quite fundamental issues, aren't they? So layout, scale, appearance, these are quite fundamental issues if you're looking at what the impact of something is going to have on the landscape, for example, or the environment.
No, I disagree. And again, that's the whole point of the outline application with those. Again, it's going back to what I call the Rochdale envelope. That's making sure that you've got enough detail spatially. So that it's called an envelope because effectively, where are the roads, where are the buildings? So you end up with an envelope, and within that, it's where things can move around, if you like. So that allows you to do all of those assessments, and that's why I say, the likes of Historic England didn't query that. It's a very common approach, and that's why we've put that note in from Urban and Civic. It's something that's being done all around the country at the moment as well.
No,
so it's not, it's legally robust, and actually, I think
Yeah,
it's providing reasonable certainty for those assessments. So
I'm not suggesting it's not legally robust. My point is these are quite fundamental issues, but it sounds like you're saying, for example, the appearance of the development isn't a fundamental issue.
It will be an important issue, but what effectively
so
we know where the buildings will be. It's all the next stage is to confirm what the character of those will be.
Yeah, so what they look like is important, isn't it?
It's part of the things, but actually is something you can reasonably, you can understand that it's going to be a 2 or 3 story home at them, in those parameters, because it's got a height parameter on them. And it's just, clearly design and those things are important, but there's no reason why you need to know that now.
Okay, and if we think about the impacts of the development on a particular area, so if we think about the Tong conservation area,
Yes.
and obviously the NRR is going to go through
Yeah.
the Tong conservation area. And it's right, isn't it, that this is, I think it's the only heritage asset where there is a direct impact.
Correct. There is a listed building within the Kent Science Park, but again, it's not directly affected. So that's fair.
But there is a direct impact
Yes.
anyway. And it's fair to say, isn't it, there's been an indicative drawing, but we don't know precisely what the road's going to look like, what the design of the bridge across the stream's going to be, and so on. That's all an unknown.
No, but again, it's at this stage, it's all about demonstrating can it work. There is a broadly fixed alignment from those parameter plans, so it tells you where the road's going to go. And as I said earlier, we do have detailed drawings to show how it can work. They need to be refined, but there's two approval processes to go through yet until the final design comes forward.
But that's about how it can work, not how it will work.
No, but it's reasonable. It provides a reasonable understanding at this stage to inform that.
And then if we take another example, if we think about water infrastructure,
Yes.
obviously very large development, so it's going to need potable water and foul water provision. And you don't deal with that at all in your evidence, do you?
No, and it did come up in the Rule 6 parties discussions last week. I did note that. Very happy to go through some of the detail on that if you like in terms of things. I mean, what I would say on that is there's no objections from any of the water companies. And believe me, in terms of some of the schemes I'm dealing with around the country, water supply is a huge consideration, particularly where there isn't enough or there isn't enough capacity in local sewage works and things like that. It is a major issue. But here,
I think the local people would say that that's the case here, wouldn't they?
well, what I'm saying is there's no objections here. That's the difference. So what I'm saying is when there is an issue, believe me, the water companies put their hands up and say there's a massive issue here. So what I'm saying is there's no objections.
Yeah.
There's no objections from a flood perspective. That's all been agreed. And there is also there's planning conditions to deal with these things as well. So that's not an unusual position to be in. And I think one of the things that was raised last week was there was comments about, well, we don't know exactly where the suds and things are and everything else. So again, what we saw, I think yesterday, or it may have been, I forgot what day of the week it was, it may have been Monday, one of the things that Mr. Dygan drew attention to, he was always showing the impact on the landscape, wasn't he, with those SUD sort of areas. So there has been detailed work looking at how it can work with where SUDs could go, for instance. So some of the comments I think Miss Bonnie made in terms of actually how have you dealt with this. Actually, if you look at those plans, it does show how those matters could be addressed.
Shows how they could work, but
yes.
But again, there's no certainty, is there?
Well, I think there is enough certainty. That's what planning at this stage is all about. It's showing actually there isn't a problem here and we can move on.
But the infrastructure in this case is going to have to be very substantial to serve a development of that size, won't it?
Well, that's, it's like any big planning application. That's always the case. And it's been shown and it's been signed off by the statutory authorities.
But you can understand why that is a matter of considerable concern to the local
I can
community. They don't know what they're going to get.
Legitimate concern, and I can understand it. But that is the way things work, if you like.
So they just have to live with it because you
could. No, I'm not saying have to deal with it, and it's a legitimate comment. What I'm trying to say is there is enough information in the applications, and we've got confirmation of that by the statutory authorities to say actually you've done a feasibility study. This can work. You've shown how it can work from layout plans. There isn't a problem here.
Okay. And can we have a look, please, at the urban and civic paper, which is ID 174, and I'd like to take you to page 14. It's 174, ID 174, it's an ID document.
Yes and no.
Yeah. So it's right, isn't it, that this has been introduced as to illustrate the approach that's being taken in this case?
Not exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. This is how it's been approached elsewhere, and there are similarities. So this isn't exactly the model we're attaching here. I'm just showing this is how it's been approached elsewhere.
Oh,
so we're not urban and civic.
No.
It was put in largely to show that this is, an increasing way of doing things, but it's not the template, and it's not things that have been written into the 106, for instance.
No, I'm not saying it's a template, but this is been put in, as I understand it, to illustrate the approach that you're taking here.
It shows how, it shows the similarities between the approaches.
So you're saying it's just of academic interest?
Well, no, it is showing that. Again, you were asking questions about the flexibility, if you like, and again, this is trying to explain how this is a common approach in terms of that tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 approach.
Yeah, which is the approach that you're taking, isn't it?
It is, but what I'm trying to say is this isn't exactly the same as being approached here. It's just showing actually other developers are doing something similar. And again, there was a lot of discussion. Half the reason we've put this in was a lot of discussion at the deliverability sessions. I wasn't at them all, but if you look at page 4...
Well, I'd just like to look at page 14,
just
actually.
explaining what the purpose of it is. That's why it's in
yeah.
there. So you asked that question. So page 4, what is a master developer? So that was what it was trying to help with,
Okay.
because there seemed to be a sort of almost a different approach being talked about by the different parties. So that's part of the reason why we put this in.
Right,
What is
so
a master
but
developer?
it's to explain your approach.
It's to help explain. It's to explain how there are similarities. It's not the approach. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Well, if we look at page 14, the first bullet point, which talks about parameter plans, and that talks about.
Sorry, is that where it says transport mechanisms?
It says page 14.
Is that hard?
Sorry, I do apologise. It's PDF 14, page 13 in the document.
Oh, right, thank you.
Apologies. So, if you look at the first bullet point there, that talks about parameter plans and flexibility.
Yes.
And it says at the end of that bullet point, our approach is to show community infrastructure like schools and local district centres as icons rather than defined areas. And that's what you've done in the parameter plans here, isn't it?
Sorry, just to explain that again.
Well, the document says our approach is to show community infrastructure like schools and local district centres as icons rather than defined areas.
No, I don't think that is the case. Sorry, let me just check.
They're shown by stars, aren't
Yeah,
they?
there's
The
stars.
local
Yeah.
centres,
The
that's
reason
really
I'm just hesitating is because I do think the schools are yellow, I think, on the plans, aren't they?
I think they're stars, aren't they?
I think there's stars. Yeah, that's my point.
I may be wrong.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, so again, sorry, I'm not going to be very helpful because I've got hard copies rather than CD references to go.
It's a parameter plan.
Yeah, so again, sorry, this is one of the heights parameters.
If it helps, we're looking at, it's just as an example, it's drawing 2782455AB. I don't know whether that assists you in finding it. It's called Parameter Plan Developments, and it's for the south.
They're in any order.
Yeah, so this is the problem with using hard copies, isn't
I
it?
should have,
It's
oh, here we are.
Yeah.
It's quite near the front, actually.
Is it?
Oh, hang on.
I think it's the
Behind.
second page.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Ashworth.
Sorry, I think it's in fact one of the first ones.
I think it is, you're right, Mel.
Actually, the second one.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and they've got the blue and the pink stars, haven't they?
Yeah.
They have, but if you then look at the height, the parameter plan built form heights, which is about 1, 2, 3, 4 along.
Yeah.
That's where I said the yellows, the kind of.
Oh, I see.
But there's quite, I mean, it's a very simple point. There's quite a few plans, just looking beyond the one that we were just
Yes.
looking at there. And in all of them, the schools are shown as stars, aren't they?
They are, but what I'm
Yep.
trying to say as well is they're both stars, but there's also a physical zone, if you like, where they are.
Yeah.
So that's what I was referring. This is why I wanted to check, because there are these yellow areas where the schools are as well. So it's not just effectively a dot on a plan. It is actually a zone where a school will be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it just going back to the urban and civic paper, the next sentence says, so it talks about the schools being shown as icons, or in our case, stars. And it says that way, when you come to evolve the detail...
Sorry, can you just remind me where you are?
Sorry, it's page 14 of the urban and civic
yes.
paper.
And sorry, we're on parameter plans, aren't we?
Yeah.
Good example of icons flexibility for a range of elements, including schools and district centre. Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and then the next bit says, that way, when you come to evolve the detailed design, you can reorientate and move a school within an area without having to justify a departure from an outline fix, or indeed seek an amendment to amend that parameter fix to remain consistent. So my question is this part of your approach to move schools
No.
from where they're...
So going back to that, again, we don't need to turn this up necessarily. That yellow zone, if you like, is where the school has been, that's where the secondary school is, for example. There is that area there. What that's effectively saying is here is where the secondary school will be. That has been sized, I think, in consultation with Kent County Council Education Authority to say this is big enough for a secondary school. What it's effectively saying is there are then choices about how you build that school in that site, if you like. So you could orientate it this way, that way, the playing fields could go here. They're the choices, but we know where that secondary school will be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so is it right that you would say that's flexibility?
That's flexibility because, again, things may change in terms of the way Kent County Council want to deliver that, and that's, we may not be delivering this for a few years. So that's good flexibility at the moment. Why fix something far too early?
But would you also accept that it's legitimate for the local community to view that as uncertainty?
It is, but again, you know where the school will be. There's a height parameter to that, so you'll know how high the schools will be. It's that's I think that's reasonable certainty.
Okay, I'm going to go back to your proof, please. If we can go to page 15. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
And at paragraph 4.3,
yes,
you say that the local plan's a starting point for consideration of the applications, but the weight to be given to it is diminished due to it being out of date.
right.
Is that correct? But you'd agree, wouldn't you, that it's more than just a starting point? It still has primacy in the planning process, doesn't it?
It's as I say in my evidence, it's a starting point because that's it's compliance with the development plan unless otherwise material considerations. But again, when you start that point, you've got to realise the starting point, the weight it's got is diminished.
But it still has primacy, doesn't it? It's
Well,
still
it's where you start,
it's the adopted local plan
Yes.
for the area, so
Yes.
it must have primacy.
Yes, but it is out of date and for various reasons, as I say in my evidence.
And then if I can take you to the NPPF,
Yes.
and that's page 5. And I'm sure this is very well known to you. Paragraph 8 deals with achieving sustainable development and the overarching objectives.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. And then paragraph 9 goes on to say that those objectives should be delivered through the preparation and implementation of plans. Yeah.
Right.
And planning policies and decisions should play an active role in guiding development towards sustainable solutions, but should take account of local circumstances. Yeah.
Yes.
And if we can then go to back to your proof and go to page 27.
Yes, I'm there.
And at paragraph 5.15, you quote from paragraph 77 of the NPPF, and that states that the supply of large numbers of houses is best achieved through planning for large-scale development. Yep.
Yep.
And you reiterate that in paragraph 5.15 in the second line.
Sorry, what was the point? Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying you reiterate what the NPPF says in the second line of paragraph 5.15, where you say new homes, large number of new homes can often be best achieved through planning for large-scale development.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's right, isn't it, that the NPPF is emphasising that large-scale development should come through the plan process.
Ideally, yes. And again, you'd in a perfect world, we'd be all doing a very plan-led system. Unfortunately, Swale hasn't got a plan to follow a plan-led system. It's out of date, and it should have started an awful long time ago, and we should have had a review by 2022.
Yeah. But obviously, this site is not coming. It's not an allocated site, is it?
It is. Again, we are where we are.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But you've agreed it's a strategic level development.
Yes, and again, there's other provisions, as we know, don't need to necessarily turn them up, about prematurity, and we don't. Those things aren't. Again, the NPPF specifically considers those as an issue. If you're at a position where the plan has made some progress, and say a site like this came forward, then there's a potentially prematurity issue. That is not the case here.
Yeah, but it's going to the development. I think you accept is going to set. If it's granted, it's going to set the spatial framework, isn't it?
It will inform it.
It's effectively plan making.
Well, no, it's not plan making. It will inform it. There is a plan making process, and we heard about Regulation 18, 19, and everything else. The council still needs to do that.
But the effect of it will almost be tantamount to plan making.
Well, no, it won't. It'll inform the plan making process.
Okay. Well, if we look at page 29, paragraph 5.23 of your proof.
5.23, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you quote there from subparagraph E of that section of the NPPF, which is to consider whether it's appropriate to establish greenbelt around or adjoining new settlements of significant size.
Yeah.
What paragraph are you?
It's 5.2. It's page 29, 5.23, Mum. PDF 29.
I think it's in the. If you look at the blue text above, if yours is blue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Mum. It's the blue text. So the blue text is the quote from the NPPF, and then Mr. Bashforth's commentary is below that at 5.23. So the quote from the NPPF is talking about establishing green belts, and then at 5.23 you go on to say, I note that a large gap would remain between settlements to the south at Highsted and Rodmersham Green, albeit that the SSRO would be situated in between. So that's right. That's what you say, isn't it?
Yes, it's good. Again, I think just reading this rather liberally, I don't think the NPPF actually means green belt there, unless I've misinterpreted it. I think it's actually sort of almost saying green buffers, but I may have interpreted it wrong.
Gaps or
gaps sort of thing. That's the way I interpreted it. So
yeah.
I don't think it's saying you've got to designate new green belt. So. Because again, that wouldn't apply to lots of sites, not near metropolitan areas, perhaps. So.
No, but my point is that this development is of such magnitude that this is an example of it almost creating a green belt policy, because
not really.
The development is deciding where the gaps go.
Well, it changes the gaps, but it doesn't necessarily create the policy.
Well, the development is dictating where the gaps would be.
Well, yes, but again, the current plan's out of date, so we can't use those.
And that's something that would best be achieved through the plan-making process, wouldn't it?
Again, it's going back to the point, yes, if there was a plan.
Yeah. Well, there is a plan, but it's out of date.
Yes,
but there is a plan.
It should have been updated in 2022.
Yeah. Couple of brief points now, moving on to...
Sorry, can I put the framework?
Yes, you can. Yeah. So moving on to heritage assets, I'm not going to go into this in any great depth, but there are a couple of specific points I wanted to ask you about. If we can go to page 66 of your proof, please.
Yes, on that.
And we can see there's a table for the northern scheme where you set out the various designated heritage assets, and you helpfully give a table listing the various assessments of harm to each of those assets.
Yes.
Yeah. And then if we go to page 67.
Yes. And just to be very clear, I did make the clear caveat that there's a full list of these in statements of common ground.
Yeah,
So
I'm not going
purely
to...
an illustration to
No,
help
absolutely.
understand my reasoning. So,
Absolutely, it was just...
so there is a longer list here, just to be very clear. So.
No, that's fine. I appreciate that, and I wasn't going to ask you about them.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Barnes, what was the reference on the next page you're asking?
Page 67.
Yes.
13.12.3 of your
Yes.
proof.
Yes.
And you say there that a significant benefit of the privately funded SNRR is an objective of the local plan and safeguarded within it, and that's policy AS1.
Yes.
So you're placing weight there on the local plan in support of the case for the NRR, aren't you? Because you're relying on policy AS1.
Correct, as well. And again, Swale, as the kind of planning authority, has also agreed that's needed, if you like. So.
Yeah, but you're placing weight on the local
Correct.
plan, and we've agreed already that this is the Tong Conservation Area is somewhere that's going to suffer direct harm because the NRR is going to go through it, haven't we?
It'll experience less than substantial harm
Yeah.
set out in that table. So yes, I agree, there will be less than substantial harm. There's a little bit of a disagreement, as you can see in table 3.1, about the degree of that harm. But what I would say about that is, and again, we've heard this in evidence this week and in earlier sessions as well, is that that harm was recognised when the local authority identified that safeguarding area.
Yeah, so you're relying on AS1 and the safeguarding area
yes.
for your argument that the public benefits outweigh the heritage.
No, I'm not identifying it on that basis. What I'm trying to say is that it's something that's in the local plan. It's consistent with the local plan. The local plan identified that area of search. And again, we've heard in the last couple of days, there aren't alternatives to going through the Tongue Conservation Area. There was discussion, I think, with Mr. Dygan on, again, reminding myself of what day it was, may have been Monday, about there could, in theory, be a northern route for the the northern relief road, but that, in practice, will never get delivered because it's just not feasible because of costs. But also, it won't get delivered because of flood risk. And very happy to show you where the flood risk is.
No, I'm not asking about that. But my point is that you're accepting that there's harm to the conservation area through by virtue of the proposed.
Correct. What I'm saying is
NRR
that harm it's been considered as part of the policy framework as well.
Yeah, and that's my point, because on one hand you're relying quite heavily on policy AS1, and this is a safeguarded area, but we've heard you multiple times since you've been giving your evidence, telling us how out of date the local plan is, and we should give it very little weight.
Well,
so you can't have it both ways, can you?
No,
it's inconsistent.
Goes back to my point about strategy. So again, as I said in my evidence, the plan, my view is the scheme is spatially, in terms of what it does for Swale, it's in the right area and it's delivering the infrastructure, certainly the northern relief road, which the plan extends. So that the principle of things, yes, there's conflict because it's outside the settlement boundary, but that's why I said the overall strategy is, it's broadly consistent with what the current local plan is, and that includes the northern relief road.
So you're not relying on the local plan policy?
No, I'm saying there is a consistency there, and it's been considered. So that harm has already been recognised as part of needing to deliver a northern relief road in policy terms.
So it's consistent, but you don't rely on it?
No, I don't rely on it, but what I'm saying is there's a consistency in our proposals, or the applicant's proposals, with what the local plan says.
Okay, and just moving on to a couple of specific points about the Tong Conservation Area and the harm which you accept will be caused to it. If we can go now to page 71 of your proof.
Yes, I'm there.
And if I can take you, please, to paragraph 13.25.
Yes.
And you talk there about conditions securing the mitigation and compensation measures in Appendix 9 of Dr. Miele's proof, which includes commitments to opening up public access and providing heritage information boards in respect of the St Thomas the Becket Spring.
Yes.
So those are the particular elements of mitigation that you identify. And when we think
it just includes, so again,
includes,
very,
yeah,
very
no,
happy to
but-
turn that up if you like.
no,
Those elements, so-
there's no need, but those are the ones that you mentioned in your proof.
Yes,
so those
but
are the
again,
ones-
includes. I think there's, from recollection, there's probably 9 or so of them, so
Yeah.
or 10 of them.
Well, these are the ones I'm going to ask you about. So, in terms of opening up public access, we're going to have a conservation area with a large road going through it. So, it's public access to a very diminished heritage asset, isn't it?
No, I
thinking about weight.
disagree. Again, I think I'm probably the wrong person to be answering this question too. It should have been probably in the heritage session. But this is my understanding as a planner, if you like. Again, having visited the mill buildings, if you like, where the main part, what I see as the main part of the conservation area, there's the mill and there's the old other buildings as part of it, if you like. And then where the road goes through, as I understand it, what that's doing is there's a route to the Thomas à Becket Spring, if you like. So that is only part of it, and I think part of the significance of that is it was part of the route for the pilgrims, if you like. So it's not necessarily the direct impact on the setting of those mill buildings. It's more about actually creating the linkage between the rest of the conservation area and that spring. So it's more of a historic one rather than necessarily the character of the buildings, if you like. So that's what it's about. But you will be able to get across the road. It's not as if it's something you can't cross or go over.
Okay, and the other issue that you mentioned, or element of mitigation that you mentioned, are interpretation or heritage information boards.
Yes.
But
Again,
again, I'm asking these questions in the context of planning,
Yes.
balance and weight. I'm not asking you for a heritage opinion, but again, they're going to do not a great deal to mitigate the harm, are they?
Well,
Looking at-
again,
looking at
all
weight.
I'm doing here is responding to the 7th question of a policy, if you like. There's plenty of others ahead of that. So, yeah, I mean, when you go down there, I don't know if you visited where the spring is. I mean, we struggled to find it when we went down on the site. Yeah,
It's on private.
that's right. So I think I got to a
private
fence and
land,
couldn't
isn't
get any further. So, so
so.
that might actually be quite helpful.
Okay. That was all I was going to ask about heritage. So I think final topic I was going to ask you about is highways, and my clients have some particular concerns about sustainable travel
Yeah.
context. So
Again, just with the caveat, Mr. Wild was on the stand for over a week.
yeah,
so
don't,
just,
don't
again,
worry.
planning
I'm not
perspective
going
only.
to delve
Yes.
into any of the
course.
detailed evidence. This is a high level look at it in the
Okay, of course.
context of planning. I'm not going
Yes.
to ask you about Mr. Wild's evidence. So it's fair to say, isn't it? Obviously, the key benefits of this scheme are the roads. Those that, in your view,
They are one of the benefits. Yes, I agree.
and they're a very important benefit.
They are an important benefit. Again, they are relief roads, so
Yeah.
it's to address pre-existing issues.
Yeah. And if we have a look at paragraph 37 of your proof.
Sorry, 37. I don't think that's a paragraph number.
Sorry, page 37. Excuse me. Page 37, paragraph 7.2.
Yes, I'm there.
And here you state that the MPPF requires development proposals to take a vision-led approach. And you go on to say that it also requires applications to firstly give priority to pedestrian and cycle movements. So you would except that's the national policy position, that's priority should be given.
That's what it says, yes. Very happy to turn the framework up.
Yeah, no, there's no need. And then if we move to page 38, paragraph 7.61.
Yes.
And you talk there about a range of services and facilities being accessible within 5 kilometre cycle of the proposed village centres, and in many cases amenities within walking distance with good connectivity provided by the various routes
Yes.
provided.
Yes, and that's a reference to, I think I mentioned this in my chief, or mentioned it earlier. I think there's some very helpful diagrams in the rebuttal proof of evidence of Mr. Wild that kind of shows those spatially, so you can effectively look from certain points where you can get to.
Yeah, and you mentioned those on page 28 of your proof at if we can go there at paragraph 5.19, where you certainly talk about Mr. Wild's
Yes.
evidence. You
Yes.
say the communities will be linked by a sustainable movement corridor.
Yeah,
And
that's
that
a
will-
slightly, I think that's a slightly different point, but yes, I think
Yeah.
sustainable movement corridors is essentially mainly the Southern Relief Road, but fundamentally there is a network of things as well. So
Yeah, but it's described as a sustainable movement corridor, and it's going to be a sort of shared space for pedestrians.
yes, and again, I think
cyclists.
Mr. Wild spent quite a long time in
Yeah.
examination in chief, just explaining how that would work. So
Yeah. If we could just have a look at the transport, one of the transport assessments, it's core document 1.19.6. And it's the transport assessment volume 6.
sorry, would you mind just repeating the call document?
Of course, core document 1.19.6. This is just by way of an example. I'm not going to quiz you about
Oh, sorry, these are the plans. I think I might
details.
have-
These are the plans. Yeah.
Do you want me to go to the plans at the back? Because I do have those printed out. So
So what I wanted to take you to is on PDF 29 of the digital document, and it's general arrangement sheets 2 of 2.
yes, I've got that. I've got the hard copy. It's a lot easier seeing the hard
Yeah,
copy.
no, absolutely. So as I say, this is just by way of an example. So when we look at that plan, so this is the NRR, and it's a design drawing, and the blue line that runs alongside the road, we
Yeah.
can see from the legend is that's the cycle route. Yeah. Sorry.
I think that is the right one. That's the same one I've got, madam. Just looking
Yeah,
at your
it's-
screen. So
It's PDF 29.
this is the Northern Relief Road.
Oh, it's we're in the north.
Yes, it is. So you imagine there's the link to the A2 at the bottom.
Yeah,
It
no,
says the
that's
street
what I
A2.
I thought yes. So what are we looking at, Mr. Barnes?
Well, this is just by way of an example, really,
Yeah,
Mum, of how the sustainable corridor is going to work. So the
I see.
the blue line that runs alongside the road, that's the sustainable corridor, isn't it, Mr. Bashforth? The blue line is the sustainable.
Yes, that's
corridor.
correct. So
Yeah.
that is, again, if you read the key, that it does say effectively that it's the off carriageway cycle route.
Yeah. So that's going to be a shared path for pedestrians and cyclists that runs alongside the new road.
Again, I'd need to confirm with Mr. Wild, but that looks like to be the case.
Yeah,
It
well,
doesn't. It says carriageway cycle route. I don't know
Yeah,
where
well,
the paths are. So.
if you have a look at the little box in the top left, there
Where it says notes. Is that-
yeah, there are two sort of diagrams in the top left, and the lower one of the two, it says it's a typical section.
Yeah, so it says footway, doesn't it? So
Shared footway, cycleway.
does
So
it say that? Sorry, I can see footway.
it's just
on
in the
CC.
it's the lower of the two boxes.
Yeah, I can see
and
that.
then
All I can see
in
is
that
footway. So sorry.
What I'm looking at says shared footway / cycleway 3 meters.
Oh, right, I wonder if I can see that. But there's a footway. What I'm looking at, sorry, is a footway on the other side. So it looks like there is a footway and then a shared footway and cycleway. There's both.
Yeah.
So just let's have a look. So CC. Let me just get my bearings where CC is.
No, if it's shared, it means they're...
What I'm trying to say, madam, is I think there's both. There's a shared one, and then if you look on that CC, there looks like
there's a footway as well.
there's a footway on the opposite side of the road by the look of it. That's what I
I see.
was confused about.
Sorry, where are you looking, Mr. Bashforth?
So if you look at typical section CC, if I go from left to right, so it says width varies, then I've got a 2 metre footway,
Yeah.
then I've got a carriageway, verge, and then I've got my shared footway and cycleway.
Yeah.
What I was trying to see is where the actual section's taken from, because that might help to see actually where does that relate to. It's this CC, isn't it?
Yeah, because the blue just says that it's
Again, these aren't my drawings. So
I appreciate that. I mean,
I think actually it's changed 300. So if we can
Yeah.
change 300, we can see it, can't we? So it looks like, what I'm trying to say is it looks like there's both, and
Right.
at least part of it looks so. Or maybe all of it, I can't tell.
but so it's either I mean, it's not point of my question doesn't really a shared cycleway and footway, or it's one of each.
But it looks like what I'm trying to say is I think there's both. So one
Yeah.
side's got a shared one and one side's just for a footway.
Yeah, but in any event, the sustainable corridor tracks the road, doesn't it? It just runs alongside.
It does, but again, one thing to think about here as well, this is only part of the approach to sustainable transport, because there are improvements to, for instance, Lower Road, which is further north, which is a established cycle route as well. So this is just the highway element of it, but there is other elements which as a cyclist or as a pedestrian, but probably not a pedestrian on Lower Road because there aren't pavements on there. But again, there's lots of alternatives, and you may go up there if you're a cyclist. I mean, it's very pleasant up there. So.
Yeah, but this is the sustainable movement corridor.
This is an aspect of the
An aspect,
sustainable,
but
the cycling and pedestrians, but there are others within the scheme and actually beyond as well. So.
Okay, but if we just have a look at a couple of aspects of this one. So if we zoom out, we've got the roundabout, and then to the right of the roundabout, there's I think it's a crossing. I originally thought it was an underpass, but I think it's probably a crossing where the blue crosses the road. So if you want to get from...
So are you looking at the, effectively, the western arm of the roundabout?
Public right of way going across there, is
yeah.
that what you mean?
Yeah. Oh, yes, because it says public right KCC ZR191, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a crossing there. And then if we follow from the roundabout, we follow the road north, we get to another crossing and just near that it says CH100, and there's a crossing there as well.
Is that a culvert? I don't think that's a crossing. It's just, if it's a culvert, presumably the water's underneath it.
Well, yeah, but if you look at the blue line, it's on both sides.
Oh, I see. So if you were on a cycle, you'd cross the road.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if pedestrians and cyclists want to use this, they're going to have to go alongside a busy road, and then they're going to have to somewhere or another cross a busy road, aren't they?
Yes, although there's nothing stopping them using the roundabout. I tend to when I'm cycling. So.
Yeah, but it's...
We did cover this with Mr. Wild, didn't we, in some detail
the
crossings, and how he said that it could be that they cross at the roundabout, or it might be that they are brought down to the crossing point with the other footpath, I think.
Yeah.
So it hadn't been, obviously it's not decided yet.
Yeah. No, if it helps, my context of my question is about the attractiveness of all of this for pedestrians and cyclists.
With respect that to the topic of attractiveness of the routes was canvassed, including not by you personally, obviously, but by your colleague for many hours, and so I've got no objections if it goes to a planning question.
All right, well, let's just see where the question goes.
It's a very simple point, Mum, but obviously if you don't find it helpful, then I won't pursue it. But the point is, when we're looking at the balance and weight and so on, weight is being placed on the fact that there is a sustainable movement corridor. And my point is, on behalf of the community, that it's not an attractive option for them.
Again, I think that's really for Mr. Wild, but again, this could be optimised, and there's a off carriageway cycle route which is quite it's not something you see on all roads, which is a great thing, and there's footways there as well, and as I say earlier, there's lots of other routes as well, which as a cyclist I actually I quite like having a choice of things as well, particularly if it's more direct. So this is just one thing on one highway drawing. So,
But the reality is, this is a car-led scheme, isn't it? It's all about the roads.
I disagree with that. Again, a lot of the again, this is all highway evidence, and this is me explaining things second-hand. A lot of the journeys will be internal to the scheme as well. So this is really all about highway evidence. What those sort of circles I referred to in Mr. Wild's proof of evidence are, they show actually it's really convenient if you want to cycle to stations, if you want to cycle to the amenities and everything, or the employment there as well. So it's not all about trying to get out and everything else. It's and there's choices about internal trips and external ones as well.
Mr. Bashforth, that's the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Right. So that completes cross-examination.
Well, yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Not quite.
Oh, no.
The situation is that I've had an update. Miss Buono is actually in the same hearing as Mr. Young, so I'm hearing what's happening in terms of their timings, and apparently that their hearing will go into tomorrow, and it might not be a full day tomorrow, but it might finish early, and it might not be a full court day tomorrow, as it were, right. but still in some ways, I'm not sure that helps us too much one way or the other, in as much as if we were to resume around Mr. Young's availability, at best, even if we were happy to make the journey from court to here, I don't know whether he would, it would be the afternoon at some point, whereas it'll certainly be finished tomorrow, his hearing. And so, on the premise that he wants to ask questions of this witness, my suggestion was going to be, gulp, that actually we just commit to doing it on Friday, because then at least we know what time we'd be starting.
Yeah, well, we decided that already,
So that's that.
haven't we?
So in that case,
We decided that basically it's probably not. We don't really know how long Mr. Young's court case is going to be, as you said.
we don't.
And so, to save everyone's wasting their time coming back when he might not have finished.
Yep.
The best thing is, and I'm sure, I can't imagine he's going to go on too long. Who knows? But I think we'll comfortably do it on Friday.
I think it would be sensible to require him to provide a time estimate.
I would appreciate that.
No, we can do that, can't we? Time estimate, ask Mr. Young.
I think he hasn't got one because he hasn't listened.
No, but
No,
it's about asking him for one.
Yeah. I mean, he obviously hasn't, I don't think, listened to the evidence
No.
in detail yet, so he won't know.
It is just worth noting, I've no objection at all to him asking questions, and I won't make an objection when he gets here. Of course I don't, but it is just worth noting, of course, that he won't be asking, he's in one of those situations, I think uniquely for this witness anyway, where he won't be asking any questions with the benefit of actually having provided any evidence on planning. So it's a sort of an unusual one in that way. It's not unique, obviously, it's not unprecedented, but
You'll leap in if
well, I hope I don't have to, but I do just note that, and I suspect I'll probably have to do some leaping. Yeah. Anyway,
Presumably he's asking questions about the relationship between viability and planning.
I would think it's going to be about deliverability.
I would think it will be
That's only
too.
a
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah. And if he, yes. Well, yes. Let's see. I hope I don't have to spend all day trying to interrupt. But anyway, let's see.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah.
We will get a time estimate. But that aside, and obviously you don't know what he's going to say, and so that will affect maybe re-examination.
Oh,
But
yeah.
As things stand, how long do you think your re-examination will be? It'll be
So far, 0 minutes. So I've not got any re-examination
All right.
at the moment. But obviously, I mean, if anything, there might be from I would imagine if there's going to come from anyone, it'll probably come from him, the re-examination. So, but it's not anyway.
It's not
So
really.
far, not much. No.
Well, I will have some questions to ask. I will definitely have some questions to ask, but that will probably be about half an hour. So probably is it, not a huge amount.
Could I ask something to do with one of the strands that's been left hanging, or whatever the tantalisingly hanging?
Yeah.
This the transfer document in relation to the SANG and all of that, and Mr. Pereira said there might be an exchange of notes or something.
Yeah, so
I'm just thinking about if we were. I don't know quite who's got the ball in terms of actually finding documents to produce, but might it not be sensible, with closings on the horizon and everything, to set or at least think about maybe on Friday setting a deadline for anything to be provided, and then we can or a note or whatever, and then we can set a deadline to respond.
So just to give you an update, it looks like we'll have a note to you tomorrow on the questions you'd asked about the emerging plan, I think, Mum.
Oh, right.
And also
Through the emerging plan.
That was, remember, Mr. Digan was asked from the local plan team
about the timing and the
LDS
LDS and all of
everything.
that. Yeah,
Thank you.
There'll be a note on that. And with a fair wind, hopefully by close of play tomorrow, there will be the relevant documents and a note, factual note, on the position in relation to Stones Farm and the open space.
That's very helpful.
I
Thanks.
think that would certainly be quite useful before Mr. Young gets going.
Yeah,
Maybe.
would be good, if possible.
Okay.
you.
Just looking forward to closings.
Oh dear, don't.
Do you mean looking forward in the sense of...
Yeah.
No, I don't mean looking forward. I don't
That
mean
was
it that way.
ambiguous.
I mean
Yeah,
looking ahead.
we're all
forward.
looking forward to them. Yeah.
Looking ahead to the
Yes.
closings.
Yes.
I just want to remind everybody. Did you say it's going to be Mr. Bell going to do yours?
No, it'll
be you.
me. Yeah.
Righty-ho. Well, in that case, that's fine. But I will be really relying on them in terms of reporting the parties' cases to the Secretary of State. But I will be chopping them about, obviously, and I'm not having any sort of little asides or digs or that sort of thing
not at all.
included.
Can we, again, that's probably something that should be communicated to Mr. Young as well.
No, he won't. He won't need that explaining.
He won't. No, he knows the score. But anyway, so no, what I'm saying is it will be really helpful, given that there is time, to if you sort of really carefully craft your closings. I'm sure you will, and I'll want them all electronically as well as in writing, please.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
Great stuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Will you be making a joint one, or are you going to for the? Well, how will you work that?
Yeah, I think probably we'll approach it in the same way that Mr. Bell approached the opening. So it'll be a single document, but and some of it will be joint, and some of it will deal with the different aspects of each party's case.
I
But
think
if you
because-
prefer a different approach, Mum.
Well, I mean, it depends on how your two parties want to present it to the Secretary of State. If you want to present two different cases to the Secretary of State, then I will need to somehow be able to disaggregate. I'm not saying
Okay,
you should
yeah.
you should read two different closings, but it's just it needs to be made clear
Yeah.
in your closings which part relates to which party and which part can be taken as joint submissions. You don't need to tell me that now, but I think I will need to know that.
Understood.
Okay. I would have thought you would want to put a separate for it to be separated out in some way, because you are two separate parties with different. You've raised different points. A lot. I know that some of them are in common, but some
Yeah.
of them are different things.
Yeah. Well, if that would be most helpful, Mum.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
I mean, what I don't want to do is sort of repeat the same thing
No.
for both. So
No.
I have
Absolutely.
to think about how
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah. We'll have a think. Yeah. Thank you.
Good. All right. Anything else? Yes. Bonnie.
Can I just check the time frame for that? What for your?
For the closings?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, generally what happens is that I would have all except the applicants in. They'd have to. I would like them in. Well, I need them in obviously before you're going to read them. I can't remember what the timetable says about. We've got them over 3 days.
We do. We do.
I don't think anything's been said about submitting them any earlier than at the time of reading them.
The
but
time.
No,
if
no,
you're
but-
asking for that, then we
No,
need to
but
plan that.
obviously.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, I mean, so the Wednesday ones would come in, I would say, well, first thing Wednesday morning or last thing Tuesday night, whenever you feel like it. But I would need the hard copies, obviously, when you're going to deliver it. The Thursday one, the next day's one's the same, really. I mean,
Just to remind us, is the duchy? I can't remember.
is everybody except for the council and yourself?
Yeah,
So
the
first day is everybody but the duchy. I think.
I was going to say, I'm just going to ask, because at the moment on the one I'm looking at, maybe it's been updated. Are the duchy actually showing up to do a closing? I can't remember.
I think something is there.
Okay,
Would it
so-
be
Oh, no, hang on, they changed something last
that's what I just can't remember.
Hang on, I'll have to check on that.
Because at the moment, Wednesday is everybody, other than Thursday, who at the moment, on the one I've got,
Just the council.
is the council and the duchy, but maybe the duchy have
Oh.
gone now.
Well, duchy will make a closing. I have to, won't they?
You would have thought, oh, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, they are still coming and it's Dr. Bowes.
Dr. Bowes,
That's
right,
right.
sir.
Highway.
Bowes.
And
Got
it
it.
says about 40 minutes.
Got it. So I think he's on the Thursday with the council,
Yes.
I think.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
I think
Right.
so.
Okay.
And then it's just us on the Friday.
You're going to be all day, aren't you? Didn't you say?
Yes, we will, yes. I'll read as quickly as possible. Miss Buono's doing some of it as well, so you won't
Yeah, it'd be
get...
nice to have you some different voices.
I think so. Bit of variety. I won't take that personally, but I know what you mean.
No, you're
Yeah.
not saying. And yours will yours be all day?
Most of the day, and we will have a variety, but
Variety of voices, okay.
So
You
I mean,
get-
the duchy will fit them in as well.
They could go for first thing and then...
Okay, all right, we'll work it out. It'll be fine. Is that all right, everybody? Anything else?
Yes, could I just be, I don't think I've been in this situation. I clearly understand my PERDA sort of things, but can I go into the
Not
office?
called that anymore.
No, we're not allowed... No,
Oh, sorry, what was the
don't
term now?
worry. Well, it's an isolation or something.
Oh, sounds, so that's probably a good reason. So just in terms, clearly I won't interact with our team, but should I go into the, because obviously I can't talk to my team now. Do I go into the office tomorrow, or do I
Can do.
isolate myself, and as it
You
suggests?
can go,
or-
and, I think, as
Yeah.
long as it's no
I think-
communication about this case, I think.
I
it's-
think everybody knows you're a professional witness. If anyone's got any
Can
particular
I
problem.
can I ask these two notes that the council's producing? I can see a benefit in Mr. Bashforth receiving them while
That would
he's
be great.
But
Yeah,
not discussing them.
not discussing them,
Not
but if you're happy
discussing
with
them
them,
with us,
for
but-
them to be sent to him.
thank you.
The one
Yeah.
about the LDS has been submitted.
Oh, it has?
There we are.
Oh, great.
Specs has just been sent it. Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, right, okay, good. About the emerging plan.
And that'll be that'll be circulated round.
Okay. Well,
It has been circulated.
Oh, good.
if
Oh,
the
thank
other one becomes a document as well, then Mr. Bashforth can be alerted and he can see it on the
Yes,
website.
yeah, but just don't discuss it
Of
with
course
any,
not. No, that's
anybody.
fine. I just wanted, because I couldn't talk to my team, so I just wanted to verify. Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'd rather you didn't discuss anything with your team, obviously.
No, that, exactly. Nothing.
Or
I won't
anyone in
discuss
the office who's anything to do with it.
Exactly. So I'm just pondering the
Might be
practicalities of
better,
things.
really, working from home.
Maybe take a day off. Yeah.
Have a day off.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Things have been
I
stacking
think
up.
that probably would be better.
Okay.
actually.
I will. I won't go into the office. That's
No,
probably
I
best.
think that's
Yes.
probably best.
Yes. Okay.
All right, everybody. So no one turn up tomorrow, and those at home don't switch on because there won't be anything to watch. And we will all resume here at 9:30 on Friday. Thank you so much.